Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today, we're starting part 2 of an awesome What If Deku Was Endeavor's secret fifth son story. If you want to see part 3, drop a comment below and tell me what you think. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Now let's jump into the story. Hitoshi was ready for a nap when he and his classmates finally broke through the tree line of the forest. The air was cooling off and the sun was setting, which meant it had taken 1A all afternoon to get through the forest. Aizawa, Mandalay, Pixie Bob, and a small boy were waiting for them in front of a big house. "Well done, kittens," Pixie Bob said as they approached. "I thought it might have taken you all much longer, but you all figured out how to take down my earth beasts rather quickly." As Pixie Bob gave her comments about how Hitoshi's class made it through the forest, Hitoshi couldn't help but compare himself to his classmates. He had kept up with everyone in the forest, but he didn't really think he had been at all useful. Without his gear, Hitoshi was stuck staying in the center of the pack and trying to stay out of everyone else's way. He had tried to brainwash the beasts, but his quirk didn't work on them since they were just puppets and not actual beings. Sighing, Hitoshi wondered, not for the first time, if he was cut out for the hero course. Hitoshi tunes back into what Pixie Bob is saying just in time to hear that they'll be served dinner tonight and that they have a hot spring for them to relax in. Mandalay introduces the young boy, Koda, as her cousin. Hitoshi snickers when the child kicks Midoriya in the shins and follows his class to dinner. Dinner was good. The Pussycats had put together a feast for them and his classmates dug in ravenously. Kaminari had decided to sit next to Hitoshi and reassured him that he wasn't falling behind. The blonde also hadn't been able to do anything since the beasts were made of dirt and were grounded. The hot spring had felt nice over Hitoshi's sore muscles and everything was peaceful. Until Koda slipped from his spot on top of the dividing fence. The boy had taken it upon himself to make sure nothing would happen between the boys and girls, but slipped when he accidentally looked over at the girls' side. Now Hitoshi was walking with Midoriya to take the young boy back to Mandalay and explain what happened. The two teens entered the living room and Midoriya laid Koda on the couch. Koda had passed out when Midoriya caught him and was still asleep. He fell off his perch on the wall after he accidentally saw the girls, Hitoshi explained. Mandalay shook her head fondly and checked on her young cousin. After a moment she turned to Hitoshi and Midoriya. "He'll be fine, probably just had the air knocked out of him." The two teens nodded. Mandalay," Izuku started. "Why does he hate heroes so much?" Mandalay sighed and sat down next to her sleeping cousin. Koda's parents were the water hose duo. When they died, he didn't take it well. To him, his parents abandoned him and chose being heroes over being his parents. It didn't help that people kept telling him that his parents died honorably, she explained. Hitoshi and Midoriya nodded and bid Mandalay good night. They were silent on their walk back to where they were staying. Aizawa had the class up and ready by 5:30 that morning. Izuku's class ate a quick breakfast and were stretching and warming up by, "Well, it looks like it just isn't enough for you all to get media attention. Despite the claims that our classes are equals, 1A is still getting special treatment." Izuku and his class all looked over and saw that 1B had just arrived by bus. Monoma was smirking as he droned on about how it wasn't fair that 1A had been there a day before them getting extra training. The rest of their sister class tried to hurry along and not get lumped in with Monoma. Izuku saw Kendo reprimand the loud blonde by swatting him with a rolled-up magazine and dragging him off towards the house. "Ignore him, guys," Izuku found himself saying. "He still doesn't understand." His class nodded grimly and were about to go back to stretching when they were approached by Tetsu. Hey one," the teen started. I just wanted to apologize for what I said before the sports festival. You all had just been through a lot and I shouldn't have come at you all like that. I'm sorry." "Thank you, Tetsu. Ida spoke up, using his class rep voice. "We appreciate it." Tetsu nodded and went back to his own class. Returning to their warm-ups and stretches, 1A settled into a quiet determination to do well in their training that day. Shoyuta was irritated and shot a look at Kansas. The BLD hero returned his look with a shrug. "I thought I told you to talk to Monoma," Shoyuta gritted out. Everyone had heard what the copy user had said to his class. "The kid is high-strung," Ken shrugged. "I did talk to him but I guess it didn't stick." Shoyuta counted to 10 before he spoke again. Ken, it's your job as his teacher to make sure it does stick. I don't need him trying to pick a fight with my class. The other teacher raised his hands in surrender. Okay, Aizawa, you win. I'll try talking to him again. With a huff, 𝐲𝐬𝐽 nodded and walked over to get his class started for the day. After showing his students that they needed to work on strengthening their quirks with Bakugo's pitch, 𝐲𝐬𝐽 sent them off to different areas to work. ♯Shinso was meditating with Midoriya and Ragdoll to see if meditation would also help him and his quirk control. Later, 𝐲𝐬𝐽 would have him work with Mandalay and see if they could stretch Shinso's quirk over multiple targets. 𝐲𝐬𝐽 looked around and watched some of his other students. Todoroki was alternating between fire and ice to get his body used to the rapid change in temperature and to gain more control over his fire. Kaminari was working on raising the amperage of his electricity as well as raising his stamina to maintain it. All around him, his students worked hard with the same determination they've all had since the USJ. Izuku places a pile of dishes on the table next to Shoto. The two had been tasked with cleaning the dishes after dinner. The brothers worked quietly side by side until Izuku spoke up. I'm worried about Koda, he said. I would tell you to leave it alone, but I know firsthand that you won't, Shoto replied, drying the plate in his hand with a small flame. I just want to help, Izuku said sheepishly. You know you and I are actually the worst people to talk to him about it, right? His brother said pointedly. Yeah, Izuku sighed, that's true. With our pasts, I feel like he would see right through anything I tried to tell him. Izuku looked up and saw Shinso talking to Ojiro and Tsu. But I know someone who can talk to him, Izuku said, looking around for the boy. Sighing, Shoto gestured to a small trail that led up to the mountain. I saw him wander up there before dinner started. Thanks, Shoto, Izuku grinned. I think we have some curry left. Hitoshi made it to the lookout before the reheated curry cooled too much. Koda was sitting on the ground looking out over the forest. They were on a small plateau on the side of the mountain that overlooked the entire forest. Hitoshi could see the house in the distance. It looked small, even though it had been a short hike. Hey kiddo, he said, setting the bowl down next to Koda. Thought you might want dinner? Go away, the kid huffed. I don't want to talk to a stupid hero student who just wants to show off their shitty quirk. Ouch, it's not like I have much of a quirk to show off in the first place, Hitoshi said, but I get it. You don't like invading your space. I'm going to go back now. Eat or don't eat, but please eat. Hitoshi started to turn back to go back down the mountain, but paused. I know you're tired of hearing this, but I am sorry for your loss. The water hoses were great heroes. Mandalay told you then, Koda huffed. Yes and no, Hitoshi said gently from where he stood. I knew about them beforehand, but I didn't know you were their son. They didn't care about me, Koda said. They only cared about showing off their quirks. Heroes and villains are all alike. They have a flashy quirk and just have to show off. Maybe for some people, but not for me and certainly not your parents, Hitoshi said, running his hand through his hair. I don't believe you, Koda huffed. And there it was. Sighing, Hitoshi walked back over and sat down a few feet away from Koda. My quirk isn't flashy, he began. It's mental like Mandalay's and Ragdoll's. But it's seen as a villainous quirk because I can make people do what I want if they respond to a quirked statement. I want to be someone other kids can look up to and see that they can be a hero too. The kid grumbled. You're still showing off though. Not really, Hitoshi said carefully. I'm going underground so people won't really know who I am. I'll be just visible enough to reach the people I want to. So you just want to use your quirk for violence? Koda glared at the ground. That's even worse. I think you're missing the point, kid, but that's okay. Hitoshi stood up. The point is that reality is what it is. But I can do something about it, so I'm going to work as hard as I can to make it better. That's what your parents wanted to do. They wanted to make a better world for you to learn and grow in. Hitoshi pointed to the bowl of curry next to Koda. You really should eat that before it gets too cold. Then he turned and walked back down the path, wondering if anything he said actually helped or made things worse. 𝐲𝐬𝐽 was content with his students' progress. He hated that they were trying to cram an entire semester's worth of growth in 1 week, but it was necessary. While 1B was also at the training camp with his class, their intensity was nowhere near 1A's. They got up a little later, then shoulda students and stopped training a bit earlier as well. Aside from Monoma, the 1B students didn't seem to mind that 1A was doing more hours. It had only been 2 full days of training, but 𝐲𝐬𝐫 was already seeing improvements. It was the end of the day of the second day. He, Can, and the Pussycats had both classes lined up. "All right, kittens," Pixie Bob said, "we're going to let you all have a bit of fun tonight with a class versus class test of courage through the forest." 𝐲𝐬𝐫 had felt generous and let his 2 remedial students participate. Sato and Kirishima were both showing great progress, so he reasoned one night away from their remedial studies wouldn't hurt them. The students were paired off into teams and 1B was sent into the forest to set up their spots to scare one. 𝐲𝐬𝐫 was about to send in the 7th group, Tenya and Koda, when Midoriya approached him with Kaminari trailing behind him. They were group 10. "Sensei, don't send in the next group yet," the one for all holder said. "Problem child," 𝐲𝐬𝐫 said. "What's up?" "Something feels wrong," Midoriya replied. "It feels like it did before I found out Ida was missing in Hosu." That got Shura's attention. "Ragdoll," he said to the hero next to him, "search the forest right now." "Are you sure he's not just nervous?" she asked. "No, not this one, student," 𝐲𝐬𝐫 shook his head. "Search the forest." With an understanding look, Ragdoll nodded and closed her eyes. She opened them with a gasp. "There's people in the woods," she said, "people that shouldn't be there." It was then that pink smoke started to come through the trees in front of them. "Good job figuring it out, kid," a voice came from behind them, "but you're too late." "Villains!" 𝐲𝐬𝐫 shouted. "Mandalay, tell all the students to be on guard and that they have my permission to use their quirks to defend themselves and each other." In seconds, Mandalay's voice rang through his head. Ken, Tiger, and Pixie Bob were scattered along the scare test route. Was just him and the other half of the Pussycats. The villain that spoke entered the small clearing they were in. She was carrying a giant magnet. Another villain followed that had a lizard mutation quirk. "Don't worry too much, Eraserhead, we're only after one of the brats. Kids, run. Find Kansas," 𝐲𝐬𝐫 shouted at his remaining students. "You," the lizard villain pointed at Tenya, "you're the reason why Stain is gone. In Stain's name, Spinner will finish the job." Spinner unsheathed a giant sword with other blades tied to it and leapt at Shura's student. The speedster ran and dodged the weapon as it came down. Spinner was after Tenya in full force. 𝐲𝐬𝐫 leapt into action to take out the villain while he wasn't paying attention. "Not so fast, Eraserhead," the magnet villain said. "Let Spinner have his fun while I have mine." 𝐲𝐬𝐫 felt his body being pulled towards the villain. "I am Magna," the villain laughed. "Let's dance." 𝐲𝐬𝐫 activated his quirk and cancelled Magna's "Let's not." He leapt away, keeping his eyes on the other villain. His students were trying to find an opening to try to get back to the house. Mandalay and Ragdoll were trying to take down Spinner, or at least make an opening for Ida to escape. "Mandalay!" Shinso's voice rang out. "I know where Koda is." 𝐲𝐬𝐫 met Mandalay's eyes briefly to nod his head, then blinked and fixed his gaze back on Magna. "Go. Please make sure he's okay." With a nod, Shinso disappeared into the forest with Kaminari and Midoriya following. Growling, 𝐲𝐬𝐫 called out to his remaining students. "You all might as well help take these 2 down." With their teacher's permission to help, his students leapt into battle. Kirishima jumped in front of Spinner's blade fully hardened, stopping a blow meant for Ragdoll. Zero used his tape to try to grab the magnet from Magna while 𝐲𝐬𝐫 had her quirk cancelled. While she was distracted, Sato, after taking one of the sugar capsules he always kept on him, barreled into the villain and knocked her off balance. "Sensei, there's more in the forest. They're after Bakugo." Koda's voice called out to 𝐲𝐬𝐫. His quiet student had used the creatures in the woods to get information. "Mandalay, update the students. We need to take care of these 2 and find Bakugo," 𝐲𝐬𝐫 called out. Again, he heard Mandalay's voice ring through his head as confirmation that she had heard him. A moment later, his students and the 2 Pussycats had the 2 villains subdued. They were tied together using Zero's stickiest tape, and Kirishima had been given permission to knock out Mange so 𝐲𝐬𝐫 didn't have to keep using his quirk. "Sensei," Zero said with a shaky voice, "why can't we just catch a break?" 𝐂𝐬𝐫 looked over at his 5 remaining, safe students and sighed. I don't know. But you are all meeting with Hound Dog when we get back to UA after this. His students nodded. Ragdoll will go with you back to the main house. Don't argue with me. Don't come back out here. I need you 5 to be safe. Go with Ragdoll. Make sure these 2 don't escape, he said carefully. With confirming nods, his students followed Ragdoll to the path that lead back to the main house. Turning to Mandalay, 𝐂𝐬𝐫 sighed, let's go find the others. They were almost to the base of the mountain when Mandalay's voice came through their heads again. The villains are after Bakugo. Please keep an eye out for Bakugo and be vigilant. Midoriya faltered. Hitoshi stopped running and looked at the taller teen. I have to go find Kacchan, Midoriya said. Do you two have this handled? We'll be fine, Mido, Kaminari waved. It doesn't look like there are any villains over here. Go find Bakugo. With a nod, Midoriya activated his quirk and ran back the way they had just come. Come on, we need to make sure Kota is all right, Hitoshi said. They ran up the side of the mountain and froze when they made it to the plateau. Kaminari swore, I spoke too soon. The rest of the week went by rather smoothly. Todoroki slowly started returning to normal. He didn't fall asleep in homeroom again, but he did take a quick nap during free PRD under the tree with 1 or 2 of his friends and the rest of the group nearby. By Thursday, though, he was back to normal. 𝐂𝐬𝐫 couldn't help but notice that it just so happened that Endeavor was out of the city for those few days as well. The rest of his students were doing well. They were all bright-eyed and busy-tailed and ready to keep learning. Shinso was integrating into the class well, having been immediately accepted into Midoriya's friend group after the sports festival. He seemed to have a little bit of tension with Wajiro, but it had since been resolved and the two were friendly with each other. 𝐂𝐬𝐫 had finally been able to pull aside Hagakure and ask about her hero costume since her official paperwork had been entirely unhelpful. She admitted that it really was just a pair of gloves and insisted that it was fine. It was not fine and 𝐂𝐬𝐫 had told her as such. He then handed her a hall pass and told her to go down to support and talk to Maijima about the DNA fabric technology they had developed for one of the 3rd years. Shortly after she had left, 𝐂𝐬𝐫 wrote a second hall pass and told Yaoyorozu to also go talk to Maijima. The following Monday, he reminded his class that they had a month left before exams. He added on a logical ruse and told them that if they failed they wouldn't get to go to the summer training camp. That lit a fire under a lot of his students. Study groups and review sessions started being planned. Some of the more studious members of Shura's class disappeared into the library during breaks, while others seemed content to review notes over lunch. At one point, he looked out the window to see Bakugo and Midoriya tag-teaming a review session for their friends. Todoroki showed up to school tired twice in that month and slept through homeroom and free PRD both times, but was fine for 1A's heroics lesson. 𝐂𝐬𝐫 was getting concerned about the boy. He had checked in with Hound Dog to see if Todoroki talked to him at all, and the counselor said that he had a few times. The kids handed in their paperwork for the dorms a week before exams. They were all excited to be living together. Uraraka was happy to not have to pay for an apartment anymore. 𝐂𝐬𝐫 noticed that Fuyumi Todoroki was the updated emergency contact for his student. It made sense. Endeavor couldn't always come right away or be reached. Exams pass by without a hitch. Every one of Shura's students passed their written exams and only Sato and Kirishima failed their practical against Cementos. Bakugo and Midoriya worked well, mostly due to their recent reconciliation. Bakugo was willing to listen to his partner and the duo opted to run away from All Might. In the moments they had to fight All Might, the two were in sync. They made it out in record time. The other teams did well too. Kaminari and Shinso passed their exam with him. Kaminari sparked off constantly as a way for them to know if 𝐂𝐬𝐫 was nearby. When 𝐂𝐬𝐫 finally made his move against his students, Shinso took the lead and distracted 𝐂𝐬𝐫 while Kaminari prepared his move. The blonde brought his hands together and created a sort of flashbang that forced 𝐂𝐬𝐫 to blink. The two then managed to capture him and pass. Overall, 𝐂𝐬𝐫 was proud of his class and the progress they've made in their training. But they were behind 1B in how much their quirks have actually grown. Their techniques were great and some had a few future super moves developing, but their quirks had only developed a little bit if at all since the start of the year. which was why they all needed the training camp. The mall was crowded, which was expected for the weekend before summer break. Katsuki was walking around with Izuku while the greenette looked for the few things he needed for the training camp. Todoroki was visiting his mom that day, so it was just Katsuki and Izuku. The rest of the class had split up almost immediately. Kirishima had gone with Mina and Siro to look for resistance bands, while Kaminari had gone with Shinso to an electronics store. Izuku's own friends had also gone to do their own shopping. Ida went with Uraraka and Tsu to get new running shoes. So Katsuki and Izuku were alone in the mall together. Katsuki couldn't help but feel pleased. Lately, whenever Katsuki would hang out with the other teen outside of class, Todoroki was always there. Katsuki wasn't sure what was going on between the two of them, but it was starting to annoy Katsuki that Todoroki was getting more time alone with Izuku than he was. Then again, Katsuki figured that's what he deserves for ignoring Izuku's existence for the last 12 years. Katsuki sighed internally, accepting that he'll probably be third-wheeling Shoto and Izuku forever. He wondered about why that statement evoked the feeling of disappointment in him, but brushed them away so he could enjoy the moment. Something feels wrong, Izuku said suddenly. Izuku had told Katsuki that meditation helped him progress in his quirk and that he could now feel a shift in energy that alerted him to danger. It was what kept him and the others alive during the fight with Stain. Should we text the others? Katsuki asked, scanning the crowd around them. Not yet, Izuku said carefully. They went in a few more stores and were walking through the food court when they were approached. Oh wow, a voice said behind them, UA students, so cool. An arm snaked around Izuku's shoulders. Katsuki tensed as he realized who it was. Shigaraki was at the mall. Let's talk, Shigaraki hissed in Izuku's ear. Just you and me right over there. The villain gestured to a bench off to the side. Kaken, Izuku said carefully, I'll be fine, okay? There was a note to Izuku's voice. Katsuki nodded, the hidden message understood. The two walked away and sat down to chat. Tearing his eyes away, Katsuki sent 2 text messages, one to the rest of the class and one to Aizawa. Looking around, Katsuki spotted Izuku still talking to Shigaraki. Taking a breath, he turned and walked over to the security guard he had passed earlier. I'm Katsuki Bakugo from UA's hero course, he said, flashing his student ID. You need to carefully clear the civilians from the food court. There's a villain here talking to my classmate. The guard narrowed his eyes at him, and for a moment Katsuki wondered if the guard would even believe him. Finally, he nodded and spoke into his radio calmly and carefully. Within moments, more security came and a few off and on-duty heroes were slowly skirting and turning away people from the food court. Katsuki kept his eyes on Izuku. Finally, after what felt like ages, Shigaraki was done talking. When he stood up, the hood of his hoodie fell off his head, revealing him. The villain looked around, finally noticing that he was surrounded, and smiled. He said something to Izuku before a purple mist appeared behind him. Laughing, Shigaraki stepped through the warp gate and was gone. Katsuki rushed forward to Izuku as soon as Shigaraki was gone. Izuku stared wordlessly at the spot the villain was just standing, his eyes looking a million miles away. Izuku, Katsuki said, trying to get his attention. He watched as the other teens slowly registered that Katsuki was in front of him. Oh, he said quietly, Kaken, was that better? Huh? Katsuki asked. You said not to get into trouble without you last time, Izuku said, his voice sounding a touch far away. So was this better? Katsuki sighed. Yeah, nerd. But how about we avoid trouble altogether from now on? Izuku let out a hollow laugh and finally met Katsuki's eyes. Katsuki internally flinched when he saw the look in Izuku's eyes. It was the knowing look that sometimes haunted Katsuki in his dreams. We can try Kaken, Izuku said, still sounding far away, but it would be pointless. Izuku's eyes had always held some kind of knowing that should have come later in life. It was part of the reason why he stopped interacting with Izuku. While Izuku's lack of quirk was what Katsuki had told anyone who asked why he didn't talk to Izuku anymore, it was the events of the day his quirk manifested that was the real reason. When he had gone to shove the other boy, his hands had been coated with sweat from playing outside. Izuku had been following Katsuki and his friends, rambling on about All Might like he always did. It had gotten on Katsuki's nerves and he just wanted Izuku to go away. It happened so fast. His hand made contact with Izuku's shoulder and then there was an explosion, a flash, and the smell of burnt clothes and flesh. The blast had left a deep burn in a starburst pattern that Katsuki would become familiar with over the years. Katsuki and his friends had been stunned by the amount of damage Katsuki could do. He had fully expected Izuku to burst into tears and run off. But the boy had simply blinked and looked at the burn and then back at him. Katsuki would never forget the look in Izuku's eyes that day. He had felt as if Izuku was looking through him, past his soul, and into his future. It was as if Izuku knew who Katsuki would become. The amount of knowing in Izuku's blue eyes when he looked at Katsuki that day had shaken Katsuki to his core. Katsuki started avoiding Izuku after that and trying to keep the other boy away from him. It wasn't hard. A few growls and shoves and threatening blasts was enough to keep most people away, including Izuku. Izuku must have learned how to hide that knowing look, because Katsuki hadn't seen it in ages. Until now. The look had deepened since they were kids. Katsuki figured it was because of the villain attacks Izuku had been involved in. It wasn't as unsettling now though. Their classmates all had similar looks now after the USJ attack. Even ♯had a similar knowing look in his eyes when he joined their class. It was the mark of 1A now to have that look, to know a little too much about how the world works and what awaited them once they graduated. Katsuki shook his head, thinking about the past wasn't helpful at the moment. "Kamen-zuku," Katsuki murmured, "let's go home." Hitoshi was ready for a nap when he and his classmates finally broke through the tree line of the forest. The air was cooling off and the sun was setting, which meant it had taken 1A all afternoon to get through the forest. Aizawa, Mandalay, Pixie Bob, and a small boy were waiting for them in front of a big house. "Well done, kittens," Pixie Bob said as they approached. "I thought it might have taken you all much longer, but you all figured out how to take down my earth beasts rather quickly." As Pixie Bob gave her comments about how Hitoshi's class made it through the forest, Hitoshi couldn't help but compare himself to his classmates. He had kept up with everyone in the forest, but he didn't really think he had been at all useful. Without his gear, Hitoshi was stuck staying in the center of the pack and trying to stay out of everyone else's way. He had tried to brainwash the beasts, but his quirk didn't work on them since they were just puppets and not actual beings. Sighing, Hitoshi wondered, not for the first time, if he was cut out for the hero course. Hitoshi tunes back into what Pixie Bob is saying just in time to hear that they'll be served dinner tonight and that they have a hot spring for them to relax in. Mandalay introduces the young boy, Koda, as her cousin. Hitoshi snickers when the child kicks Midoriya in the shins and follows his class to dinner. Dinner was good. The Pussycats had put together a feast for them and his classmates dug in ravenously. Kaminari had decided to sit next to Hitoshi and reassured him that he wasn't falling behind. The blonde also hadn't been able to do anything since the beasts were made of dirt and were grounded. The hot spring had felt nice over Hitoshi's sore muscles and everything was peaceful. Until Koda slipped from his spot on top of the dividing fence. The boy had taken it upon himself to make sure nothing would happen between the boys and girls, but slipped when he accidentally looked over at the girl's side. Now Hitoshi was walking with Midoriya to take the young boy back to Mandalay and explain what happened. The two teens entered the living room and Midoriya laid Koda on the couch. Koda had passed out when Midoriya caught him and was still asleep. He fell off his perch on the wall after he accidentally saw the girls, Hitoshi explained. Mandalay shook her head fondly and checked on her young cousin. After a moment she turned to Hitoshi and Midoriya. "He'll be fine, probably just had the air knocked out of him." The two teens nodded. Mandalay," Izuku started, "why does he hate heroes so much?" Mandalay sighed and sat down next to her sleeping cousin. Koda's parents were the water hose duo. When they died, he didn't take it well. To him, his parents abandoned him and chose being heroes over being his parents. It didn't help that people kept telling him that his parents died honorably, she explained. Hitoshi and Midoriya nodded and bid Mandalay good night. They were silent on their walk back to where they were staying. Aizawa had the class up and ready by 5:30 that morning. Izuku's class ate a quick breakfast and were stretching and warming up by, "Well, it looks like it just isn't enough for you all to get media attention. Despite the claims that our classes are equals, 1A is still getting special treatment. Izuku and his class all looked over and saw that 1B had just arrived by bus. Monoma was smirking as he droned on about how it wasn't fair that 1A had been there a day before them getting extra training. The rest of their sister class tried to hurry along and not get lumped in with Monoma. Izuku saw Kendo reprimand the loud blonde by swatting him with a rolled-up magazine and dragging him off towards the house. "Ignore him, guys," Izuku found himself saying. "He still doesn't understand." His class nodded grimly and were about to go back to stretching when they were approached by Tetsu. Hey 1, the teen started. I just wanted to apologize for what I said before the sports festival. You all had just been through a lot and I shouldn't have come at you all like that. I'm sorry." "Thank you, Tetsu. Ida spoke up, using his class rep voice. "We appreciate it." Tetsu nodded and went back to his own class. Returning to their warm-ups and stretches, 1A settled into a quiet determination to do well in their training that day. Shoyuta was irritated and shot a look at Kansas. The BLD hero returned his look with a shrug. "I thought I told you to talk to Monoma," Shoyuta gritted out. Everyone had heard what the copy user had said to his class. "The kid is high-strung," Ken shrugged. "I did talk to him but I guess it didn't stick." Shoyuta counted to 10 before he spoke again. "Ken, it's your job as his teacher to make sure it does stick. I don't need him trying to pick a fight with my class." The other teacher raised his hands in surrender. "Okay, Aizawa, you win. I'll try talking to him again." With a huff, Shoyuta nodded and walked over to get his class started for the day. After showing his students that they needed to work on strengthening their quirks with Bakugo's pitch, Shoyuta sent them off to different areas to work. ♀was meditating with Midoriya and Ragdoll to see if meditation would also help him and his quirk control. Later, Shoyuta would have him work with Mandalay and see if they could stretch Shinso's quirk over multiple targets. Shoyuta looked around and watched some of his other students. Todoroki was alternating between fire and ice to get his body used to the rapid change in temperature and to gain more control over his fire. Kaminari was working on raising the amperage of his electricity as well as raising his stamina to maintain it. All around him, his students worked hard with the same determination they've all had since the USJ. Izuku places a pile of dishes on the table next to Shoto. The two had been tasked with cleaning the dishes after dinner. The brothers worked quietly side by side until Izuku spoke up. "I'm worried about Koda," he said. "I would tell you to leave it alone, but I know firsthand that you won't," Shoto replied, drying the plate in his hand with a small flame. "I just want to help," Izuku said sheepishly. "You know you and I are actually the worst people to talk to him about it, right?" his brother said pointedly. "Yeah," Izuku sighed, "that's true. With our pasts, I feel like he would see right through anything I tried to tell him." Izuku looked up and saw Shinso talking to Ojiro and Tsu. "But I know someone who can talk to him," Izuku said, looking around for the boy. Sighing, Shoto gestured to a small trail that led up to the mountain. "I saw him wander up there before dinner started." "Thanks, Shoto," Izuku grinned. "I think we have some curry left." Hitoshi made it to the lookout before the reheated curry cooled too much. Koda was sitting on the ground looking out over the forest. They were on a small plateau on the side of the mountain that overlooked the entire forest. Hitoshi could see the house in the distance. It looked small, even though it had been a short hike. "Hey kiddo," he said, setting the bowl down next to Koda. "Thought you might want dinner?" "Go away," the kid huffed. "I don't want to talk to a stupid hero student who just wants to show off their shitty quirk." "Ouch, it's not like I have much of a quirk to show off in the first place," Hitoshi said, "but I get it. You don't like up invading your space. I'm going to go back now. Eat or don't eat, but please eat." Hitoshi started to turn back to go back down the mountain, but paused. "I know you're tired of hearing this, but I am sorry for your loss. The water hoses were great heroes." "Mandalay told you then," Koda huffed. "Yes and no," Hitoshi said gently from where he stood. "I knew about them beforehand, but I didn't know you were their son." "They didn't care about me," Koda said. "They only cared about showing off their quirks. Heroes and villains are all alike. They have a flashy quirk and just have to show off. Maybe for some people, but not for me and certainly not your parents," Hitoshi said, running his hand through his hair. "I don't believe you," Koda huffed. And there it was. Sighing, Hitoshi walked back over and sat down a few feet away from Kota. My quirk isn't flashy, he began. It's mental like Mandalays and ragdolls. But it's seen as a villainous quirk because I can make people do what I want if they respond to a quirked statement. I want to be someone other kids can look up to and see that they can be a hero too. The kid grumbled. You're still showing off though. Not really, Hitoshi said carefully. I'm going underground so people won't really know who I am. I'll be just visible enough to reach the people I want to. So you just want to use your quirk for violence? Kota glared at the ground. That's even worse. I think you're missing the point, kid, but that's okay. Hitoshi stood up. The point is that reality is what it is. But I can do something about it, so I'm going to work as hard as I can to make it better. That's what your parents wanted to do. They wanted to make a better world for you to learn and grow in. Hitoshi pointed to the bowl of curry next to Kota. You really should eat that before it gets too cold. Then he turned and walked back down the path, wondering if anything he said actually helped or made things worse. Shoyuta was content with his students' progress. He hated that they were trying to cram an entire semester's worth of growth in 1 week, but it was necessary. While 1B was also at the training camp with his class, their intensity was nowhere near 1A's. They got up a little later than Shota's students and stopped training a bit earlier as well. Aside from Monoma, the 1B students didn't seem to mind that 1A was doing more hours. It had only been 2 full days of training, but Shoyuta was already seeing improvements. It was the end of the day of the second day. He, Can, and the Pussycats had both classes lined up. All right, kittens, Pixie Bob said, we're going to let you all have a bit of fun tonight with a class versus class test of courage through the forest. Shoyuta had felt generous and let his 2 remedial students participate. Sato and Kirishima were both showing great progress, so he reasoned 1 night away from their remedial studies wouldn't hurt them. The students were paired off into teams and 1B was sent into the forest to set up their spots to scare 1. Shoyuta was about to send in the 7th group, Tenya and Kota. When Midoriya approached him with Kaminari trailing behind him, they were group 10. Sensei, don't send in the next group yet, the one for all holder said. Problem child, Shoyuta said. What's up? Something feels wrong, Midoriya replied. It feels like it did before I found out Ida was missing in Hosu. That got Shuta's attention. Ragdoll, he said to the hero next to him, search the forest right now. Are you sure he's not just nervous? She asked. No. Not this one, student. Shoyuta shook his head. Search the forest. With an understanding look, Ragdoll nodded and closed her eyes. She opened them with a gasp. There's people in the woods, she said, people that shouldn't be there. It was then that pink smoke started to come through the trees in front of them. Good job figuring it out, kid. A voice came from behind them, but you're too late. Villains. Shoyuta shouted. Mandalay, tell all the students to be on guard and that they have my permission to use their quirks to defend themselves and each other. In seconds, Mandalay's voice rang through his head. Ken, Tiger, and Pixie Bob were scattered along the scare test route. Was just him and the other half of the Pussycats. The villain that spoke entered the small clearing they were in. She was carrying a giant magnet. Another villain followed that had a lizard mutation quirk. Don't worry too much, Eraserhead. We're only after one of the brats. Kids, run. Find Kansas, Shoyuta shouted at his remaining students. You, the lizard villain pointed at Tenya, you're the reason why Stain is gone. In Stain's name, Spinner will finish the job. Spinner unsheathed a giant sword with other blades tied to it and leapt at Shuta's student. The speedster ran and dodged the weapon as it came down. Spinner was after Tenya in full force. Shoyuta leapt into action to take out the villain while he wasn't paying attention. Not so fast, Eraserhead, the magnet villain said. Let Spinner have his fun while I have mine. Shoyuta felt his body being pulled towards the villain. I am Magna, the villain laughed. Let's dance. Shoyuta activated his quirk and cancelled Magna's. Let's not. He leapt away, keeping his eyes on the other villain. His students were trying to find an opening to try to get back to the house. Mandalay and Ragdoll were trying to take down Spinner, or at least make an opening for Ida to escape. Mandalay. Shinso's voice rang out. I know where Kota is. 𝐂𝐬𝐫 met Mandalay's eyes briefly to nod his head, then blinked and fixed his gaze back on Magna. Go. Please make sure he's okay. With a nod, 𝐶𝐻 disappeared into the forest with Kaminari and Midoriya following. Growling, 𝐂𝐬𝐫 called out to his remaining students. You all might as well help take these two down. With their teacher's permission to help, his students leapt into battle. Kirishima jumped in front of Spinner's blade fully hardened, stopping a blow meant for ragdoll. Zero used his tape to try to grab the magnet from Magna while 𝐂𝐬𝐫 had her quirk cancelled. While she was distracted, Sato, after taking one of the sugar capsules he always kept on him, barreled into the villain and knocked her off balance. Sensei, there's more in the forest. They're after Bakugo. Koda's voice called out to 𝐂𝐬𝐫. His quiet student had used the creatures in the woods to get information. Mandalay, update the students. We need to take care of these two and find Bakugo, 𝐂𝐬𝐫 called out. Again, he heard Mandalay's voice ring through his head as confirmation that she had heard him. A moment later, his students and the two pussycats had the two villains subdued. They were tied together using Zero's stickiest tape, and Kirishima had been given permission to knock out Mange so 𝐂𝐬𝐫 didn't have to keep using his quirk. Sensei, Zero said with a shaky voice, why can't we just catch a break? 𝐂𝐬𝐫 looked over at his 5 remaining, safe students and sighed. I don't know. But you are all meeting with Hound Dog when we get back to UA after this. His students nodded. Ragdoll will go with you back to the main house. Don't argue with me. Don't come back out here. I need you 5 to be safe. Go with Ragdoll. Make sure these two don't escape, he said carefully. With confirming nods, his students followed Ragdoll to the path that lead back to the main house. Turning to Mandalay, 𝐂𝐬𝐫 sighed, let's go find the others. They were almost to the base of the mountain when Mandalay's voice came through their heads again. The villains are after Bakugo. Please keep an eye out for Bakugo and be vigilant. Midoriya faltered. Hitoshi stopped running and looked at the taller teen. I have to go find Kacchan, Midoriya said. Do you two have this handled? We'll be fine, Mido, Kaminari waved. It doesn't look like there are any villains over here. Go find Bakugo. With a nod, Midoriya activated his quirk and ran back the way they had just come. Come on, we need to make sure Koda is all right, Hitoshi said. They ran up the side of the mountain and froze when they made it to the plateau. Kaminari swore, I spoke too soon. Kaminari swore, I spoke too soon. They had found Koda, but unfortunately not before one of the villains. The villain was monologuing something to Koda with his back to 𝐶𝐻 and Kaminari. 𝐶𝐻, Kaminari whispered, what do we do? Hitoshi thought for a moment. What's your highest amperage now? 𝐶𝐻, are you sure about this? Kaminari asked, a note of fear entering his voice. Yes, 𝐶𝐻 said, what is it? I can get it up to 80, but I can maintain it sort of comfortably at 70. What is the highest you can maintain uncomfortably? 76 maybe. 𝐶𝐻 sighed, that'll have to do. If I can't brainwash him, you'll have to stun him. He took a deep breath and stepped forward. Hey big guy. What do you think you're doing? He called out. The villain turned and grinned. Finally, a real dash. Gotcha, Hitoshi smirked. The villain wasn't easy to keep a mental hold of, but he wasn't hard. It just took a bit more concentration. He had a one-track mind, but enough willpower to potentially shake off Hitoshi's quirk. But Hitoshi had been practicing, and after a brief battle of mental strength, Hitoshi had full control over the villain. You're tired of fighting. Sleep until noon tomorrow. With a nod, the villain laid down on the ground and went to sleep. Hitoshi let go of his quirk once he was sure the villain wasn't going to wake up and his command had actually sunk in. Wow, Kaminari breathed out after a moment of silence. That was... guess you didn't actually need me. Thanks, Hitoshi said awkwardly. He looked up and saw Koda still standing where he was when they arrived. Koda, he said calmly, come here slowly. The boy nodded and made his way carefully around the villain. The boy said hollowly, he's the one who killed my parents, that's what he told me. Oh Koda, Hitoshi said hugging him, we got him. He won't be able to go after people anymore. Hitoshi picked up Koda and the three started to make their way down the hill. Hitoshi and Kaminari paused when they took in the sight of the tops of the trees. A section of the forest was covered in a thick pink smoke, but was nothing compared to the ring of blue fire next to it that was spreading across the forest. Izuku ran through the forest, letting danger's sense guide him. He kept an ear out for explosions as he ran. He had to find Katsuki and make sure he was safe. Midoriya. Izuku stopped and turned around. Shoji was bleeding from one of his tentacles. Shoji, he called out, where's Tokoyami? When the attack started, he lost control of Dark Shadow, Shoji said looking around. The villains aren't the only danger here in the forest tonight. Izuku nodded, we'll find him. They walked around until they heard a loud roar behind them. Turning around, Izuku saw a rather large dark shadow enveloping Tokoyami. The shadow quirk was bigger than Izuku had ever seen and tangible. As they barreled towards Shoji and Izuku, branches and bushes that were in their way were trampled and snapped. Run! Izuku yelled. The two boys ran side by side, occasionally checking to make sure Tokoyami and Dark Shadow were still there. We need to find someone with some light, Izuku breathed out. Kacchan, Shoto, Aoyama, Momo. Any of them would be helpful right about now. Silently, Shoji formed a few ears at the end of his tentacles. I hear Todoroki and Bakugo up ahead, but I think they're fighting someone. Well, let's see if we can't help them out. Which way? Shoji took the lead and led them through the forest towards their classmates. When they got to a clearing, they saw Shoto and Katsuki trying to not get impaled by a villain with blades for teeth. Moonfish, Izuku said, assessing the villain. The villain said, I smell. Shoto. Kacchan. We'll need some light soon. Izuku called out as he and Shoji dodged Moonfish's attack. Dark Shadow emerged from the tree line and the four hero students leapt back and cleared the area for the shadow to attack Moonfish. Dark Shadow made quick work of defeating the villain and left him knocked out on the ground, his blade teeth broken. Now, Izuku called out. Shoto and Katsuki ran towards Dark Shadow with fire and sparks, and the shadow quirk shrunk down until it was only Tokoyami left standing. Tokoyami, Shoji said stepping forward, it's all right now. Dark Shadow has been subdued and you saved our classmates too. The other teen took a deep breath before looking up at Shoji. Seems I have a long way to go before I can fully control Dark Shadow. I'm sorry about your arm. I'll be fine, Shoji said. For now, let's focus on keeping Bakugo safe and getting out of this alive. Tokoyami nodded and the group of 5 started their trek back to the main house. Kacchan, Izuku said softly from behind Katsuki. What is it, Zuku? I'm glad you're okay. Huh, Katsuki laughed, as if these villains could get the jump on me. They literally just did, Shoto said over his shoulder. We nearly died just now because a villain did get the jump on us. Whatever, icy hot, Katsuki grumbled. I had it handled. Your explosions and my fire didn't do anything to Moonfish's blades, and it's not like he gave you time to get airborne, Shoto pointed out. Potato, Katsuki said slouching. Does anyone know where we're actually going? Shoto asks. Shoji is keeping an ear out for trouble, but we are heading in the right direction for the house, Izuku replied. Their walk back was quiet. Shoji guided them around other fights, but let them know that their classmates and teachers were fine. Everyone was fighting, but surviving and winning. Eventually the trees stopped and the main house was in front of them. Aizawa was there with several of their classmates and Koda. They found him good, Izuku murmured. Off to the side, there was a small pile of defeated villains tied up with what looked like Ciro's tape. A few of them had quirk-suppressing cuffs on. Izuku recognized Muscular as one of the defeated villains. The man was one of the villains with cuffs on, but it was most likely out of caution since the villain was sound asleep. Izuku assumed that was Shinso's handiwork. Mr. Aizawa, Izuku called out, we found Kacchan. Their teacher turned and met them as they ran over. Problem child, their teacher sighed. Good job. Sensei, Shoji spoke up, the villain Moonfish is knocked out but still in the forest. Let's hope none of the other villains retrieve him before we do then. I don't want you kids in the forest again, Aizawa replied. Who all hasn't made it back yet? Shoto asked. Uraraka, Tsu, Yaoyorozu, Aoyama, Jiro, and Hagakure, he listed, and most of 1B. What about Vlad King and the Pussycats? Izuku asked. He felt danger sense alerting him to something as he asked the question. They're out searching for the rest of the students and picking up any villains they can. I'm here to hold down the fort. And they thought you'd be enough, Eraserhead, a low voice said. The group turned and saw a new villain walk out of the woods. He was slim and lanky. His face was held together with staples and his hair was black. He wore a beaten-up coat and a white V-neck with dark jeans. The villain smirked and waved his hand to the side. Blue flames sprung up between Izuku's small group and the house. He could hear the shouts of his classmates. Shoto used his ice to put out the fire, while Aizawa activated his quirk. The villain melted away, chuckling, "That was too easy, Eraserhead. You should know, I'm just the distraction." Izuku watched as the villain dissolved, laughing into a pile of goop. The blue flames died down as Shoto iced them and Izuku looked around. "They got 𝐭𝐻 and Tokoyami," he said when he realized that they were missing two of their group. A bit of sleight of hand, another voice called out from the trees, "Clever, right?" Another villain stood up on a branch, his hands spread out to show two blue marbles. "Looking for these?" he said haughtily. He was dressed like a magician and his face was covered with a mask. "Give them back," Aizawa said, activating his quirk. The villain said. "Doing that will only ensure they don't escape from these little ball. You'll need my quirk to uncompress them." Aizawa deactivated his quirk and settled on glaring. "Compress," the villain before growled out. "Let's go, don't keep me waiting." Aizawa activated his quirk again and they found out that it was just another copy. "Well, I guess that's it for Dabi's clones then," Compress sighed. "Toodles." The villain leapt from the branch and back into the forest. Izuku activated One for All and followed after him. "Release my friends," he yelled. "Tough luck, kid, you'll just have to cut your losses," the villain called out. A large chunk of ice shot out from below them and the villain jumped out of the way, barely missing it. Shoto must have followed as well, Izuku thought. He let an air blast fly right as Compress dodged another one of Shoto's attacks. Izuku saw him drop one of the marbles and dove to catch it. Compress landed in a tree next to him. "Fair is fair, but I still have one," the villain laughed as he snapped his fingers. He undid his quirk on the marble in Izuku's hand and Tokoyami was standing next to him again. Then Compress ran off again through the treetops. "Shoto is right behind me, I have to save 𝐭𝐻," Izuku said in a rush. He leapt after Compress and followed him back to a clearing. He saw the villain undo his quirk and shove Katsuki towards Dabi. A portal opened up and Compress stepped through, along with a blonde girl and a Nomu. Seeing that he had a small window, Izuku darted forward towards Dabi. "You're too late, kid," Dabi sneered as he waved his hand. A wall of blue flames sprung up between Izuku and Dabi. Izuku didn't slow down and smirked internally. The blue fire was hotter than Izuku had ever experienced before. He was glad that Dabi clearly never expected anyone to dare to walk through his fire. Izuku emerged from the flames just as Dabi was stepping into the portal. Izuku grabbed Katsuki from his grasp and shoved the blonde away from Dabi and the closing portal. The villain turned and blue eyes met blue eyes. "How did you? You're fireproof," Dabi shouted, taking a step towards Izuku. A hand reached out and pulled Dabi into the portal, the villain's stunned face being the last thing Izuku sees before it finally closes. "I'm fire-resistant, not fireproof," he huffs to the empty space in front of him. "Arg," Katsuki groans from the ground next to him. "Did you really have to shove me that hard, Zuku?" Izuku rolled his eyes and helped Katsuki up off the ground. Then he pulled him into a hug. "I'm glad you're safe, 𝐭𝐻," he murmured into the blonde's hair. Katsuki huffed and returned the hug. "Thanks for coming after me. It's us against the world, 𝐭𝐻. Of course I'd come for you." They pulled apart and started walking back. They ran into Ragdoll and Mandalay on the way back. They ended up being the last two students in the forest, the others having been rescued or making it out on their own. Mandalay relayed the message that Katsuki was safe and all the students were accounted for. When they got back to the main house, there were police cars and transport vans, as well as several ambulances and paramedics. Izuku saw a fire plane fly overhead to put out the rest of the forest fire. "Aizawa, Vlad King, and the other pussycats were talking to the officers while several of Izuku's classmates and a handful of 1B students were being treated by the EMTs. No one looked seriously injured. Izuku spotted Monoma among the students being treated. The blonde looked like he was miles away and had a 1,000-yard stare. He was responsive, but obviously shaken and processing. They all ended up being taken to the hospital to be monitored. The most common injury was smoke inhalation from the fire, and most of 1B were slowly waking up after being put to sleep by the villain who caused the pink smoke. Their parents were called and the training camp was over. Dabi glowered at Shigaraki. "Was that necessary?" he asked, straightening his jacket. "2 more seconds and I would have had Izuku Midoriya. Didn't you want him?" "Yes," Shigaraki rasped, "but you'd have been caught and you're still useful." "It's a good thing I made 2 clones," Twice said from behind. "What a waste of time." "Whatever, the mission failed anyway." Dabi rolled his eyes. "And most of us got caught too." "Ah, don't be like that, Dabi," Toga piped up. "I got to fight some real cuties and I got their BLD. You got the BLD of 2 people, all that time, and that's all you got," Shigaraki snarled. "At least I didn't lose the target like Compress did," the girl pouted. "Dabi lost the target, I only lost the spare." "Which wouldn't have happened if you hadn't stopped to double-check who you had," Shigaraki growled. "If you had just stepped through the portal and waited, we'd have a kid right now." "Enough," Dabi said over it. "I'm leaving now. Contact me, or don't contact me, I don't care." "Fine," Shigaraki said. "You all made it back, so you're in the league. Now get out. I'll contact you all later." They all scattered and left the bar in their various ways. Dabi walked down a dark side alley back to where he was currently existing. He wouldn't necessarily call what he was doing living. As he walked, he thought about the tall, blue-eyed teen. There was something about him that rubbed Dabi the wrong way. He just couldn't put his finger on it. Maybe it was the blue eyes, the jawline, or the fact that the kid was fireproof, but there was something about that kid. Dabi shook his head. He'd revisit this later. "Izuku, Fuyumi, and Natsuo are helping me move in today." Shoto Izuku looked nervously at the text he received that morning. The unspoken question of, "Do you want to meet Natsuo?" hung over his head. He wanted to meet him, but wasn't sure how the other would take his existence. His class was slowly trickling in and moving in as they were released from the hospital. Izuku had been among the first to move into Heights Alliance. The public was taking the dorm move-in well. UA had released a statement about the attack on the training camp, reiterating the need for the dorms. Izuku put his phone back into his pocket and looked around his room. He had left most of his hero merch at home, but his dorm still had plenty of hero-themed decor. Izuku looked up at the All Might poster he had hanging above his desk. As soon as she had woken up, Yaoyorozu revealed that she had put a tracker on the Nomu, which led to the discovery of a warehouse in Kamino Ward full of Nomu. A joint mission between heroes and the police had been launched, led by Detective Naomasa Tsukachi. 5 pro heroes went directly to the warehouse: All Might, Best Jeanist, Gang Orca, Edge Shot, and Kamui Woods. Several other heroes were on standby as backup. Hawks had been away on a separate mission and wasn't able to help. While Endeavor was sent to investigate a possible location of the League of Villains and missed the operation. The location Endeavor investigated was a dead end and proved to be fruitless. From the hospital and their own homes, 1A watched with the rest of Japan as All Might and the other heroes fought against the villain known as All for One. All Might took the brunt of All for One's attacks, while the other 4 heroes focused on minimizing civilian casualties. Kamino Ward was rubble once the dust settled, and Toshinori Yagi stood alone over All for One, finally defeating his nemesis. "Now," he said, pointing at the camera, "it's your turn." "My turn," Izuku breathed out as the memory faded. All for One was imprisoned in Tartarus, but Shigaraki and the League of Villains were still at large. Eventually, there would be a big battle, one big deciding showdown between him and Shigaraki. But that wouldn't be for a long time, hopefully. Izuku went back to unpacking his things. He had moved in the day before. His room was on the 2nd floor between Aoyama and Nshinso. Tokoyami was at the end of the hall on the other side of Aoyama. He knew Shoto would be on the 5th floor. His phone buzzed in his pocket, another text from Shoto. "We're here if you want to come up." "I'm the first one here," so no one will overhear us. 𝐤𝐸 taking a deep breath, 𝐒𝐿 typed out his response. Okay, I'll be up in a moment. 𝐒𝐿 shaking off his nerves, 𝐒𝐿 walked to the door and went up to meet his other half-brother. 𝐤𝐸, is there a reason why you've decided to completely remodel your dorm room? Natsuo grunted as he laid down another tatami mat. He and Fuyumi were helping 𝐤𝐸 move in. Endeavor was busy at the agency and couldn't be bothered to help move in his youngest. Not that Natsuo wanted him there. I like my room at home, his younger brother deadpanned. Come on Natsu, Fuyumi laughed as she finished tacking a panel to the wall. Don't act like you didn't remodel your apartment too. Yeah, but I did it myself, he grumbled as he thought about his own apartment near his university. I could have done it alone too, 𝐤𝐸 said as he opened another box, but I thought you wanted more sibling bonding time. Alright, you got me there, Natsuo sighed sitting down on the newly laid mat. So tell me 𝐤𝐸, how did you get Endeavor to greenlight your hero name? He already knew how he did it from Fuyumi, but wanted to hear it for himself. I didn't, 𝐤𝐸 replied. I just slipped the form in with his paperwork and he signed it without completely reading it. Natsuo chuckled in response. You know you're not going to be able to pull that off again, Fuyumi pointed out, joining her brother on the floor. He's definitely keeping a closer eye on me now, 𝐤𝐸 agreed as he joined his siblings, but there's not much he can do now that UA has us in the dorms. Fuyumi, you should move out, Natsuo points out. You stayed for 𝐤𝐸, but he's safe here. I don't know, what about school breaks? She asks, turning to 𝐤𝐸. I still have to go home, he said, unless the school has a good enough reason to keep me here. You should just tell them. The statement was out of Natsuo's mouth before he could stop it. I can't and you know it. You can but you won't. One day, he'd be able to stop picking the same fight with his brother. I can't. Why do you insist on protecting him? Because Mom still relies on him. And there it was, the reason why none of them had said anything to anyone. You two have this conversation every single time, Fuyumi spoke up. She crossed her arms and shot both of her brothers a look. Natsuo recognized it as her teacher look. 𝐤𝐸, she sighed, is Izuku coming? 𝐤𝐸 nodded. He said he was on his way up. There was a knock on 𝐤𝐸's door as he responded. That must be him. 𝐤𝐸 got up from the ground and opened the door. Behind it was a tall boy with green hair. 𝐤𝐸 closed the door behind them. Natsuo and Fuyumi got up from their spots. Fuyumi greeted the newcomer with a hug, while Natsuo stood off to the side observing. The boy was as tall as he was. As he turned, Natsuo noticed his eyes. They were a bright turquoise like 𝐤𝐸's left eye, just like Fuyumi's eyes, just like 𝐬𝐸's, and just like Endeavor's. As the teen lifted his face and met Natsuo's eyes, Natsuo found himself feeling like he was looking in a mirror in some ways. The similarities were uncanny. Natsuo, 𝐤𝐸 said, this is Izuku Midoriya, our half-brother. Natsuo was stunned. He stared at the teen and tried to process his bother statement. How? He stuttered. My mom met Enji and found him charming enough to have a child with him, Midoriya replied. We didn't know any of you existed until this year when I started UA. Just when I thought Endeavor couldn't get any worse, Natsuo huffed out a laugh. He goes and cheats on Mom. You're... What, 𝐤𝐸's age? Midoriya nodded. Who's older? He asked. Izuku is by 6 months, 𝐤𝐸 said, glancing over at Midoriya. That BSTRD was hedging his bets, trying to get the perfect quirk, wasn't he? Natsuo snarled. Yeah, I think he was hoping for fire kinesis since my mom has a minor telekinesis quirk, Midoriya nodded. But you have a strength enhancement quirk? Fuyumi pointed out. Unrelated quirks still happen, Midoriya shrugged. I am fire resistant though. I inherited that from Enji. Among other things, Natsuo said, meeting Midoriya's eyes again. 4 siblings with blue eyes, Fuyumi laughed. Wonder why you didn't get them, Natsuo. Technically, I only have 1 blue eye, 𝐤𝐸 pointed out. Natsuo tilted his head and nodded. Alright, a secret half-brother is not the worst secret this family has. You can call me Natsuo, Midoriya. He offered his hand out to the teen. Midoriya took the offered hand and shook it. Call me Izuku. And then he proceeded to compare himself to Soba, Izuku said, laughing. He and his siblings had finished helping 𝐬𝐻𝐻 set up his room and were downstairs in the kitchen having lunch together. It was nice getting to know his siblings. Fuyumi was kind and tried her best to keep the peace whenever Natsuo brought up telling someone about 𝐿. Natsuo, while a mostly relaxed and laid-back guy, carried a chip on his shoulder about 𝐿. Izuku honestly didn't blame him. Izuku noticed that as the day had gone on, 𝐬𝐻𝐻 slowly started opening up a little bit more to his older siblings. It made Izuku happy every time he saw the years of isolation and separation 𝐿 forced on 𝐬𝐻𝐻 slip off the other's shoulders, like a shroud of loneliness was slowly being lifted. The 𝐬𝐻𝐻 currently defending his comparison of himself to Soba to his other siblings was vastly different from the 𝐬𝐻𝐻 Izuku saw on the first day of school. All I'm saying is that you could have picked something that wasn't food-related, Natsuo said with a laugh. I don't know Natsu, Fuyumi giggled. I think Soba will be quite popular with children. Just imagine a plush version of 𝐬𝐻𝐻 with a bowl of noodles. My students would love it. 𝐬𝐻𝐻, didn't some business students already approach you about including you in one of their marketing projects? Izuku asked, jumping in. Wait, little bro already has fans. Natsuo asked with a teasing smile. Izuku, did you really have to bring that up? 𝐬𝐻𝐻 asked, sighing. You shouldn't tease him about being approached, most of 1A was asked, including me, Izuku said casually. 𝐬𝐻𝐻 gave Izuku a grateful look, which Izuku returned with a mischievous smirk. However, you're right about him being popular with kids. Fuyumi, the business students who asked him were specifically focusing on being popular with children. Tsu and Uraraka were also asked by that team. 𝐬𝐻𝐻 looked forlornly into his bowl of noodles as his siblings snickered. What's up with the family reunion? Izuku looked over and saw Katsuki walking into the kitchen. Hey Kacchan, he greeted. This is Natsuo and Fuyumi Todoroki, 𝐬𝐻𝐻's older siblings. The two waved at Katsuki and Fuyumi offered him a smile. They were helping me move in, 𝐬𝐻𝐻 murmured. And why are you here, Zuku? I live here too, Kacchan. Izuku rolled his eyes good-naturedly. I was helping as well since I was already unpacked. Did you move in today too? What floor are you on? 4th floor with Sharknado and arms, the blonde replied. I moved in this morning as well. Oh, you're under 𝐬𝐻𝐻 then, he's on the 5th floor. Izuku noticed Katsuki take a quick glance over to 𝐬𝐻𝐻 and grit his teeth. Yeah, right under icy hot, he confirmed tensely. Izuku tilted his head, wondering why Katsuki seemed on edge. Bakugo, do you know if anyone else is moving in today? 𝐬𝐻𝐻 asked suddenly. Pikachu mentioned he was moving in as well, Katsuki responded. Aizu, who all is already here? Everyone on my floor moved in yesterday, Izuku said, thinking about who he'd seen. Mina, Jiro, and Hagakure also moved in yesterday. Yaoyorozu said she'd move in tomorrow, 𝐬𝐻𝐻 added. Izuku nodded. I think Ida, Tsu, and Uraraka mentioned spending some time with their families before moving in. Everyone should be moved in by the end of the week, a tired voice said coming into the kitchen. Sensei, Izuku greeted. Problem children, Todoroki's, Aizawa greeted. Fuyumi and Natsuo looked up from their own discussion and greeted 1A's homeroom teacher. Sensei, Izuku spoke up, when will classes start up again? Next Wednesday, he replied. I know, it's strange, but Nisa wanted to give you all some time to move in and get settled while also taking a few days to get back into the swing of things. The 3 students nodded. Out of the corner of his eye, Izuku saw Fuyumi place her hand on Natsuo's shoulder and shake her head minutely. Natsuo's gaze darkened for a moment before returning to its light-hearted state. Mr. Aizawa, 𝐬𝐻𝐻 spoke up, you remember Fuyumi and this is Natsuo, my older brother. Aizawa turned and greeted the older Todorokis. Fuyumi chatted with him for a while. As the two talked about pedology and the differences in age and curriculum, Izuku let himself relax and breathe. The danger from the training camp was past and they were safe at UA. The presence of their teacher helping to solidify the feeling. After a while, Aizawa mentioned he had to get back to checking on the others that were moving in. I'll see you all later. Don't blow up the dorm, problem children, he said with a wave. Katsuki was not okay. He was willing to admit it to himself, but wasn't quite ready to tell anyone else. The logical part of his brain, that sounded a lot like Izuku, was telling him that he wasn't alone and that his classmates and teacher would understand. But the other part of his brain wanted to scream and yell and explode his fears and insecurities into hiding, to deny any perceived weaknesses. Katsuki was falling back on his old coping mechanisms. Since being released from the hospital, he'd been on edge and short-fused. His mother didn't make things any better, while her rough handling never really bothered him before. He found himself avoiding her and snapping back quicker than he normally would. The few days he was home were spent tensely and on edge. His father made himself scarce by going to his design studio earlier and staying later. Wanting to get out of the house, Katsuki went to his normal hiking trail. He had been hiking on that trail since he was a kid. He knew it like the back of his hand, and he figured he knew the back of his hand better than most since he stared at it every time he aimed his quirk. But as soon as the trail had disappeared behind him and he was properly in the woods, he started feeling uneasy and unsettled. He panicked when the sun went behind the clouds for a moment. His panic turned into anger, which he didn't know what to do with anymore. He decided he'd just stick it out for the few days he'd be at home and deal with his pent-up energy when he got to campus. Katsuki was surprised to see Izuku downstairs with Todoroki and his family. He didn't know Izuku moved in the day before. Izuku hadn't told him, not that he told Izuku when he was moving in either. Something bubbled up in Katsuki when he walked in on Izuku and the Todorokis laughing and having what looked like a relaxed lunch. He suppressed whatever it was when Izuku greeted him. As Izuku started talking, Katsuki tried to get himself to loosen up, but tensed and suppressed a glare when Izuku mentioned Katsuki was a floor below Todoroki. Katsuki saw when Izuku noticed his tension, but couldn't figure out where it came from. Icy Hot diffused the situation when he asked if Katsuki knew if anyone else was moving in that day. Then Aizawa came in and for a moment, Katsuki felt settled and like he had a handle on his excess energy. But then he had to get back to making his rounds and had to leave. Katsuki gritted his teeth and suppressed his want to explode when his teacher told them to not blow up the dorm as he left. Katsuki knew Aizawa meant it lightheartedly and fondly. But his nerves and the tension in his body that he couldn't seem to shake wanted to explode and lash out. He wanted to yell and tell his teacher he'd explode if he wanted to and to stop acting like he knew Katsuki. But that would just alert Aizawa to a problem and Katsuki could deal with it on his own. He forced himself to keep quiet and stewed as his teacher left the room. "We were going to hang out some in my room," Izuku said, collecting the bowls from his and the Todoroki's lunch. "Wanna come too, Kachin?" Katsuki shook his head. "I've still got some things to unpack." "Oh, do you need any help?" Izuku asked. "No, I've got it, Zuku," Katsuki said, trying to keep the tension out of his voice. "I'll see you later, okay?" Katsuki left the kitchen before Izuku could respond. He made it back to his room without anyone else trying to talk to him. Katsuki didn't actually have anything else to unpack, he just wanted to get away from everyone. They all acted like nothing had happened, like they hadn't been targeted because of him. Katsuki was vaguely aware that his hands were sweating more. Normally he'd spark off the excess, but didn't trust himself to keep it small. A big explosion would bring Aizawa straight to his door. Carefully, Katsuki wiped his hands with a neutralizing agent wipe that he kept for times when he couldn't spark. Suddenly exhausted, Katsuki decided the best thing he could do was take a nap. He'd be fine if he just slept. "You're too late, kid," the gravely voice said in his ear as blue flames sprung up in front of them. Katsuki could feel smooth fingers holding him, pulling him towards the portal. He watched the fire, waiting for Izuku to come through it, knowing that Izuku wouldn't balk at the flames. His eyes widened and a spark of hope and relief ignited in his chest as he saw a hand come through the flames. The spark smothered out when he noticed the hand was charred and so was the body it was attached to. Izuku lay dead in front of him, burnt in a way that Katsuki didn't think possible. Izuku's eyes looked so detached and far away, but at the same time they stared into his soul. "It's all your fault, Kachin. We're all dead because of you." Looking around with wide eyes, Katsuki noticed that all his classmates were also laying burned and dead, their accusing eyes all on him. Katsuki looked back at Izuku and saw Aizawa crouching down near him, his face obscured by his hair. He looked up and Katsuki recoiled. He looked like he did after the USJ, after the Nomu beat him within an inch of his life. They brought another one of those things, Bakugo. You're the reason why I look like this. It's all your fault. No, Katsuki gasped, feeling the tug to follow Dabi into the portal. No, yes, Dabi chuckled in his ear. What kind of hero student gets his entire class killed? A villain. No. Katsuki sat up in his bed breathing. He looked around his room and remembered that he was in a dorm at UA. He was safe. His class was alive. Everyone was safe. Forcing himself to stop shaking, Katsuki got up and grabbed a few of his neutralizing wipes. He turned on his desk lamp since it was dark now. He wiped off his hands and whipped his face and neck. He glared at his sheets. He hadn't sweated that much in his sleep since he was a kid. He'd have to strip the bed and wash everything later. Finally looking at the time, Katsuki noticed it was 10 p.m. He missed dinner, but realized he wasn't hungry. His dorm room suddenly feeling confining, he walked out on the balcony into the warm summer air. He froze when he saw the tree-line. He had been fine when he moved in, didn't think anything of the dense trees that surrounded Heights Alliance. But now, all Katsuki could think about was what dangers could be in the forest. Logically, he knew at worst Hound Dog would be out patrolling in the woods and that nothing would get through UA's security. But the illogical side of him felt unsettled looking at the forest. Katsuki suddenly felt like he needed to get out of the dorm. He could feel his careful control of his quirk slipping in response to his apprehension. He hated that he felt this way, but he couldn't force it aside like he had been doing. Remembering that ground beta was a short walk from their dorm, Katsuki grabbed his school ID, which now served as a key card to access the dorm, and left his room in a rush. Bakugo, where are you going? Kaminari said, stepping in front of him. None of your demon business, he growled, pushing past him. Curfew just started, you can't leave, the other blonde whined. Shut up. Katsuki roared, sparking his hands as a warning. I'll be back later. He stormed out of the building and took off running down the path towards ground beta. Just a few explosions and he'd be fine. Izuku was in his room with Shoto watching a movie when he heard a knock at his door. He was surprised to see Kaminari on the other side of it. The blonde looked relieved when Izuku answered the door. Midoriya, thank God. Bakugo just ran off to who knows where. Kirishima doesn't move in for a few days, so I thought since you two were close you could go check on him, Kaminari said in a rush. Kaminari, slow down, Izuku said. Come in and start from the beginning. He stepped back, holding the door open, and gestured for the electricity user to come into the room. Nodding, Kaminari walked in and took a seat on the floor across from where Shoto and Izuku had been watching their movie. Izuku sat down in his spot next to Shoto. What happened? Okay, so I was chilling in the common room with Shinso and Mina. And Bakugo comes out of nowhere, storming towards the door. Mina said hi to him, but I don't think he heard her. So I got up to see what was up because curfew just started. He just growled and sparked off and left. Izuku nodded. Did he happen to say where he was going? Or did you see the direction he went? Kaminari shook his head. He just took off down the path towards the school. I don't know Midoriya, he didn't seem like himself. What do you mean? Kaminari pursed his lips. He just seemed really out of it. He didn't realize I had gotten up until I was right in front of him. Okay, Izuku said, getting up. You and Shoto go find Mr. Aizawa. I'm going to go find Kacchan. It was a cool night. The night air felt good on Izuku's face as he ran down the path. He didn't know what he was looking for exactly, but figured that he'd know it when he saw it. Or heard it. Izuku paused where he was to listen when he heard explosions in the distance. He powered up one for all and took off once he determined which direction the explosions were coming from. Really, Kacchan, Izuku muttered, ground beta. The sound of explosions had led Izuku to the urban training area where his class occasionally had a training exercise. Finding a tight alley, Izuku bounded his way to the rooftops. From his position, he could see that the explosions were coming from the large plaza at the center of the training area. Izuku bounded across the rooftops using one for all and stopped on a short building that overlooked the area. In the plaza below, Katsuki appeared to be going through the drills Izuku has watched him go through since they were kids. As he watched Katsuki repeat his routine over and over again, Izuku noticed that each set got messier and more erratic than the last. With each blast, Katsuki's control slipped and the next explosion was a little bigger. It was concerning, but would have been fine if Katsuki had been maintaining his form. But Izuku also noticed that the blonde was paying less and less attention to how he was holding himself and how he braced his body for the recoil of his quirk. Something was wrong. Izuku knew that Katsuki ran through his drills like this to blow off steam and calm down. But tonight it wasn't working and the situation was rapidly deteriorating. Izuku leapt down from his perch and landed off to the side of Katsuki. "Kacchin," he called out, running towards the blonde. "Enough. Let's go back to the dorm." The explosion stopped and Katsuki whipped around when he heard Izuku's calls. When Izuku saw Katsuki's face, he understood what Kaminari meant. Katsuki was both there with him and far away. He was looking right at Izuku, but it also felt like he didn't quite see him. Izuku was worried. It was getting dangerous for Katsuki to be out there using his quirk like he was. Izuku held out his hands and approached the blonde slowly. "Let's just calm down and head back to the dorm, okay, Kacchin? Treating me with kid gloves." Katsuki snarled. "I'm not weak, Izuku." And then he lunged. "No, Katsuki." Izuku yelled as he dodged the attack. "I've never thought you were weak." "Prove it." Katsuki crouched down. "Fight me and prove it." Izuku didn't want to fight Katsuki while he was in a bad headspace, but the blonde wasn't giving him many options. He moved into a relaxed defensive pose and waited for Katsuki to make his next move. He didn't have to wait long. The blonde let out a yell and launched himself at Izuku with his left. Izuku crouched down, anticipating Katsuki's opening attack. He slid back as Katsuki unleashed an explosion from his right. Despite how erratic the blonde's actions had been earlier, he was more composed and in control now. Before the dust could settle and Izuku could recover, Katsuki launched himself at Izuku again. Izuku barely managed to dodge Katsuki's punch that was followed by another large explosion. The fight proceeded that way for a while. Katsuki launching an attack and letting off an explosion while Izuku dodged. Izuku tried to keep them in the main plaza area to minimize the damage to the training grounds, but most of the buildings that surrounded the plaza took hits. Finally, Izuku and Katsuki stood breathing across from one another. Katsuki let off another explosion that sent him into the air. He let off another explosion that sent him rocketing towards the ground at Izuku. As he got closer, Katsuki broke his fall with explosions from both hands aimed at Izuku. It was a common technique that Katsuki used, and ordinarily Izuku would stop and watch him execute it, but right in that moment he was on the receiving end of it. Reflexively, Izuku powered on one for all and braced himself for the impact. Katsuki's explosions and the energy from Izuku's quirk met and the two teens were blown apart. Katsuki staggered to his feet from where he landed. Izuku rushed towards him and caught him as he started to fall again. "Let me go, Izuku," Katsuki said tiredly. "Katsuki," Izuku said quietly, "what was the point of all this?" "I have to prove that I'm good enough. I have to be good enough," Katsuki murmured. "If it wasn't for me, we wouldn't have been attacked at the camp. If I had been good enough, I wouldn't have almost been taken." "But you weren't taken, you're here with me, Kacchin." "That's not the point, Izuku." Katsuki tried to pull away from Izuku's hold again. "If I was good enough, you wouldn't have had to save me. And you wouldn't be replacing me with Icy Hot." "Katsuki, that's not true." "Yes it is, don't lie to me, Izuku," Katsuki spat. "You're always with him and hanging out with him. You haven't teamed up with me during heroics classes in months." "Katsuki, none of that has anything to do with you," Izuku sighed. He guided Katsuki to sit on the ground and took a seat next to him. He felt Katsuki slump onto his shoulder. "What's going on, Izuku?" Katsuki murmured. "Shoto is my half-brother. Enji Todoroki is my biological father," Izuku admitted quietly. Katsuki sat up and stared at Izuku for a moment, his mouth hanging open. "The F," he said quietly after a minute. "Eloquent as ever, Kacchin," Izuku laughed. "Shut up, nerd," Katsuki said, nudging his shoulder before laying his head down again. They sat quietly like that in the middle of their mess at ground beta before finally getting up. "You ready to go back now, Katsuki?" Izuku asked, standing up and stretching. "Yeah," Katsuki replied, also getting up with a stretch. "Let's head back, Izuku. You can tell me all about how Endeavor is your dad on the way back." Sounds like a plan, 𝐂𝐤𝐳 replied, offering Katsuki a smile. As they walked towards the gates of the training ground, 𝐒𝐤𝐳 brought Katsuki up to speed about his parentage and why he had been spending so much time with Shoto. So that's what's up with me, 𝐒𝐤𝐳 said as he opened the gate. What's up with you? Why were you out here running yourself ragged? Yes, I'd like to know that too. Aizawa was waiting for them outside of the gates. His quirk wasn't activated, but he was glaring and had his scarf with him. He was wearing present mic lounge breathes and a dark t-shirt, and his hair was in a messy bun. I came out to find 𝐭𝐻𝐲, 𝐒𝐤𝐳 replied. Katsuki looked away from his teacher and studied the ground instead. Bakugo. Their teacher prodded. 𝐭𝐻𝐲, it's just me and Mr. Aizawa, 𝐒𝐤𝐳 said softly. He wanted to reach out to the blonde, but knew Katsuki wouldn't take it well in the moment. I had a nightmare and the forest was freaking me out. Okay, Katsuki gritted out, looking away from 𝐒𝐤𝐳 and their teacher. 𝐭𝐻𝐲, 𝐒𝐤𝐳 sighed. Don't pity me, nerd. I'm fine. You're not fine, Bakugo, Aizawa said, sighing. The hell? Of course I'm fine. I was worried about lasting effects from the attack on you kids. Seems that I was right, their teacher said gently. I'm fine, Katsuki insight. Are you trying to convince me or yourself? Aizawa raised an eyebrow. Katsuki crossed his arms and huffed. Come on, problem children, back to the dorms you go, Aizawa said, turning around to lead them back down the path. The walk back to the dorm was quiet. Shoyuta would glance beside himself every once in a while to make sure his kids were still next to him. His kids? Hisashi will definitely have a field day with that if Shoyuta ever let it slip. Bakugo was still glaring at the ground, but Shoyuta didn't miss the boy's hesitance when the path got a bit too close to the forest for his liking. A visit to Hound Dog was definitely in his future. He'd mention it once they got closer to Heights Alliance. His problem child was keeping an eye on the blonde. Shoyuta had a feeling he had missed an important conversation, judging from the way the two's eyes would shift from the path to each other and back to the path again. Eventually the path opened up and the residence building was in their sight. Bakugo, Shoyuta said calmly, Hound Dog will be in his office tomorrow from 8 to go talk to him. The blonde shot a glare at him, but nodded. I'm going to make it mandatory for the rest of the class to go talk to him, but I want you to go sooner rather than later. Yeah, okay, sensei, the teen grumbled. It's not a weakness. I said that after the USJ attack, remember? It's not a weakness. I've got my own therapist who has gotten more calls since the beginning of the school year than they have in the last 5 years. Sorry. It's not your fault, kiddo, Shoyuta said, stopping. He crouched down to Katsuki's eye level. None of this is your fault, he said, looking into his student's eyes that were filled with disbelief. None of what happened was because of you. Were you a target? But that easily could have been Todoroki or Ida or any of the other students. It's not your fault. Bakugo nodded and Shoyuta got back up. The three continued on back to the dorms. When they got there, Kaminari and Todoroki were waiting for them. I'm letting you off with a warning this time since you just moved in, but curfew will be enforced once classes start. Just be glad Ida isn't here to lecture you, Shoyuta said with a smirk. He'll probably lecture us once he moves in, 𝐒𝐤𝐳 groaned. Don't stay up too late, Shoyuta said with a wave. He started his walk back to the teacher dorms. Once again he found himself cursing the universe for forcing his students to face villains and fight for their lives long before they were supposed to. Sorry for earlier, Pikachu, Katsuki said. It's chill, man, I'm just glad you're okay, Kaminari grinned. The other blonde bounced off towards the elevators to their floors after a quick goodnight. Once Katsuki was sure he was gone and the remaining three were alone, he turned to Todoroki and grinned. You and 𝐒𝐤𝐳 are brothers then, he asked. So 𝐒𝐤𝐳 finally told you, Todoroki sighed. Yeah. Your dad is a piece of work, Katsuki said. You've said that before and again. You're not wrong. Come on, you two, 𝐒𝐤𝐳 spoke up. It's getting late. We can talk more in Shoto's room. Why my room? Shoto asked. Because it's nicer. Okay, 𝐒𝐤𝐳, you and Icy Hot are brothers, Katsuki started, but why am I up here now? Because I have one more secret, 𝐒𝐤𝐳 said. Shoto and Katsuki immediately sat up. I'm actually quirkless, which 𝐭𝐻𝐲 already knows, 𝐒𝐤𝐳 started. 10 months before the entrance exam, I met All Might and he offered to train me. I trained for 10 months and then on the day of the entrance exam, he gave me his quirk. The ball on the first day, Katsuki whispered. Yeah, I used it for the first time during the entrance exam and managed to get mild fractures in both of my arms and broke my left ankle, Izuku explained. He saw Katsuki and Shoto's shocked faces and quickly added ONT, but that was just the one time. I strained my muscles in class and recovery girl said I had a tear in my rotator cuff when I went to get healed. Dimenzuku, Katsuki breathed out after a moment. That's why you're always talking to All Might and Aizawa, isn't it? Shoto piped up. Yeah, I told Aizawa everything after the quirk evaluations, Izuku admitted. He's been a huge help figuring it all out. What exactly is this quirk? Katsuki asked. It's called One for All and it's been passed down for generations. Izuku started. He explained everything about the past holders, All for One, and everything he knew about his quirk currently. Endeavor can never know, Shoto said hollowly. He'd lose his mind. He's already mad that you're connected to All Might. His brother's voice sounded so far away. Forget Endeavor, Katsuki said with a huff. You said you'd probably get more quirks. Yeah, I've already gained access to Danger Sense, the fourth holder's quirk, Izuku said. It alerts me to anything that's wrong. Is that why it's nearly impossible to land a hit on you during training? Shoto asked. Sort of, Izuku shrugged. It doesn't tell me exactly where there's danger, just that it's imminent and it varies in severity. It warned me probably right when the villains warped to where we were at the training camp, but I wouldn't have been able to tell you where exactly they were. Just that the forest was dangerous. Katsuki and his brother nodded. Any idea on what could be next? Shoto asked. Aizawa and All Might both think it'll be Black WHP since that was the other option offered to me. Banjo, the fifth user, seemed adamant that I get his quirk, but I was at an internship with Flux at the time so I went with something that could be explained away. We'll help you figure it out, Zuku, Katsuki said suddenly. Whatever it is, we'll help you. Shoto nodded from his spot in agreement. Thanks guys, Izuku said gratefully. They stayed up talking for a while longer. Katsuki started warming up to Shoto, now that he knew he wasn't being replaced. Shoto gave him one of his theories as a peace offering, the one about how he thought Aizawa was the Mothman. His eyes glow red when his quirk is active and he might as well be flying when he's free running, Shoto explained. That's probably one of your more believable theories, Shoto, Izuku laughed. I vote we tell the others and mess with Sensei, Katsuki smirked. Meanwhile in the teacher dorms. Shoyuta sat up in bed and Hizashi stirred next to him. Kitten, what's wrong? The sleepily blonde murmured as he reached out to pull him back down to sleep. There's mischief afoot, Zashi, Shoyuta replied. I'm sure it's fine, Hizashi yawned. Go back to sleep. Who knows when you'll get the chance to be well rested again. Don't tell me what to do, Shoyuta huffed as he snuggled back into his husband's arms. Whatever it was, he'd deal with it later. Wednesday, the first day back, the classroom was just as loud as it was before move-in, but Shoyuta could tell it was a different kind of loud. The 3 days the students got to settle in and get used to living with other people had done them some good. He had gotten to his classroom early so he would be available to his students if they had any questions or concerns about the dorms. Tenya had been the first one in that morning as usual, although he came in a little later than he normally would. Midoriya, Todoroki, and Bakugo came in shortly after, the three boys talking low in hushed tones. Shoyuta wasn't sure what had happened at ground beta, but whatever it was, it broke the tension between Bakugo and the other two. The three seemed thick as thieves now and would certainly be the cause of a headache sooner or later. It was interesting to see which students came in together. Kaminari, Siro, and Shinso came in with Tokoyami and Shoji. Dark Shadow was out and about that morning and was happily conversing with Kaminari while Tokoyami and Shoji went over some notes for mixed class. Mina came in with Kirishima, Tsu, and Uraraka. Yaoyorozu came in with Jiro, Hagakure, Ojiro, and Kuda. Aoyama and Sato came in last talking about cheese and baking. All in all, they were different groups than normal while also not being all that surprising. Checking the time, Shoyuta got up from his spot and got his class's attention. Settle down, Hellions, he said, not hiding the fondness in his voice that morning. I have a few announcements and then you can resume your conversations. His class nodded and a gentle quiet fell over them. Due to the attacks on the hero course this year, he started ignoring Shinso's "you mean 1A" comment. UA has decided it would be appropriate to let the first-year hero courses take the provisional licensing exam a year early. He paused and leveled a look at his class that let them know they can talk about it later. Ordinarily you'd take this exam as second years, but with the League of Villains still at large, your teachers and Nezu have decided that it would be best if you all had your licenses now and could act in a legal capacity. This does not mean you can go out on your own looking for trouble. He made eye contact with a few of his students, with his last student lingering on Tenya for a half a second longer. This test is usually given at the end of September, but because of the sudden retirement of All Might and to ensure the safety of the test takers, the Hero Public Safety Commission has elected to move it back to the end of October. Shoyuta paused again as some of his students shifted in their seats a bit. You all have 2 months to prepare, he continued. The exam will take place after your fall break, so we will have another training camp on UA grounds. Work hard, study hard, and I have faith that you all will do well. With another nod, Shoyuta took his spot back at his desk and settled in to finish drinking his coffee and idly listen to his students' chatter. Denki was trying to pay attention to his conversation with Mina and Shinso, who had joined the two at the front of the room, but his brain wasn't filtering out the other conversations around him that well that morning. Kaminari, Shinso said with a gentle touch on Denki's arm, you with us? Denki nodded. Sorry guys, I think I forgot to take my meds this morning. I should probably ask Mr. Aizawa if I can go back to the dorm real quick. No need, Shinso said, pulling a pill bottle out of his pocket. I noticed you left this on the table this morning and grabbed it. I meant to give it to you on the walk over and forgot. Oh my gosh, Shinso, Denki replied happily, you're a lifesaver. He took his medication back from Shinso and took his meds dry, grinning as Mina and Shinso winced. It wasn't the first time he'd taken them dry, and it wouldn't be the last time. He had also forgotten his water bottle in his room and had planned to get one out of a vending machine before heroics training. It would take the rest of homeroom for his meds to kick in, but for now he was just happy to not have to go all the way back to the dorm. Behind him, Denki could hear Bakugo, Sato, and Kuda talking about dinner for that night. Bakugo had that kind of voice that just carried and filled the room no matter how loud he was speaking. Katsuki was trying to work out what to make for dinner with Sato and Kuda. The baker and the animal whisperer were trying to coordinate with whatever Katsuki was making that night. The problem was, Katsuki didn't even know what he was making for everyone. He had begrudgingly agreed to handle dinner for that week as long as he had help, so he was limited to less complicated dishes. What about a hot pot? Kuda suggested. That could work, Sato said, thinking. You could make the base pretty quickly and Kuda could handle the vegetables while you cook the meat separately. Do we even have enough meat for that? Katsuki asked. I think we might, Kuda replied. You could also ask Mr. Aizawa to get some for us during the day. Not sure if I trust the caterpillar to find good meat, Katsuki grumbled. I heard that Bakugo, Aizawa said from his desk. Well, are you good at picking meat? Katsuki asked. I usually leave that to other people, Aizawa admitted. That's what I thought, Katsuki smirked, turning back to Kuda and Sato. We definitely have enough vegetables and noodles though. I think it could work, Kuda offered. Fine, Katsuki huffed. If you two think we can make it work, we'll do it. Yes. Izuku cheered from his desk. Kacchin is making hot pot tonight, guys. Katsuki groaned as cheers went up around him. Leave it to the nerd to get everyone excited about something like hot pot. Izuku smiled as he watched Katsuki look put out. Izuku, Shoto said, getting Izuku's attention, what do you think about what All Might said? Izuku sighed and thought about that night in Kamino. He had watched the coverage with his mom and cried with her when All Might revealed that he couldn't continue holding his form. Now, he had said, pointing, it's your turn. Izuku took a deep breath as he thought about his response. He was vaguely aware that the rest of his class was quieting down to hear what he had to say. The media thinks All Might was talking to the rest of the hero community and telling them it was time to step up and fill the space that he's leaving, Izuku started, but I think he was talking to us, the students who are currently training to become heroes. I think he was talking to us, 1B, the sophomores, and the seniors from UA to Shiketsu. All Might was telling us that we're the next generation of heroes. In a few years, we'll be graduating and becoming heroes post All Might. A lot can change in 3 years. The League of Villains is still out there. We can hope that the heroes now can find them and defeat them, but it's honestly likely that we'll inherit that fight. Actually, we're already a part of it. Izuku took a breath before finishing. It's our turn to help. It's our turn to make society better. It's our turn to be heroes. We don't have to be the next All Might or the next symbol of peace. We just have to step up and give it our all. So let's do that. Determined nods went around the room as the class marinated on Izuku's words. He might not be a class representative, but Izuku wasn't blind to the leadership position he managed to have in his class. He also wasn't ignorant to the fact that Shoto asked him the question in the middle of homeroom on the first day back and that even Aizawa looked up to hear what he had to say. The drop of uncertainty that had lingered among his classmates had finally evaporated after his speech. As he pulled out his notebook to take notes for class, Izuku noticed that a feeling of determination and drive settled among his classmates. Smiling to himself, Izuku got ready for another day of classes as Aizawa got up to start his lecture. Lunchtime was tree time. All of 1A had started sitting under the big tree before summer break, so Izuku wasn't surprised to see everyone already in and under the tree for lunch. Tokoyami was quietly napping on a low branch with dark shadow curled around him, keeping watch. Shoji and Ojiro were sitting on a thicker branch that was a little higher up. They were eating while comparing notes on Aizawa's lecture that morning. As usual, Shinso and Kaminari were asleep at the base of the tree in a dog pile with Siro and Mina along with Sato, Tsu, and Hagakure. Joining them that day, Izuku sat down next to Shoto and bumped shoulders with his brother to let him know he was there. Katsuki was behind him eating with Kirishima, Kuda, and Aoyama for some reason. The Frenchman was a bit of a floater, but Izuku had never seen him that close to Katsuki before. Turning around to his own little group of Shoto, Ida, Uraraka, Jiro, and Yaoyorozu, Izuku decided to ask the question that he had been wanting to ask since 3rd PRD. Shoto, Ida. He started making sure he had their attention. Have you heard anything about an emergency hero ranking? You know, since All Might is retired. No, Shoto shook his head. I definitely would have told you if my father mentioned anything like that. I haven't heard anything from my family either, Ida replied. Where did you hear about that, Midoriya? Yaoyorozu asked. Oh, Hero Network Declassified, he said sheepishly. I thought I told you to stop reading that trash, Aizu. Katsuki called out. I did stop. Izuku yelled back. For all of 2 days, he admitted to his group quietly. H&D was a tabloid whose stories were either spot on or a bunch of stretched-out speculations and half-truths. Usually they reported gossip and cited insider sources and people in a hero's inner circle. Isn't that the tabloid that said they interviewed Hawk's parents and it turned out to just be a pair of actual Hawks? Jiro asked, twirling her earlobe. Yeah, Izuku cringed. Okay, I know they aren't the most reliable source. Ida and Shoto both snorted and Izuku shot them both a look. I know they're not a reliable source, but sometimes they get it right and I feel like this might be one of those times, he shrugged. I'll keep an ear out, Ida said, shaking his head. You know I'll tell you if I hear anything, Shoto added. Thanks guys, Izuku said. Maybe they're wrong. It might be nothing. A week later, Shoto and Ida both confirmed that new rankings would come out in 2 weeks, 1 month after the battle in Kamino. The night of the new rankings were being revealed on a Thursday of all days. Since it was a school night, 1A had decided to watch the rankings together in the common area. Huddled together on the couches and floor, 1A got ready to watch the ceremony with Aizawa, Midnight, and Mike quietly grading at one of the dining tables behind them. The ceremony started a little bit differently from the other times. As usual, there was an in memoriam for the heroes who died that year. Izuku noticed that Ida let out a sigh as the names and pictures went by, most likely remembering that his brother easily could have been among them. After was a tribute to All Might and his role as the symbol of peace. They played the clip of his debut, the one that Izuku watched over and over as a child, and showed an interview of one of the people he had saved that day years later. It was touching and a signal to everyone that it was the end of an era. Then the real announcement started. While the official rankings went all the way to 500, only the top 50 would be announced on air. The commission would announce the rankings 10 at a time with more time given to the top 10 announcement. The class found themselves a bit disappointed that their own teachers hadn't made the top 50, but it was about expected. UA would be a bigger target if they had higher ranking heroes as teachers. Cammy, Mina said during a commercial, pull up the new rankings for the lower 450, let's see where our teachers are. You realized Mr. Aizawa won't be ranked at all, right? Shinso said, he's underground. Yeah, but our other teachers are Spotlight, Tsu pointed out. It was revealed that Present Mike was ranked at a comfortable 367 while Midnight had moved up 2 spots to 13 was ranked 385, just after Snipe in 384, and Cementos in Vlad King was ranked at not bad senseis, Siro said over his shoulder, grinning at the 3 teachers behind them. The ceremony came back from commercial and the class quieted down again. Izuku noticed that their teachers had gotten up and moved closer to the TV as well. It was time for the top 10 announcement. Ryukyu was the new number. Yoryo Musha took the number 9 spot, while Wash was now 8th. Even though he was still young and new, Kamui Woods took the number 7 spot. Crust was 6th. Katsuki let out a cheer when Mirko was announced as the number 5 hero. Izuku grinned knowing that the rabbit hero had been a favorite of Katsuki's since she debuted. Edge Shot took 4th and then it was time for the top, taking the number 3 spot the announcer began. Izuku held his breath with his class and leaned in with anticipation. The flame hero, Endeavor. There was an audible gasp in the common room and Izuku felt Shoto stiffen beside him as NG came out to take his new spot as number. NG had dropped in ranking. It's either Hawks or Best Jeanist as number 1, Izuku heard someone murmur. Most likely Best Jeanist, Tokoyami said. Hawks is good, but Best Jeanist has him beat on years of experience. Right as he said that, Hawks was revealed to have taken Endeavor's spot as number 2, leaving Best Jeanist as the new number. Let's all do our best and be the best heroes we can be, the fiber hero said into the microphone that was handed to him. It's time to step up and fill the void that was left by All Might. I hope I am able to meet your expectations as your new number 1 hero. And then the ranking ceremony was over. The chatter started as soon as the TV was turned off. Demon Todoroki, Siro said, you okay, man? Your dad just got beat. I'm fine, Shoto said, trying to sound indifferent. Izuku could still feel his tension, but the rest of the class didn't seem to notice. I wonder why he didn't take number 1, Kaminari mused. Well, he wasn't at Kamino for one, Jiro said. Neither was Hawks, Sato pointed out. But Hawks has been very busy since then, Tokoyami spoke up, and he's been branching out a bit too and becoming more well-rounded. Endeavor has become more selective in his work lately, Kirishima added. Plus, did you see that article about the damage reports from his fights? Of collateral damage from his fights have gone up. Jeanist also has been doing more work too, Katsuki pointed out. He already was a fairly well-rounded hero, but he's recently started doing more philanthropy work with his fashion label. My parents and a few other designers are a part of a project that's being headed by Best Jeanist. Oh, that's cool, Izuku chirped. I didn't know Auntie and Uncle were working with him. You don't follow fashion news and Jeanist's label doesn't usually make it to the hero news, Katsuki replied. Once the class had worked out why the top 3 ended up the way it did, people started trickling out and heading to bed. Aizawa, Midnight, and Mike had returned to their grading and said goodnight to anyone who passed them on their way to the dorm rooms. Izuku shot Katsuki a look as he and Shoto got up and tilted his head in Shoto's direction. Katsuki nodded minutely and Izuku followed Shoto up to his room. Shoto jumped when he heard the knock at his door. Izuku got up to answer it. It's just Bakugo, Shoto told himself as the blonde entered his room. Calm down. He had been on edge since it was announced that Endeavor had dropped in ranking to the number 3 spot. Bakugo and Izuku joined him on the floor. He slumped into Izuku's side and tried to calm down. He's going to get worse now, isn't he? Izuku asked. I don't know what he'll do, Shoto replied, trying to not sound as hollow as he felt, but he definitely isn't happy. I don't even need to be home to know that. His voice shook as he finished his last statement. That's it, Katsuki said, moving to get up. I'm telling Aizawa. He's still downstairs grading. No. 𝐿𝐿 felt a bolt of panic run through him. You can't. I'm not leaving you to him to be his punching bag. 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽, Bakugo growled. At the very least, Aizawa can keep him from getting onto campus and can make sure he won't have access to you on the weekends. Please Shoto, be reasonable, Izuku pleaded. Enji will stop caring if people notice. You could get hurt. Shoto shook his head. Just wait and see, he said, cringing at the low note of fear entering his voice. If Aizawa keeps him from getting onto campus, nothing good would come of it. But just wait, please. He looked at his brother and friend with pleading eyes. Why couldn't they see that any interference would make everything worse? Bakugo and Izuku shared a look before nodding. Fine, Izuku relented, we'll let it go for now. Shoto let out a sigh and slumped against Izuku once again. Thank you, he said as he snuggled into his brother's side. That's all I ask. It'll be fine. Don't worry. Friday, the day after rankings, Shoto didn't really want to go home, but he didn't want to anger his father any more than he most likely already was. The last thing he wanted was Endeavor coming up to the school and demand that he come home. It was easier if he went on his own accord. Izuku was watching him pack with a worried expression on his face. Shoto, please don't go home this weekend, Izuku pleaded. He had been trying to convince Shoto to stay since that morning. I've just got a really bad feeling about it. Shoto shrugged. It's fine, Izuku. Danger Sense probably just knows that home isn't that great. It doesn't mean anything. But Shoto, Izuku tried again, it feels different from the last time it alerted me to you going home. Shoto shook his head. I have to go. It'll just be worse if I don't. Izuku sighed. Fine. Be safe. I'll see you when you get back on Sunday. Shoto tried to offer his brother a smile as he picked up his bag. I'll see you later, Izuku. And then he left. Saturday, Shoto, get up, Endeavor growls, standing over him, it's time to train. His father throws a pair of shorts and a t-shirt at him and leaves his room. Scrambling, Shoto looks at his clock as he pulls on the shorts, it's 6 a.m. He had barely gotten 4 hours of sleep after Endeavor had kept him up until 2 the night before. Training had been long and harder than usual, but Shoto had endured it thinking he'd get a chance to sleep. Sighing internally, Shoto realized that he should have seen the early wake-up coming. Shoto left his room as he put on the shirt and went down the hallway to the training room. His stomach growled, but he ignored it, knowing that breakfast wasn't coming. Whenever his father woke him up this early to train, it also meant breakfast would get skipped. Shoto just hoped that his father would let him take a break for lunch. A few hours and bruises and burns later, Shoto was allowed to take a break to eat. He was sore, but it wasn't much different from normal. As he ate his cold soba, Shoto told himself that he just had to keep his head down, his thinking straight, and not do anything that would anger Endeavor more. His father's fuse was the shortest that Shoto had ever seen, and it was all because of the new rankings. After lunch was when things started to go wrong for Shoto. It was late in the afternoon. Endeavor had been trying to get Shoto to do one of his moves and go beyond his maximum heat. It was the same move he had been trying to teach Shoto since he got his quirk. For whatever reason, Shoto just couldn't get it right. He would get close, but then his flames would shrink and die out, or he'd get tired and lose his hold on his quirk. The heat in the training room was stifling and wasn't cooling off. Instead, it just kept rising. Shoto could feel himself starting to overheat without the use of his quirk. The repeated use of his fire wasn't helping either. Ordinarily, Shoto would have cooled himself off with his ice, but he had a feeling doing so would only serve to anger Endeavor further. Endeavor had been working Shoto all afternoon on the move, and Shoto was bordering on exhaustion by that point. Endeavor didn't seem to care though. His father seemed to take it personally every time Shoto failed to complete the move. As a result, Endeavor ran Shoto through the exercise over and over again without much pause. The only break Shoto got was when his father stopped to take a breath before shouting at him again. Come on, Shoto. Endeavor yelled, show me that you can do this technique. His father sent a fireball at him like had been doing all day. Shoto wasn't sure why his father felt the need to send fireballs at him. Perhaps it was to encourage him to make fire big enough to absorb it. Whatever his father's reasoning was, Shoto was getting tired of it. He ducked the fireball and looked at his father with tired eyes. 𝐼𝐼's flames got bigger and the distortion in the air from the heat was starting to mess with 𝐤𝐸's tired brain. Again, 𝐼𝐼 sent a fireball at 𝐤𝐸. It looked bigger and hotter than the previous ones, and before he could think, 𝐤𝐸 turned so his right side was closer to 𝐼𝐼 and the fireball and sent up a wall of ice that dissipated the fireball upon impact. The room was quiet. He could hear his father seething across the room. Blocking the fire with his ice was the wrong thing to do. "I thought you were past this, 𝐤𝐸," 𝐼𝐼 said, his voice low and dangerous. "I thought you were past this, 𝐤𝐸." 𝐼𝐼 started pacing around in front of him like an agitated predator. "It is unacceptable that you don't have the same mastery of fire as you do ice. I did not create you for you to only use ice. If I wanted ice, Fuyumi or Natsuo would been serviceable. If I wanted ice, I wouldn't need you. You have fire, so use it." The room grew hotter as 𝐼𝐼 paced. 𝐤𝐸 wanted to get his water bottle that was behind him, but knew that if he moved it would only attract 𝐼𝐼's attention to him. A third useless son from that woman. The first cannot handle the heat. The second makes snow. And you cannot seem to grasp how fire works. 𝐼𝐼 shoots a glare at 𝐤𝐸 and 𝐤𝐸 realizes that he's been holding his breath as 𝐼𝐼 continued pacing. "I bet this is all her fault. 3 sons and the common factor is her. Your mother's genes make you weak, 𝐤𝐸. Her genes made Tuya weak and they tainted Natsuo. Thank your mother for your weakness, 𝐤𝐸." 𝐼𝐼 suddenly turns and shoots another fireball at 𝐤𝐸. It's larger and hotter than the last one. Again, 𝐤𝐸 reflexively blocks it with his ice. "Enough. With the icy, 𝐤𝐸." His father yells, stalking towards him. 𝐼𝐼 grabs 𝐤𝐸 by his shirt collar and hisses in his ear, "I don't want to do this, 𝐤𝐸, but you leave me no choice. You're a disappointment." Just like Tuya, his father snarls as he shoves him to the ground. "I'll burn the weakness right out of you," he says before unleashing everything he had onto 𝐤𝐸. Prominence. Burnt. The heat in the room quickly became unbearable. 𝐤𝐸 never thought his father would use his signature move against him, not like this. Dodging was out of the question. 𝐤𝐸 twisted his body so that his right side took the full attack. He activated his quirk and tried to form enough ice to overpower his father's fire. At first it seemed to work, but then 𝐼𝐼 put more into his flames and pushed beyond his limits, like what he had been trying to get 𝐤𝐸 to do. 𝐤𝐸 gasped as he strained to keep a handle on his quirk. He could feel his ice evaporating as quickly as it can form, perhaps even faster. It felt like his skin was being boiled, a feeling he was already familiar with. It felt like his father's attack would never end. The heat was unrelenting and 𝐤𝐸 could see the steam settling over his skin where the fire was boiling his ice. After what felt like an eternity, the attack finally stopped. Before he could stop himself, 𝐤𝐸 felt his body hit the floor in exhaustion. "Shake it off, 𝐤𝐸," his father growled. "Shake it off and get up." 𝐤𝐸 groaned in response and didn't move. He could feel his father glaring at him, his gaze adding to the pressure that had built up in the room. His arm and part of his leg still felt like he was being burned, the heat in the room making it worse. Realizing that 𝐤𝐸 wasn't going to get up, 𝐼𝐼 growled in frustration, "Fine, got to bed. We're done here." Then he turned and left the training room. 𝐤𝐸 rolled onto his back and breathed deeply through the persisting pain. After he caught his breath, 𝐤𝐸 gingerly got up and assessed himself. His right side was in so much pain that he could feel tears welling up in his eyes. Limping a little bit, he decided that it would be best if he just went to bed. He wasn't even sure if he would be able to stomach dinner, nor did he want to tangle with 𝐼𝐼 again that night. Shaking as he got up off the ground, 𝐤𝐸 tried to not move his right arm or put too much weight on his leg as he went back to his bedroom. Fuyumi was out that evening and Natsuo was back at his apartment near his school, so it was just 𝐤𝐸 and 𝐼𝐼 in the house. He knew he needed to get a burn cream on his injuries, but couldn't find where he normally kept it in his room. Finally, he decided he'd just go to sleep and sleep off the pain. Tomorrow he'd get up and pack his things and go back to UA. He'd be fine after some sleep. When he got up the next morning, 𝐤𝐸 had a hard time shaking off the sleepy feeling. His right side still hurt and each movement was just as painful as the last. Despite it being a little warm in the house, he found himself a little chilly that morning and a bit clammy. Trying to shake off the fog of sleep again, 𝐒𝐿𝐿 got up and started packing up and getting dressed. He decided to put on some loose breaths to cover up the burn on his leg and gritted his teeth as he slipped a clean t-shirt over his head. The clothes he wore for training yesterday were made from a fire-resistant fabric, but even they were singed from Endeavor's final attack. After deciding they would be good to have around, 𝐒𝐿𝐿 stuffed them into his bag as well. Shakily, 𝐒𝐿𝐿 stood up and looked around his room to see if he was forgetting anything. He was still cold, despite getting up and moving around, so he decided to pull on a zipper hoodie. Gasping in pain as he put his right arm into the hoodie sleeve, 𝐒𝐿𝐿 slowly put it on and zipped it up. Carefully, he pulled up his hood so he wouldn't be recognized on the walk back to UA and slung his bag onto his left shoulder. Shaking off the tiredness again, 𝐒𝐿𝐿 left his room and house without another glance. The walk and train ride back to UA was quiet. 𝐒𝐿𝐿 kept his hood up and head down and no one bothered him at all. No one was in the common room when 𝐒𝐿𝐿 got back, which he found himself grateful for. He just wanted to go up to his room and curl up in his bed and sleep off whatever was going on with him. He leaned against the wall of the elevator and closed his eyes. He was still cold and hadn't stopped sweating. He wanted to simultaneously take off the hoodie and add a second layer. He figured he was just suffering from extreme quirk exhaustion paired with fatigue from all the training his father made him do. The elevator doors slid open and he dragged his bag on the floor behind him to his room. Leaving the bag at the door, 𝐒𝐿𝐿 slowly walked to his futon and laid down on his left side. The walk to school had taken a lot out of him and his breathing hadn't slowed down yet. He had a layer of sweat that was slowly drying which didn't help his chills at all. Deciding he should at least let 𝐒𝐿𝐿 know he was back, he sent a quick text to his brother and passed out. 𝐒𝐿𝐿 was hanging out with Katsuki in Katsuki's room when he heard his phone ding from a text. He gasped when he looked at it and showed it to Katsuki. "We need to go check on him now," 𝐒𝐿𝐿 said, getting up. He never sends texts like this. Nodding, Katsuki got up with 𝐒𝐿𝐿 and followed him out the door to the elevator. Impact. Feeling tired from train and going to take a nap. 𝐒𝐿𝐿 the ride-up was quiet. 𝐒𝐿𝐿 anxiously tapped the back of his phone and bounced one of his heels on the floor. 𝐒𝐿𝐿, Katsuki said quietly beside him, "He'll be okay." 𝐒𝐿𝐿 noticed that Katsuki was trying to make his voice sound softer than his normal gravely tones. The effort was appreciated. "I hope so, 𝐭𝐻𝐿," 𝐒𝐿𝐿 replied, still anxious. The elevator doors slid open and 𝐒𝐿𝐿 rushed out. He turned the door knob to 𝐒𝐿𝐿's room as soon as he was in front of it. The door was unlocked and 𝐒𝐿𝐿 glanced worriedly at Katsuki before walking in. 𝐒𝐿𝐿's overnight bag had been dropped at the doorway and was still packed. 𝐒𝐿𝐿 glanced up and saw his brother asleep on his futon. From a distance, 𝐒𝐿𝐿 could tell something was wrong with his breathing. He approached 𝐒𝐿𝐿 and rolled the other teen over onto his back to better assess him. 𝐒𝐿𝐿 drew his hand back when his brother winced from the movement. Heterochromic eyes blinked sleepily at him. "Sore," he murmured. "Oh my gosh, 𝐒𝐿𝐿," 𝐒𝐿𝐿 whispers. His brother is pale like a ghost and sweaty and shivering despite the hoodie he was currently wearing. 𝐒𝐿𝐿 looked around for another blanket to put over him. "We should get 𝐈𝐵," Katsuki says, handing 𝐒𝐿𝐿 a throw from 𝐒𝐿𝐿's closet. He knelt down on the other side of 𝐒𝐿𝐿 to help lay the blanket over him. "I agree," 𝐒𝐿𝐿 nodded while carefully covering up the shivering teen. "No," 𝐒𝐿𝐿 gasps, trying to sit up to stop them. "Yes," Katsuki says, getting up. "You need help, I see hot." Katsuki took a step towards the closed door and 𝐒𝐿𝐿 raised his right hand and tried to ice the door shut. Frost covered his fingertips, but before ice could be produced, 𝐒𝐿𝐿 gasped and winced in pain. 𝐒𝐿𝐿 shot Katsuki another scared look. 𝐒𝐿𝐿 hasn't been unable to access his quirk like that since the stain incident. The more alarming part of what was happening now was that 𝐒𝐿𝐿's exhaustion last time didn't cause him pain like this when he couldn't access his quirk. "Go get 𝐈𝐵 now," 𝐒𝐿𝐿 said hollowly. "Tell him to bring recovery girl too." Katsuki nodded and bolted for the door. Sighing, 𝐒𝐿𝐿 brushed 𝐒𝐿𝐿's sweat-soaked hair out of his face. "You need help, 𝐒𝐿𝐿," he said. "Enough is enough." "I'm sorry, 𝐒𝐿𝐿," 𝐒𝐿𝐿 whispered. "I should have listened to you." "Oh, 𝐒𝐿𝐿," 𝐒𝐿𝐿 said. "No, don't move." 𝐒𝐿𝐿 had pulled himself up and was starting to unzip his hoodie. No, he breathed through gritted teeth. You need to see what he did to me. Then let me help, Izuku said, shifting so he could help Shoto out of his hoodie. They got Shoto's left arm out of the sleeve first so there wouldn't be as much tension on his right. Taking a deep breath, Izuku pulled off the sweater on his brother's right side. His breathing hitched when he saw the fresh burn. It wasn't deep, at least he didn't think it went deep, but it was large and looked really bad. Shoto, Izuku said, I think you're in shock. He definitely is. Izuku relaxed when he heard his teacher's voice fill the room. How long has he been like this? Aizawa asked, kneeling down beside Izuku. He felt Shoto's forehead with his hand and was assessing the damage to his right side. I don't know, Izuku replied. Kacchin and I came to check on him when I got a text from him saying he was back. Okay, we need to get him to Recovery Girl right now, Aizawa said, moving to Shoto's left side. Their teacher slid an arm under Shoto's knees and back and picked him up bridal style. Shoto blinked up at him before halfway closing his eyes. Sleepy, he said, leaning his head against Aizawa's chest. Todoroki, Aizawa murmurs to him as he makes his way to the door, you need to try to stay awake. I'll try, sensei, Shoto responded before going limp in the underground teacher's arms. Come on, you two, you can explain what you three have been hiding from me once we get Todoroki stabilized. Izuku nodded and went ahead to get the elevator ready for Aizawa and Shoto. Katsuki followed closely beside Aizawa, ready to step if Aizawa needed anything. Everything has gone completely wrong, Izuku thought sadly as he held the elevator doors open while Aizawa and Katsuki stepped on. Shoyuta had to keep it together for his students. He knew he had to keep it together. But feeling his student go limp in his arms and seeing the amount of injury to Todoroki had to his body as well his current state, it took everything in Shoyuta to not break down. He was glad he had Hizashi wait with the golf cart when Bakugo showed up at the teacher dorms. The five of them made it to the school building in record time. Recovery Girl was waiting for them with two of the mini transport bots that had a stretcher between them. He should have been here 12 hours ago, Shitsuke as Shoyuta laid Todoroki on the stretcher. Humans are so fragile, one of the bots said. They are highly inefficient, the other replied. The 6 humans glared as the robots rolled away towards the clinic. I'm going to have to speak to Nizu about them again, Recovery Girl sighed. They were doing so well too. The elderly nurse turned and followed the bots down the hall. She paused and turned around for a moment. I'll call you when he's ready to have visitors. I believe the teacher's lounge is empty at the moment. Then she turned and went on her way. Come on, Aizawa said to his sullen students. Let's go. Zashi, you can either stay or head back, I don't care. He found himself hoping that his husband would choose to stay, but wasn't about to force him to. I'll stay, Hizashi replied gently. Let me just park the cart. Shoyuta nodded. You know where to find us. Hizashi saluted him before taking off towards the parking lot. Come on, problem children, he said, gesturing to the empty hallway. We can talk once we get settled. The walk to the teacher's lounge was silent. Shoyuta was aware of his students trailing behind him, but didn't trust his voice just yet. How did he miss it? How did he not see the signs of abuse? How did he not realize that home wasn't safe for his student? What about his other students? How many of them was he failing? Shoyuta blamed himself for Shoto's current state. He saw the teen every day in class and during training. He saw Shoto resent his fire during the first month of school. How many times did he wonder if something was up with Shoto? How many times did he fail to follow up on those feelings? Shoyuta knew that he shouldn't dwell since dwelling wouldn't help his student now. Shoto had hid the problems well, not even Hound Dog had noticed anything wrong. The guidance counselor simply confirmed to Shoyuta that Shoto had gone to talk to him and that if there were any red flags he would report them. If Hound Dog had missed it, someone who is specially trained to notice the signs, then what hope did Shoyuta did? I still should have noticed, Shoyuta muttered under his breath. Honestly, sensei, Midoriya spoke up, it's not your fault. Shoto didn't want anyone to know. Kacchin only knows because he accidentally overheard when Shoto told me. They knew. Shoyuta stopped in his tracks and heard his students stop with him. Turning around, he looked between the two teens with a mild glare. They knew. Of course they knew. 𝐂𝐬𝐫 wasn't sure why he was surprised. But why did they keep it from him when they knew what was going on? 𝐂𝐬𝐫 opened his mouth, paused, then closed it. Later, he would deal with it later. No, shortly later is what caused this whole mess. Spinning around on his heels, he continued down the hall briskly. They were almost to the teacher's lounge. 𝐂𝐬𝐫 heard Hizashi open the door to the teacher's lounge almost 10 minutes after he and his students had initially gotten there. He was currently glaring at his 2 students from across the table next to the coffee machine. Hizashi sighed as he closed the door, and 𝐂𝐬𝐫 watched from the corner of his eye as he went over to turn on the coffee machine. His husband always could tell when 𝐂𝐬𝐫 needed coffee. Hizashi pulled out 𝐂𝐬𝐫's special blend that everyone knew to not touch. A few minutes later, a steaming mug of freshly brewed coffee was placed in front of 𝐂𝐬𝐫, and Hizashi was taking a seat next to him. Why don't you listeners start with why you didn't tell anyone that you knew what was going on? Hizashi started. 𝐂𝐬𝐫 didn't want anyone to know, Midoriya answered softly. We told 𝐼𝐶HOT multiple times that he should tell you, Bakugo huffed. 𝐂𝐬𝐫 took a sip and felt some of the tension leave him. You still should have told someone, 𝐂𝐬𝐫 said. I hope you realize now how much danger not telling has put him in. 𝐂𝐬𝐫 watched as Midoriya sagged and Bakugo crossed his arms and looked away. They knew. This isn't the first time this has happened, is it? Hizashi gently prodded. How many times? Midoriya hung his head and Bakugo huffed. There was a beat of silence. Just as 𝐂𝐬𝐫 was about to speak again, Bakugo turned and looked at them both. The first time it got bad and we knew about it was after Hosu. Zuko, didn't you talk to him in the hospital? The blonde gave his friend a pointed look. Yeah, Midoriya sighed. I asked 𝐂𝐬𝐫 if he thought ∫ would take the doctor's advice and let him rest. 𝐂𝐬𝐫 narrowed his eyes at Midoriya's slip-up. It was interesting that he would use the hero's first name so casually. As much as he didn't like it, 𝐂𝐬𝐫 filled the slip-up away for later. Midoriya continued his explanation. 𝐂𝐬𝐫 said it was doubtful and that it was possible he'd come to school even more exhausted. He also mentioned that he hoped his quirk would be recovered enough in time for heroics training. 𝐂𝐬𝐫 watched as Midoriya sagged, the teen likely realizing that he should have said something sooner after hearing himself say everything out loud. Hizashi stiffened next to him. That's why you had me keep an eye on him in my class, isn't it, 𝐂𝐬𝐫? His husband realized. You knew something was wrong. I had my suspicions but didn't have any evidence, 𝐂𝐬𝐫 sighed, taking a sip of his coffee. When I talked to him after heroics training that Monday, he said he was just having nightmares about Hosu. So I told him to talk to Hound Dog. We didn't say anything. Hizashi asked. I asked him a few times if 𝐂𝐬𝐫 took my advice and he only confirmed it, 𝐂𝐬𝐫 replied. We both know he'd report anything amiss. We all would, we're all mandated reporters. 𝐂𝐬𝐫 hid everything well. Even without the extra help. There was a solemn silence that washed over the room. 𝐂𝐬𝐫 took a few more sips of his coffee while he processed everything he has just heard. He still needed to hear it from 𝐂𝐬𝐫 himself though. So he wasn't just tired from training in Hosu, 𝐂𝐬𝐫 sighed after a moment. Hizashi placed his hand on 𝐂𝐬𝐫's thigh to calm him. That was only half true, Midoriya admitted. Endeavor had been pushing him to his limit and then some. 𝐂𝐬𝐫 thought it was unlikely his father would let him rest. I don't know what Endeavor's reasoning was for not letting him rest though, you'll have to ask 𝐂𝐬𝐫. I asked him to tell someone, but he didn't want to. So I made him promise me that if it got worse, he'd say something. Which he did agree to, but I think it was to get me to stop pushing the subject. 𝐂𝐬𝐫 nodded. He was upset that he had been nearby and so close to hearing that revelation, but hadn't been told and therefore couldn't do anything about it. Midoriya looked down at his hands in his lap. I didn't think Endeavor would go this far, not with 𝐂𝐸𝐫. We'll have to talk to 𝐂𝐸𝐫 when he wakes up and find out what happened, 𝐂𝐬𝐫 said with a sigh. Hizashi stiffened beside him and tilted his head. What was he like after the rankings came out? He seemed stiff, but I think we thought it was to hide disappointment. Now though. His husband's voice trailed off and 𝐂𝐬𝐫 realized what Hizashi was getting at. He jumped when Katsuki knocked on the door to check on him, Midoriya admitted. I had walked up to his room with him and Katsuki joined us later. He sounded so hollow when Zuko thought the BU would get worse. Bakugo spoke up. I threatened to tell Sensei right then and there, since you two and Midnight were still downstairs. Why didn't you if you were to that point? 𝐂𝐲𝐫 asked his student. He softened his gaze when he heard his voice come out a bit too sharply. He looked so scarred, Bakugo said quietly. He looked like he was an inch away from a panic attack, and I didn't want to do that to him. 𝐂𝐲𝐫 had never seen his usually brash and confident student shrink in on himself like he was now. Shoto sounded so far away and so afraid, Midoriya added on. In that moment, we were focused on keeping him calm and not what the fear indicated. We should have said something. Needing a break, 𝐂𝐲𝐫 got up with his empty mug and walked over to the coffee pot. He turned the machine back on to warm up the remaining coffee in the pot. As the machine warmed up, he turned and leaned against the cabinet. I understand wanting to keep Shoto's trust, 𝐂𝐲𝐫 began, but you two should have said something ages ago. I'm not going to punish you, but take today as a lesson on what happens when you keep things like this a secret. His two students nodded their heads. They understood. Now, here's what is going to happen, 𝐂𝐲𝐫 continued. Whenever Recovery Girl lets me know that Shoto is awake, I will go and get his side of the story. You two will stay here with Hizashi. I'll either let him know when you can join us, or I'll come back for you. I can't send you back to the dorm yet because I need to keep everything quiet until we have a proper plan in place. Midoriya and Bakugo nodded in agreement. Good, 𝐂𝐲𝐫 said, turning back towards the coffee machine. Hopefully Recovery Girl will message me soon. He poured his coffee and sat back down at the table. Hizashi looked at the clock on the wall and saw that almost 2 hours had passed. He hoped his husband's student would be okay. 𝐂𝐲𝐫 didn't have to wait much longer for Recovery Girl to message him. He had just finished his second cup of coffee and was rinsing out his mug when he felt his phone buzz. He's awake. That's Recovery Girl, 𝐂𝐲𝐫 said, pocketing his phone. Stay here. 𝐂𝐲𝐫 left the lounge and headed down the hall towards the recovery room Shoto was. 𝐂𝐲𝐫 didn't think he'd be able to go back to calling his student by his family name after today, and he didn't think his student would mind either. Shoto was sitting up and looking around the room when 𝐂𝐲𝐫 arrived. Shoto, 𝐂𝐲𝐫 said, testing the waters. Glad to see you awake. I'm not dead? Shoto asked. 𝐂𝐲𝐫 noticed the boy relaxed when he didn't say his family name. Were you trying to be? 𝐂𝐲𝐫 asked carefully. Not particularly, no, Shoto replied plainly with a mischievous glint in his eye. At least his student's odd sense of humor was still intact. 𝐂𝐲𝐫 walked over to Recovery Girl, who looked grim. How is he really? He asked cautiously. That boy is lucky to be alive, she said tersely. He wasn't quite on death's door, but he was certainly walking down the street towards it. Any longer and this would have had a different outcome. 𝐂𝐲𝐫 tensed and nodded. He had come far too close to losing a student too many times this year. He looks over at his student and takes in what he sees finally. Shoto's entire right arm is bandaged with part of his shoulder and back wrapped up too. Part of his midsection is wrapped as well as half of his right leg. 𝐂𝐲𝐫 can see where Recovery Girl was able to heal smaller, less severe burns on the parts of his student's body that wasn't bandaged. What's the damage? 𝐂𝐲𝐫 asked finally. It's not good, Recovery Girl said, turning around to face Shoto. You have a long recovery ahead of you, I won't lie about that, she said, shaking her head. She pulled up a chair and sat down with Shoto's chart. Your right side was never supposed to take that much heat, she started. While most of your leg is intact and will make a close to full recovery, your arm took the brunt of whatever it was. Brace yourselves, this isn't pretty. She pulled out a photo of Shoto's injuries from before she treated him. The burn here, she said, pointing to Shoto's forearm and part of his bicep, was quite deep. Broken bones, cuts, bruises, burns. I can fix those. But damage that's been left to sit and fester overnight. Not so much. She sighs and taps her cane on the floor in thought. I'm going to be honest with you, Todoroki, I don't know how much damage to the ice side of your quirk you sustained. It's highly likely it has been permanently damaged. I want you to rest your quirk for the next few days. You're benched for all training and major physical activity. Come by every day around noon and after classes so I can do another round of healing. Hopefully, we'll be able to do a quirk benchmark Wednesday afternoon. 𝐂𝐲𝐫 tensed when she said permanent damage. It was entirely possible his student lost the use of half of his quirk. They just have to wait and see. Shoto nodded. I guess I should have listened to Bakugo and Midoriya. Shoyuta leveled a soft look at his student. Oh, how Shoyuta wished he had paid more attention, or that Shoto felt like he could approach him. What exactly happened? Shoyuta asked his student after a beat. And don't try to hide it, Midoriya and Bakugo told me everything. Endeavor happened, Shoto sighed. Izuku said he had a bad feeling about me going home and I brushed it off as danger sense, alerting him to the fact that home in general isn't safe for me. Shoto told them about going home on Friday and being worked to exhaustion that night, only to be woken up after only 4 hours of sleep for more training. He described everything Endeavor put him through, building up to the final blow-up. He hates that I have better control over my ice than I do my fire, Shoto explained. So when I used my ice to block his attack, that was the last straw. I knew it would upset him as soon as I did it. But my fire was so overworked and strained and I was so exhausted that I just acted on instinct. I'm pretty sure using my fire would have made everything worse. You're not wrong, stopping a fireball with more fire probably would have killed you, Recovery Girl said. Continue, dear. Shoto nodded solemnly and walked them through Endeavor's final attack on his son. Shuta's BLD was boiling once Shoto finished telling them what happened. He couldn't believe that Endeavor had taken it that far, but Shoto and his injuries were right in front of him. For a moment, Shoyuta understood what Stain meant by false heroes. Endeavor was never going to get near his student again if Shoyuta could help it. So what's going to happen to me? Shoto asks, looking at Aizawa. I'm going to talk to Nizu about everything you and the other two have told me, Aizawa said calmly. Effective immediately though, you're not going home it again at all. His student's eyes widened and for a moment, Shoyuta thought he saw a glimmer of hope in them. Thank you, Shoto breathed out. I'm sorry I didn't say something sooner. The past is the past, Shoyuta said gently. Bakugo and Midoriya are waiting with Mike in the teacher's lounge. They're pretty worried. Do you want to see them? The injured boy perked up and nodded. Shoyuta sent a quick text to Hisashi and moments later Bakugo and Midoriya were rushing into the room. While his students were preoccupied with each other, Shoyuta turned and beckoned his husband to follow him into the hallway. Once they were out of sight and earshot, Shoyuta pulled Hisashi into a quick kiss. Thanks for coming, Shoyuta said softly, resting his head on Hisashi's shoulder. Anytime, kitten, Hisashi replied as he carefully ran his fingers through Shuta's hair. I have to talk to Nizu about everything. I'll probably have to investigate all of my students' families and make sure there aren't more of them in trouble, Shoyuta sighed, lifting his head. Hisashi opened his arms and wrapped him in a hug. It'll be okay, Sho, his husband murmured. Focus on Todoroki being safe now. We'll take this one step at a time, one day at a time. Yeah, Shoyuta sighed, sagging into the embrace. One day at a time. Recovery Girl deemed Shoto healed enough to return to the dorms just after lunch. With Bakugo and Midoriya supporting him from either side, Shoto was helped out of the main building out to where Hisashi was waiting with the golf cart to take them all back. Recovery Girl would drop by later that evening to check on him and start another round of healing. Shuta's student would be able to go to classes on Monday, but for now he needed to rest. Shoyuta watched from the window on the 5th floor, a file tucked under his arm, as his husband and students drove away towards the dorms. He had managed to set up a meeting with Nizu that afternoon instead of the next day. Turning away from the window, Shoyuta continued down the hall to Nizu's office. As he got closer to his boss and old mentor's office, Shoyuta wondered how much Nizu already knew. Shoyuta knew Nizu liked to keep an eye on the happenings around the school and had many cameras, both hidden and not, and mics around the school. Shoyuta paused and took a breath. He could feel anger bubbling up in him as the thought that Nizu knew everything the whole time and didn't tell him nor do anything crossed his mind. Getting upset preemptively wasn't constructive or logical, and it wouldn't do him any good to walk into Nedzu's office already mad. Finally, Shoyuta reached Nedzu's office. The door swung open before he could knock. Nizu had obviously seen him coming on his camera feed. The door clicked close on its own as Shoyuta walked into the office. It was a rather nice office. Nizu kept a wall of floor-to-ceiling bookshelves that were covered in UA yearbooks, various textbooks, and other reading materials that Nizu saw fit to keep around. His boss' large oak desk was positioned to directly face the door. Behind the desk was a wall of large open windows that 𝐻𝐬𝐫 knew was made of missile-proof glass. 𝐵 was working on something at his desk and looked up for half a second to gesture to 𝐻𝐬𝐫 to take a seat. Silently, 𝐻𝐬𝐫 took a seat in one of the chairs in front of 𝐵's desk and waited for the mammal to finish what he was doing. After a brief moment of quiet that was broken only by �'s pen lightly scratching against the paper, � finished what he was doing and placed his pen in its pen holder after capping it. "Sorry about that, Aizawa," the principal said briskly. "Just needed to finish a bit of paperwork Tsukachi will need later." 𝐻𝐬𝐫 could see the glint his mentor got in his eye when he was plotting something. He elected to ignore it for now. � would bring him into the loop when he was ready or needed to. � straightened up his stack of papers and set them aside. He clasped his paws together in front of him and looked 𝐻𝐬𝐫 in the eye. "Now, what can I help you with, Aizawa?" 𝐻𝐬𝐫 sighed. "Shoto. Todoroki came back to the dorms today early this morning in shock and was found by Midoriya and Bakugo. How he made it back is beyond me. He was barely sitting up, completely pale, and covered in sweat when Bakugo came to get me." 𝐻𝐬𝐫 placed the file on �'s desk. Recovery girl took photos of his injuries from before she healed them. Fair warning, they're not pretty. But then again, when do injuries that require photos ever look pretty? � opened the folder and looked through the photos and read over Recovery girl's notes. While there weren't any obvious indications to how Nexu felt about the contents of the folder, 𝐻𝐬𝐫 could tell his former mentor was livid. "Endeavor did this," � stated after a moment. "Yes, this is the work of the number 3 hero, 𝐻𝐬𝐫 gritted out, no longer hiding his anger. "Do we know how long this has been going on?" � asked. "According to what Midoriya and Bakugo told me, it's been going on essentially since Shoto was born." Nodding, � turned to his computer. "He's been talking to Inui, right?" "Yes, but he hasn't said anything that would raise a red flag with him." "Hopefully now he'll be willing to talk about it with Inui," � said, turning back towards 𝐻𝐬𝐫. 𝐻𝐬𝐫 sighed. "Where do we go from here? Unfortunately, there's only so much UA can do without raising a huge fuss." � sighed back. "But for now, we can keep Endeavor off campus and Shoto here. It's not perfect, but it's what we can do for now while we work out a better plan." "How are you going to keep him off campus?" 𝐻𝐬𝐫 asked. "He's the number 3 hero." "Exactly," � chirped. "He's dropped in rank for a good reason. He's harsh with fans and reporters, he doesn't communicate well during team-ups, and his damage reports are getting worse. His damage to property and infrastructure is going up in cost, and there's been an increase in civilian injuries from getting caught in his crossfire." 𝐻𝐬𝐫 started to see where 𝐻 was going with this and sat up a bit straighter. "Personally," 𝐻 said, continuing, "I don't want a hero like that interacting with my impressionable heroes in training. So until Endeavor can clean up his act, he's not welcome on campus." And that was that. Endeavor wouldn't be allowed onto campus, nor access to Shoto. "There's one more thing I wanted to mention," 𝐻𝐬𝐫 said. "What about my other students? I missed the signs with one, I don't want to fail another." For the third time in Shuta's life, � softened his gaze and offered 𝐻𝐬𝐫 a soft smile in an attempt at comfort. "I'll have Tsukachi quietly investigate and run full background checks. He owes me a few favors." 𝐻𝐬𝐫 nodded. "Thank you, 𝐻. I can't fail my students again." � shook his head. "You haven't failed anyone, 𝐻𝐬𝐫. You've done well with your students. You always have." Sighing, 𝐻𝐬𝐫 nodded as he got up. Right as he had his hand on the door, � spoke up again. "And 𝐻𝐬𝐫." He turned and looked at the principal. "Stop blaming yourself. Young Shoto is still with us. Focus on that." "I'll try." And then he left to check on his student. Thoughts swirling around in his head. Shoto was settled back in his room. His wounds had been treated and he had been given painkillers. Izuku was glad his brother wasn't in as much pain as he had been. Katsuki had left to go make Shoto something easy to eat. It was just Izuku and Shoto in his room. Thankfully, no one had seen the three of them come back in and quietly got Shoto into his room. Recovery girl said she'd come by this evening. Izuku said, sitting down next to Shoto on his bed. "The others will definitely notice. They'll probably have questions tomorrow." Shoto sighed. "I'll deal with it then." Izuku nodded and the two sat in a calm silence for a moment. I almost called Endeavor NG in front of Aizawa, Izuku admitted. He definitely suspects something now. Can't be helped, Shoto sighed. You've never called him by his hero name. Why is that? A hero name is for a hero, Izuku stated. NG isn't a hero. He doesn't deserve his. Makes sense, Shoto nodded slowly. I think, Izuku started, I think I want to tell Aizawa about me. What do you think? I don't mind if that's what you're asking, Shoto shrugged. It's your life too. Okay, tomorrow then, before homeroom, Izuku said with determination in his voice. I'll go with you, Shoto said. You don't have to do this alone. Thanks, Shoto, Izuku said. Anytime, Isin. Monday, before homeroom, Shoyuta was in his room early. He hadn't really slept all that well the night before and decided that he might as well get to his classroom early. He was glad he did. Shoto and Midoriya were the first ones in the room that morning. With a glance down the hall, Midoriya slid the open door closed and the two boys approached his desk. Shoto had a slight limp and his arm was in a sling. It hurt to see his student in such a state, but Shoyuta knew firsthand that it was a big improvement from the day before. Mr. Aizawa, Midoriya started, the taller boy hesitating for a moment. Yes, Midoriya. Shoyuta was curious about what his problem child was about to say. Midoriya glanced down at Shoto and the other teen nodded. We have one more thing to tell you. Sitting up a bit straighter, Shoyuta nodded and gestured for him to continue. I'm listening. Well, Midoriya hesitated for a moment. NG is my father too. I am also Endeavor's son. Shoto is my half-brother. Shoyuta was stunned. Involuntarily, he tilted his head to the side and looked between his two students and thought about the pro-hero. Then he saw it. How he had missed it was beyond him, and for a moment, Shoyuta was beating himself up for not catching it. He was an underground hero for Nizu's sake. He was supposed to notice these things. Midoriya's eye color, his fire resistance, his height, his build, his jawline, of all things, it all made sense now. Inko Midoriya was a small petite woman that Shoyuta had met only twice. Once during parent-teacher conferences and once during Midoriya's move-in to the dorms. Nizu and All Might had handled the home visits after the 𝐒𝐻𝐽 attack while Shoyuta was in the hospital. Okay, Shoyuta finally said. Okay, I want to see you in my office after classes, both of you. Yes, sensei, Midoriya and Shoto chorused together. The two took their seats and Shoyuta got up to open the door again. Glancing at the clock, he sighed. Tenya would be coming in soon, and after that the rest of his class would start trickling in. No doubt that they would have questions for Shoto. You don't have to answer anything you don't want to, Shoyuta found himself saying as he made his way back to his desk. Shoto's head popped up from the book he had brought with him to read before class. Only tell them what you want to, Shoto. Thank you, sensei, Shoto nodded. I think for now I'm going to keep the true nature of my injuries to myself. Just tell them it was a training accident. They'll find out eventually, but for now, you don't have to explain yourself to me, Shoyuta said, trying to make his voice a bit softer. You do what you need to, okay? Shoto nodded and went back to his book. Sighing, Shoyuta leaned back in his chair. It was going to be a long Monday. He could feel it. Shoto, over here. Shoto saw his brother waving him over to their class tree. 1A8 under the large tree so often that it was now their tree. It was a nice day out, not too hot and not too cold. He was coming back from another round of healing from Recovery Girl. His arm was now out of the sling, but still wrapped, and he didn't have a limp anymore. As he approached, he took stock of where everyone was. The dog pile for today had Shoji at the base with Koda-jiro, Ojiro, and Hagakure scattered on top of him. Surprisingly, no one in the dog pile was asleep yet. Off to the side were Shinso and Kaminari. Kaminari was sitting and chatting calmly with Mina, Siro, Kirishima, and Bakugo while Shinso appeared to be dozing with his head in Kaminari's lap. Shoto noticed Mina shooting Kaminari a knowing grin as the blonde played with the insomniac's hair. Shoto sat down next to his brother and Tsu, who were quietly chatting and eating lunch with Uraraka, Aoyama, and Sato. Oh, Todoroki, Momo said, looking up from where she and Ito were studying. Aizawa started class before I could ask, what happened? Are you okay? Shoto sighed. Aizawa had thankfully started homeroom quickly that morning before anyone could ask him too many questions. It dawned on him that the reason why the dog pile was still awake was to also find out the cause of his current condition. Just a training accident from this weekend, 𝐿𝐿 said plainly. Recovery girl has me benched for a few days, so I'll be sitting out of heroics training until Wednesday at the earliest. I'm doing better now. Just a little sore. Momo nodded and turned back to the book she and Ito were going through. 𝐿𝐿 looked around and saw the dog pile finally start their nap. He also noticed ♀ adjust his position before looking like he was settling into an actual nap as well. Movement in the tree above them caused 𝐿𝐿 to look up. Tokoyami was in the tree today and was eating some apple slices with peanut butter. Dark Shadow was out and it looked like they were trying to take the peanut butter from Tokoyami. Fumi, 𝐿𝐿 heard the quirk whine, I want the peanut butter. Why can't I just have the whole jar? 𝐿𝐿 watched as the raven-headed boy shook his head. You need to eat fruit too, Tokoyami said. Growing quirks can't only eat peanut butter. It wasn't the first time 𝐿𝐿 had heard Tokoyami negotiate with Dark Shadow, and it wouldn't be the last, especially not that they lived in the dorms. Dorm life was interesting, but he found that he enjoyed it more than he thought he would. I suppose you'll tell us all what really happened when you're ready, Aoyama spoke up, drawing 𝐿𝐿 away from his thoughts. 𝐿𝐿 said in his usual deadpan. You're not saying something about what really happened, the sparkling blonde continued, but I suppose that's because the author is waiting for the right setup and has a specific conversation in mind. What? 𝐿𝐿 didn't always know what went on in the Frenchman's head, but he supposed no one really did except for Aoyama. Oh, nothing. Aoyama waved him away, turning back to his lunch of cheese. Aoyama is right though, 𝐶 said, speaking up from his left. I'm not going to press, but it is a little odd for you to come back injured after going home this weekend. Especially when it was just announced that your dad dropped in ranking. 𝐿𝐿 was aware that his classmates weren't stupid. Some of them were a little less observant or learned differently, but none of them were stupid. He knew they were bound to put two and two together. Thank you, 𝐶, 𝐿𝐿 replied, looking down at his lunch. For now I'd rather it stay between me and the handful of people who know. There's just a lot going on right now. 𝐶 nodded. We're here for you, Todoroki. Whenever you're ready to talk, if you want to talk, we'll all be here. The rest of lunch was uneventful. Momo and Ida eventually finished what they were reviewing and the two class reps ended up joining the dog pile at the base of the tree. Training was interesting for 𝐿𝐿. He was sitting off to the side next to his classmates' water bottles watching the rest of 1A spar and train their quirks. It was an open training day, which meant everyone could work on what they felt they needed to under the watchful eyes of All Might and Aizawa. It was interesting because 𝐿𝐿 was getting the chance to see everyone else's progress instead of just the handful of people he usually worked with during training. Kaminari's progress in particular was amazing to 𝐿𝐿. The electric user had come so far from his days of shorting himself out. Today he was working on adjusting the size of his quirk output. 𝐿𝐿 wasn't sure about the specifics, but the blonde was discharging his quirk, observing the effects, and then chatting excitedly to ♀, who was writing things down into a notebook, before adjusting and discharging again. 𝐿𝐿 could pick out something about amps and volts, but most of it was lost on him. He watched as Kaminari's quirk came out as a wide spray, the way it looked to begin with, and blinked in surprise when the electricity user was able to condense his quirk into what could only be described as a bolt. It was amazing. 𝐿𝐿 didn't know what kind of control Kaminari had over the bolt beyond pointing and shooting, but knowing how much Kaminari's quirk had been hurting him and seeing where he was now. It was awe-inspiring. 𝐿𝐿 forced himself to look away. He was going to fall so far behind in training. It was only 3 days of rest, but still. 3 days might as well be 3 weeks. The licensing exam was next month. He needed to train. Shaking his head, 𝐿𝐿 shoved those thoughts down. He should be worrying about if his quirk was damaged and how that might affect him. He'd probably have to wait to take the licensing exam if his quirk was damaged. 𝐿𝐿 sighed and looked down at his hands. Years of training his ice made worthless in one afternoon from one major hit from his father. It was enraging. 𝐿𝐿 glared at his left hand. He'd have to learn how to use his fire beyond not starting a fire. He didn't like it, but if he wanted to be hero he'd have to adjust his training. It was likely that he wouldn't be able to rely on his large attacks. 𝐤𝐻𝐻 wondered if his smaller ice attacks would be at all possible too. Then it hit him. 𝐤𝐻𝐻 took a sip from his water bottle as a very big realization dawned on him. He relied on his quirk too much. His performance in the sports festival made it obvious. Big powerful ice attacks were 𝐤𝐻𝐻's bread and butter. He could to smaller more technical attacks, but his large attacks were more practiced and second nature. Big attacks. 𝐤𝐻𝐻 set down his water bottle and stared at the floor. His father had specifically trained him to use big attacks. 𝐤𝐻𝐻 had to teach himself his smaller attacks. 𝐸𝐴𝑉𝑜r specialized in big fire attacks that were hot and burned everything in its path. He had been trying to teach 𝐤𝐻𝐻 those same large attacks. 𝐤𝐻𝐻 felt himself furrow his brow as he thought through his current quirk use. His goal was to be a different hero from 𝐸𝐴𝑉𝑜r, to be a well-rounded hero that brought comfort to the people he saved. But to do that, he'd have to change his fighting style. In some ways, he supposed he should be grateful for the chance to think about his quirk. He might not have figured it out otherwise. But the knowledge that his ice probably wouldn't work the same again weighed on 𝐤𝐻𝐻's mind. He'd have to learn how to use it all over again. Glancing up, 𝐤𝐻𝐻 saw Aizawa correcting Shinso's form, the brainwasher having moved on from taking notes for Kaminari. He'd have to ask Aizawa about learning more quirkless fighting. Maybe he could also spar more with Shinso and Ojiro. Once he gets cleared for training, that is. Looking back over at Kaminari, 𝐤𝐻𝐻 watched as the blonde tried to manipulate his bolt form of his quirk. 𝐤𝐻𝐻 idly wondered if his fire could work that way too. He really didn't know how the fire side of his quirk worked beyond making the flames larger or smaller and adjusting the temperature. If 𝐤𝐻𝐻 was being honest with himself, he was a little bit excited to learn how to use his quirk in new ways, different from how 𝐸𝐴𝑉𝑜r had trained him to use it. He knew Izuku would enjoy helping him as his brother found quirks particularly fascinating. Class ended right as 𝐤𝐻𝐻 decided to think positively about his situation. Izuku jogged over to retrieve his water bottle before the rest of their class. 𝐤𝐻𝐻, he said taking a sip of water, sitting out must have been pretty boring, huh? I'm sure you'll be back with us on Thursday though. It wasn't that boring, no, 𝐤𝐻𝐻 said tilting his head in thought. It was interesting to see how much some of our classmates have improved. I saw you watching Kaminari, Izuku replied. His quirk looks so different from the beginning of the year. Yeah, 𝐤𝐻𝐻 said nodding, maybe mine works differently from how I've been trained too. It'll be nice to actually get to know my quirk without 𝐸𝐴𝑉𝑜r standing over me. Izuku tilted his head in thought. Yeah, maybe. We'll have to see. That's a good way to look at it though, 𝐤𝐻𝐻. 𝐤𝐻𝐻 nodded and followed his brother to the locker room. I'm going to get changed and then we can go see Recovery Girl, Izuku said stopping at his locker. I can go ahead and just meet you at Aizawa's office, 𝐤𝐻𝐻 offered. Do you know where Aizawa's office is? Izuku said with a smirk. It dawned on 𝐤𝐻𝐻 that he didn't know. Didn't think so, Izuku said ruffling his hair. Whatever, 𝐤𝐻𝐻 said turning towards a mirror to fix his part. Go get changed. Izuku let out a laugh, but turned to get his stuff to change anyway. The rest of the class was starting to trickle in now. As 𝐤𝐻𝐻 and Izuku were getting ready to leave for Recovery Girl's office, Mr. Aizawa caught their eyes and tilted his head in question. 𝐤𝐻𝐻 offered their teacher a nod to let him know that they hadn't forgotten their meeting. In just a few hours, Aizawa would be brought into the loop. It was a quiet walk from Recovery Girl's office to Aizawa's office. Recovery Girl had told 𝐤𝐻𝐻 he could leave the bandages off, but 𝐤𝐻𝐻 had decided that he wasn't quite ready for his most recent scars to be on display yet. Recovery Girl understood but mentioned that he should let the scars breathe at night at the very least. How long will you leave the bandages on? Izuku asked. 𝐤𝐻𝐻 sighed and glanced up at his brother. I'll take them off on Wednesday, he said quietly, just need some time. I get that, Izuku said nodding. 𝐤𝐻𝐻's arm matched his left eye now. Because of the way he had blocked Enji's attack, most of 𝐤𝐻𝐻's right arm was scar tissue. Between Recovery Girl's quirk and a few exercises she gave him to do, 𝐤𝐻𝐻 was able to salvage most of his mobility and the elasticity of his skin. There were a few fine motor skills he'd struggle with, but for the most part, he retained the use of the majority of his hand. Izuku paused outside of Aizawa's office. This is it, 𝐤𝐻𝐻, he said glancing down at his brother. Yeah, 𝐤𝐻𝐻 replied quietly, no more secrets. No more secrets, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 agreed. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 knocked on 𝐒𝐿𝐴's door and the two teens entered when they heard 𝐒𝐿𝐴 tell them to come in. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 was in the armchair with a stack of essays and his grading pen. Take a seat on the couch, problem children, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 said, still reading the essay he was grading. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 sat down closest to their teacher with 𝐒𝐿𝐴 taking a seat to his right. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 placed his back in the furthest corner of the couch and 𝐒𝐿𝐴 passed his bag to his brother to also place in the couch corner. After a moment, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 sighed and placed the stack of essays on the coffee table in front of them, and turned his attention to 𝐒𝐿𝐴 and 𝐒𝐿𝐴. Now, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 finally said, 𝐒𝐿𝐴, did anyone give you any problems about you sitting out? Beside him, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 shook his head and replied, no. They were just worried. I told them it was a training accident and that I should be cleared to train on Wednesday. Okay, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 nodded, let me know if anyone tries to give you a hard time. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 nodded and 𝐒𝐿𝐴 turned to 𝐒𝐿𝐴. What's this about you two being related? Their teacher asked directly. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 sighed, I'll start at the beginning. My mom wanted a child and met 𝐿𝐴. 𝐿𝐴 wooed her without her knowing about 𝐒𝐿𝐴's family and she had me. 𝐿𝐴 didn't want anyone to know about us, so he's not on my BRTH certificate. He had access to me until I was 6 when he decided that I wasn't worth his time. My mom was also financially stable enough to support the two of us without him and was about to tell him to not come back anyway. What do you mean by worth his time? 𝐒𝐿𝐴 asked. He married my mom to have children and create the perfect quirk, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 said, speaking up. I am the 4th of my mother's children, but the 5th of our fathers. 𝐿𝐴 had me with my mom to hedge his bets, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 gritted out. My mom has a telekinesis quirk where she can call small objects to her. When he met her, she had used her quirk to call her keys to her. I think he was hoping for a fire kinesis quirk of some kind. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 nodded and 𝐒𝐿𝐴 took to a breath before continuing his explanation. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 beat him to it though. You're aware that I've been trained by my father, right? 𝐒𝐿𝐴 asked. Again, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 nodded and gestured for 𝐒𝐿𝐴 to continue. What you don't know is that he's trained me since I was 4 and my quirk manifested. However, I was kept away from my other siblings for most of my life except for my older brother 𝐿𝐴, who died in a training accident when I was 6. Training started earlier for me though, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 said, jumping in. 𝐿𝐴 started training me when I was 3. He would train me every day during school breaks. I didn't have it nearly as bad as 𝐒𝐿𝐴 did though, and not for nearly as long. You still suffered, 𝐒𝐿𝐴, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 said quietly. We both have scars, until this weekend yours were worse. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 noticed 𝐒𝐿𝐴 stiffen, but their teacher kept quiet. Sighing, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 continued. 𝐿𝐴 upped the intensity when I turned 4 and added fire into my training. His goal was to force my quirk to manifest. That's when I started learning hand-to-hand fighting. After I came home with burns on my clothes, my mom took me to a quirk geneticist to find out what was going on. That's when we found out I didn't have any quirk factors and my fire resistance was purely hereditary. I'm genetically quirkless, which you know. Why so early? 𝐒𝐿𝐴 asked. She hoped that an official diagnosis would get 𝐿𝐴 to at least back off a little, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 said quietly. It didn't work. He didn't listen. Everything finally stopped when I was 6 and he finally figured out that I was quirkless. He beat my mom and I watched him from my bedroom door. I had cracked it. Just to make sure he wasn't going to use his quirk against her, which he never did. You're leaving out what happened during your last training session with Endeavor, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 murmured. Right? 𝐒𝐿𝐴 said, scooting over so he had a little bit of room to move. He and his brother had gravitated towards each other and their knees and shoulders were firmly pressed together as a form of support for one another. The light pressure had felt nice and grounding. Sorry for this, sensei, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 said, unbuttoning his shirt, but it's easier to show than just explain. He shifted so that his back was to their teacher and revealed the scar on his back. Disregard the starburst on my right shoulder, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 said, pointing to it. That was from when 𝐭𝐿𝐴's quirk manifested. He turned his head and saw their teacher's stunned expression. 𝐒𝐿𝐴's eyes shifted over 𝐒𝐿𝐴's back, his jaw loose in shock. You were 6? Their teacher finally asked, his voice strained. Yes, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 said, turning back around and pulling his shirt up. Similar to what happened to 𝐒𝐿𝐴 on Saturday, 𝐿𝐴 got frustrated and tried to burn the quirk out of me. He didn't go as hard as he did on 𝐒𝐿𝐴, but he didn't hold back either. Fire resistance saved your life, Aizawa said, still stunned. Yeah, it saved me multiple times from Enji, Izuku admitted. He felt Shoto press against his side again and decided to reach for his brother's hand as well. As always, Shoto's left hand was a touch warmer than Izuku's hand. I also have scars on my arms and legs, which I'm sure you noticed in Gym Gamma, Izuku added on. Yes, Aizawa confirmed slowly. I'm going to say it's safe to assume those came from Endeavor as well. Our father has never known the meaning of holding back, nor proportional response, Shoto interjected. I've never been scarred by Endeavor's fire until this weekend, but a few times in training he had decided to teach me how to avoid knives. Aizawa raised an eyebrow at that statement. You can probably imagine how that went, Shoto continued. I've got multiple scars around my sides from those training sessions. I have no idea what possessed him to come at me with a knife. The three of them sat in silence while Aizawa processed what Izuku and his brother just said. Finally, their teacher shook his head. Okay, he said. Unfortunately, since none of these incidents were documented and they're so old, we can't use them as actual evidence against Endeavor. He paused before continuing. I talked to Nizu yesterday afternoon. Endeavor is no longer welcome on UA's campus because his actions as a hero do not align with what UA wants our heroic students to learn. Izuku let out a breath. He didn't realize he had been holding and felt Shoto slump into him a little bit. His brother's grip on his hand also tightened for a moment before relaxing. However, we can't do anything beyond keeping him off of campus and you here, Aizawa said carefully. Any major actions against Endeavor would bring a lot of attention I'm sure you don't want. Shoto shook his head. It's not like any of my family are prepared to take him to court anyway. We're all dependent on him. Aizawa tilted his head and gestured for Shoto to elaborate. Fuyumi is probably the only one who is financially independent, but she hasn't moved out because I'm still there, Shoto started. Natsuo pays his rent on his apartment, but Endeavor is who pays for his school. And then our mother is a patient in the psychiatric ward at Mizuta General. And of course, there's me. Every single one of you is dependent on him in some way, Aizawa said. We'd have to guarantee that he wouldn't be able to retaliate if your family decided to do anything. That's why none of us have ever tried, Shoto replied. I'm going to talk to Nizu about everything. He paused and continued after he saw Shoto nod. For now, we can keep Endeavor off of campus and you on it. Thank you, Shoto said. I'm sorry for causing so much trouble. It's not trouble if it's your safety and well-being, Aizawa said gently. Izuku gave Shoto's hand a reassuring squeeze before ruffling his hair again. Shoto rolled his eyes as he fixed his hair again, but gave him a grateful smile as he reparted his hair. Izuku noticed that Aizawa was sitting back in his chair and observing their interactions quietly. After a moment, Aizawa picked up his stack of essays from his coffee table. If that's all, you two are free to leave. Yes, sensei, Izuku said, standing up with Shoto. Thank you for everything. Shoto passed Izuku his backpack and Izuku slid one arm into it. He noticed that Shoto hesitated before putting his bag on so that the weight was on his left side instead of his right. No problem, child, Aizawa said softly. Shoto, meet me and Recovery Girl at Gym Gamma on Wednesday after classes. Yes, Midoriya can come too if he wants. Shoto nodded and gave their teacher a small bow. Thank you, Aizawa-sensei. Go on, I have grading to do and I'm sure you two have homework. And with that last dismissal, Izuku and Shoto left and headed back to the dorms. The walk back was quiet for the most part. Shoto decided he'd break the gentle silence between him and Izuku. That went well, he said carefully. Oh yeah, Izuku responded. I think we got the best possible outcome for now. Endeavor can't get to you now. Or you and Ison, Shoto said. Why would he want me? Izuku said, pausing. He decided that the reason why his sons were disappointments was because of our mother. Shoto said, your mother isn't my mother. He might try to contact you or draw you in. I think I made it pretty clear at the sports festival that I wanted nothing to do with him, Izuku replied, thinking back to the interaction, but thanks for the warning. They arrived at the entrance to Heights Alliance and were greeted with a busy common room when they entered. Kaminari, Siro, Ojiro, Sato, and Mina were playing some kind of video game on the TV. Hitoshi was sharing the couch with Kaminari and had his feet in the blonde's lap while the tired boy read a book. Behind them were Shoji and Tokoyami studying at one of the tables along with what looked to be Hagakure and Kuda. Further in the back of the room in the kitchen area was Bakugo, Kirishima, and Tsu. A quick sniff of the air told Shoto that Bakugo was making curry for dinner. Izuku said from beside him, "Kacchan's curry is the best." With another ruffle of Shoto's hair, his brother moved away from him to go talk to the explosive blonde in the kitchen. Sighing, Shoto fixed his part for the third time that day and wandered off to the other side of the dorm where Uraraka, Momo, Jiro, and Aoyama were quietly chatting on the couches while working on schoolwork. Ida was nowhere to be seen. "Where's Ida?" Shoto asked, sitting down next to Aoyama. "He's out for a run," Momo replied. "He should be back soon though. Did you need him for something?" "No." Shoto shook his head and moved to put his bag down. "Just wondered since everyone else is down here." He glanced around the table to see what they were working on and pulled out his math homework to join in their study session. Uraraka glanced over his shoulder and pointed at one of the harder problems. "Okay, how on earth did you solve that?" she asked. Shoto pulled out his calculator and spare paper and settled in to explain the parts of their assignment that he did understand. Kigo sighed as he rounded the corner of yet another side alley. He honestly didn't even know where he was anymore after taking so many turns into smaller and smaller alleyways. The HPSC told him to make contact with the League of Villains and get info now rather than wait for them to rebuild themselves. The idea was that if Kigo could get in with them now, then when they were ready for their next move the HPSC would already have someone inside. What Hawks didn't understand was why it had to be him to infiltrate the love. He was the number 2 hero now. If things went sideways, everything would blow up in his face. Shaking his head, he made one more turn from the alley he was going down and entered an empty lot. He was meeting with someone from the love about joining. He didn't know who it was, but he was hoping it was someone with actual pull and not a grunt. So, a rough voice drawled from above him, "The number 2 spot must be cursed. What are you doing here, little bird?" Kigo puffed his feathers and opened his wings slightly, involuntarily, as he looked up to see where the voice came from. Leaning against a wall on a fire. Escape with his arms crossed and an amused smirk was Dabi. "At least I'm not a burnt chicken nugget," Kigo smirked. "Fair," Dabi said. "Why join the League?" Kigo shrugged, tired of being a puppet to the commission. "Did you know I didn't even get to choose to be a hero? They just showed up and told me what was going to happen and it did." "Join the club," Dabi huffed. "Look, I don't trust you, but we need members. Do a few jobs for us and I'll see about getting you in with the boss." "Got it." "Loud and clear," Kigo said with a smile. Dabi rolled his eyes. "Don't make too much noise if you can help it. Number, I'll be in touch." And then the cremation villain melted into a puddle of nothing. "Seriously?" Kigo asked himself out loud, how did I not notice he was a clone? "Twice is very talented birdie," Dabi's voice said from behind him. Kigo whipped around with several feathers arming themselves and pointing towards Dabi, hanging in the air until Kigo called them back or commanded them to attack. "Jumpy," Dabi said, "but understandable. Here, this is an untraceable line to me. Don't lose it." Kigo called his feathers back to him and shook out his wings slightly as the feathers slotted back into their position. Kigo was handed a small silver flip phone. He opened it up and saw that he only had one contact in it. Closing it, he nodded and put it in one of his pockets. "Screw us over, birdie," Dabi warned, "and you won't like what happens next." A purple portal opened up behind the villain and a second later Dabi was gone. After waiting a moment and making sure he was truly alone, Kigo let out the breath he had been holding. "I doubt what they can do is worse than what the commission has already done," he muttered to himself as he spread his wings out to take off. As he flew off into the night, Kigo wondered how this mission would go and thought of all the ways it could blow up in his face. Even though he was forced into being a hero, he did enjoy his work. One wrong move on either side and his career would be over. Whether or not his life would be over as well was another thing. Kigo shook his head. Thinking about that wouldn't do him any good. Unless he could figure it out for himself, this was what his job was. Wednesday after classes, Gym Gamma Shoto was nervous. Today he was finally going to find out just how damaged his quirk was. He wasn't even going to entertain the idea that it was fine and would work normally. His injuries had taken many rounds of treatment from Recovery Girl after being left to fester for almost a full 24 hours. Nothing would be the same going forward. He glanced down at his right hand. The bandages were off and 𝐤𝐻𝐻 had finally taken a long look in the mirror that morning. Most of his right arm had been burned. The large burn ran from the base of his neck to his fingers. His thumb and index fingers were the only two fingers relatively unharmed for some reason. Flexing his hand and arm, 𝐤𝐻𝐻 felt the new tightness that came from such a large scar. Thankfully, Recovery Girl's quirk let him retain some elasticity in his skin, but he'd always feel a slight pull whenever he moved going forward. He felt something bump against his shoulder and looked over to his left. Right, his brother was with him. Izuku was giving him a questioning look, his eyes flicking from 𝐤𝐻𝐻's right side and back to 𝐤𝐻𝐻's eyes. "I'm fine, Izuku," 𝐤𝐻𝐻 muttered, "just nervous." His half-brother nodded and bumped shoulders with him. "Understandable," he replied gently, "that's why I'm here for support." 𝐤𝐻𝐻 nodded and sighed as they approached the door to the gym. He paused with his hand on the door. "What if I can't be a hero anymore?" he asked, staring at the handle. He felt a hand settle on his head. "It'll be fine, 𝐤𝐻𝐻," Izuku said. "Let's see where your quirk is at first. One step at a time." He felt his brother ruffle his hair and he looked back over his shoulder once Izuku was done. "Must you constantly mess up my part?" he asked with a huff. "It's not as easy as it looks to separate the two." His brother smirked. "Because I'm older and taller." 𝐤𝐻𝐻 rolled his eyes and opened the door. "By 6 months and 3 inches, he huffed. "That's not a big difference." Izuku let out a laugh. "Yes, it is." "Whatever," he said, making a beeline to a window so he could fix his hair in the reflection. "You know your hair will probably get messed up again, right?" Izuku asked from behind him. "It's the principle of the thing," 𝐤𝐻𝐻 said, turning back around. "If you two are quite done now." They looked over and saw their teacher and Recovery Girl. "We should probably get started," Aizawa said. He was hiding his expression in his scarf, but 𝐤𝐻𝐻 could see the amusement in his eyes. "If you're ready," Recovery Girl started, "why don't we start by checking your heat sensitivity?" 𝐤𝐻𝐻 nodded and moved away from the window and further into the gym. Izuku took their bags and sat down off to the side. 𝐤𝐻𝐻 idly noticed his brother pulling out his pen and notebook. "Notes about what I can do will be useful," 𝐤𝐻𝐻 thought. He held out his left arm and mentally prepared himself for using his fire. "Start small, dearie," Recovery Girl said gently. 𝐤𝐻𝐻 relaxed and let his left side heat up slowly. He felt his right side react a little bit to the increased temperature and let himself react for half a second before schooling his expression back to his usual deadpan. He turned his left hand over and created a small fireball in the palm of his hand. As the flame grew, 𝐤𝐻𝐻 noticed that his right side wasn't regulating temperature nearly as well as it did before his injury. When the flames covered nearly his entire hand, he felt his right side twinge as if he was holding his right hand directly over the flame and heat. The fire was halfway up his forearm when he decided to bail. His entire right side was starting to feel like he was too close to a burner on a stove. 𝐤𝐻𝐻 didn't want to find out what it would feel like if his whole arm was on fire, much less his entire left side. "Are you okay? Do you need to stop?" Mr. Aizawa asked with concern evident in his tone, and 𝐤𝐻𝐻 shook his head. "No. I'm fine. But my right side definitely doesn't handle heat as well as it used to. Usually, I'm able to set my entire left arm on fire before my right tries to regulate. Activating my quirk with flames on my entire left side is out of the question right now." 𝐤𝐻𝐻 pursed his lips. He hated admitting that already he had to limit the use of his quirk on the side that hadn't even been injured. "It's possible that as your injuries continue to heal that you'll be able to use more of your fire," Recovery Girl said, speaking up. "For now, be mindful of the sensitivity and don't push yourself too hard or too fast. Recovery isn't linear and everyone heals at their own pace." 𝐤𝐻𝐻 nodded and glanced down at his hands. "How could I have let this happen?" he asked himself. "If you're feeling okay to continue, why don't you start making ice with your foot?" Recovery Girl suggested. Taking another breath, 𝐤𝐻𝐻 focused on dropping his temperature in his right foot and slowly releasing frost. His foot and ankle frosted over easily, so he decided to push forward a little bit. Lowering his temperature again, 𝐤𝐻𝐻 focused on releasing ice outward from his foot. He watched as a thin sheet of ice spread out radially from his right foot. After feeling that his body felt fine, 𝐤𝐻𝐻 decided to go for it. He wanted to know if he could still do his large ice attacks. The suspense had been eating at him all week. With a huff, he dropped his temperature again and shifted his foot sideways like he normally would to use a larger attack. He was watching his ice grow upwards when he felt it. A cold ache was starting to settle into his bones and joints. 𝐤𝐻𝐻 stopped immediately and carefully used his left side to warm himself up. 𝐤𝐻𝐻 glanced over at his attempted glacier and walked over to it. It was about a foot thick and barely taller than himself, nowhere near as big as his previous glaciers. Disappointing, he muttered to himself. He wanted to touch his ice and feel how cold it was, but he couldn't. He was only 2 feet away from his ice and he could feel his right side getting cold. With a shake of his head, 𝐤𝐻𝐻 turned and walked back to where Recovery Girl and his teacher were standing. From the corner of his eye, he could see 𝐒𝐿 looking at him with concern. He stopped in front of the adults and glanced up at his teacher before turning back to Recovery Girl. I started feeling a chill in my joints and bones, 𝐤𝐻𝐻 told her, glancing at the floor next to her, so I stopped. Recovery Girl nodded. That's all right, sweetie. Just be mindful of it and keep an eye on it. 𝐤𝐻𝐻 nodded in response. Now, Recovery Girl sighed, the big question. Can you use your quirk in your right arm? I guess we'll find out, 𝐤𝐻𝐻 said, stepping away from Recovery Girl and Mr. Aizawa. He glanced back at his ice barrier he had just created and took a deep breath. Moment of truth, he whispered quietly to himself. Like before, 𝐤𝐻𝐻 started by lowering his temperature in his arm and formed a layer of frost from his hand to his mid-forearm. After assessing that he felt fine, he lowered his temperature some more and started his attempt to make ice. After a few tries and adjusting how he was calling on his quirk, 𝐤𝐻𝐻 was able to form some amount of ice in his right hand. He let out a relieved sigh and decided to call his small amount of ice a win. Ice would remain in his move set even if it looked a bit different from before. 𝐤𝐻𝐻 looked over at his ice barrier for a second time and felt ambitious again. There was a voice in his head that sounded like 𝐒𝐿 telling him to not push himself so soon and that it was fine if he stopped there for the day. But 𝐤𝐻𝐻 had to know how much ice he could produce and ignored the warning. He shifted his stance and brought his right hand closer to him. Closing his eyes, 𝐤𝐻𝐻 centered himself and prepared himself like he normally did when he was going for a large-scale ice move. As his power built up in his arm, 𝐤𝐻𝐻 noticed he felt a dull ache. It didn't feel like the ache he felt in his leg before, so he ignored it and pressed on. Moving his arm out, 𝐤𝐻𝐻 released his built-up quirk and immediately felt pain. A sharp stabbing pain shot through his entire arm up to his shoulder when he released his quirk. With a shout, 𝐤𝐻𝐻 deactivated his quirk and held his arm to his chest. He felt himself sink to the ground and curl up around his right arm. He couldn't see anything, he realized after a moment. He had closed his eyes as he breathed through the pain, hoping it would stop soon. Right as he started focusing on what he was feeling, 𝐤𝐻𝐻 felt the shift in presence that let him know that Aizawa had released his own quirk. After another moment of breathing, 𝐤𝐻𝐻 opened his eyes and looked up. 𝐒𝐿 was next to him now and Aizawa and Recovery Girl were close without crowding him. I'm okay now, 𝐤𝐻𝐻 muttered to 𝐒𝐿. He could feel his brother fretting and worrying. 𝐤𝐻𝐻, that was awful, 𝐒𝐿 said without bothering to hide his worry. His tone sounded beyond worry and on the cusp of fear. How big is the wall? 𝐤𝐻𝐻 asked. He had to know. 𝐤𝐻𝐻, 𝐒𝐿 said, catching his breath, you didn't even get a shard of ice out. 𝐤𝐻𝐻 snapped his head around to meet his brother's eyes. What? He asked with wide eyes. You didn't produce any ice that time, 𝐤𝐻𝐻, 𝐒𝐿 said again. 𝐤𝐻𝐻 felt the BLD drain from his face and his body suddenly chilled. That can't be possible, he whispered to his brother. 𝐤𝐻𝐻, 𝐒𝐿 said gently, look around. There's no new ice. Slowly, 𝐤𝐻𝐻 turned his head and scanned the gym. Aside from his initial ice barrier and layer of ice, there wasn't any new ice. Nothing, 𝐤𝐻𝐻 had created nothing. 𝐤𝐻𝐻 took a shaky breath. There's no ice. All of that build up and just nothing. Izuku looked like he wanted to say something, but held back and didn't. Shoto had a feeling he knew what it was and was glad to not hear it. "I'm sorry," was the last thing Shoto wanted to hear right now. "I guess," Shoto said looking up at his teacher and recovery girl, "I guess big attacks are out for now." Aizawa nodded and recovery girl pursed her lips before shaking her head. "We'll just have to wait and see, dearie," she said. "With time, you might improve." Shoto nods and massages his arm absent-mindedly. The pain was subsiding now, but also lingering. "Here," recovery girl said stepping closer, "I'll heal you." She kissed his arm and Shoto felt some of his energy drain, but at least the pain was gone. "Thank you," Shoto said finally getting up from the ground. He looked over at Aizawa who was studying him carefully. "What about training?" Shoto asked. Aizawa sighed. "You can rejoin training tomorrow, but use your quirk sparingly if at all." Shoto nodded. "That makes sense. We'll see how the rest of this week goes, but more than likely you'll need to come to the gym with me after classes and work on your quirk," their teacher said. "The provisional licensing exam is about 2 months away. I think you'll be able to make a good recovery and become proficient with your quirk in time to take it if you were worried about that." Shoto felt relief wash over him from Aizawa's statement. "Thank you," he said. "I'll work hard." Aizawa softened his gaze. "Just don't push yourself past your limits. Plus Ultra is fine, but not while you're trying to recover from an injury like this." "There's a reason why All Might is retired now," Izuku mumbled next to him. Shoto saw Aizawa fail to suppress a chuckle and eye roll at Izuku's statement. He made a mental note to ask Izuku about it later. "Don't worry about the ice," recovery girl said speaking up. "I'll have one of the third years come melt and mop it up. A couple of them owe me for going overboard in training. You head back to your dorm and rest." Shoto nodded and followed Izuku over to where he had put their bags. "Did you get any good notes?" he asked as he placed his bag on his left shoulder. "Yeah," Izuku said brightening up. "I got a few ideas for how you could use your quirk in a limited way too." Shoto offered a grin to his brother. "I look forward to hearing them." It hit him halfway back to the dorm. "He did it," Shoto whispered stopping in his tracks. "Endeavor got his wish." Izuku moved so that he was directly in front of him. "Don't lose hope," his brother said. "You may regain some of your ability over time. NG hasn't won anything. Not yet, not ever. Don't let him win." Shoto sighed. "Maybe, but in the meantime, I guess I should focus on controlling my fire." He glanced down at his left palm and produced a small flame. "It may look like Endeavor's," he said watching the flame dance in his hand, "but I'll make it my own. You said it yourself, it's my power, not his." Shoto clenched his hand into a fist, putting out the flame. "That's right," Izuku said with a soft smile. "It's yours and it'll look so different from NG's that no one will think of him when you use it." "Thanks, Nissen," Shoto said with a small smile. Shoto reflected on the afternoon as they continued their walk back. "I'm going to have to retain my ice as well and practice smaller, precise, and more refined techniques," Shoto thought to himself. Endeavor had trained him to use his quirk the same way he uses his, in an all-or-nothing manner. The bigger the better. Big attacks likely wouldn't be making a return and couldn't be in his arsenal anymore. Years of training to use large-scale attacks, gone in an instant. Shoto sighed internally when he realized he was going to have to unlearn years of habits as well. He had a long road ahead of him. The powerful quirk his father had worked so hard to create, gone in an instant. And wasn't that just ironic? The rest of the week and the next went by smoothly. Shoto threw himself into working on his quirkless fighting skills during class. After training though, he spent an extra half-hour raising and lowering his body temperature to get his body used to the temperature change again. True to his word, Aizawa was nearby while Shoto worked on his stamina, keeping an eye on him and making sure he didn't overdo it. Every day was different. Some days he was able to go a little colder, others a little hotter. Sometimes he'd have to stop altogether because his body just wasn't having it. Those days were the days Aizawa would remind him that recovery isn't linear and that he's improved a lot overall. He went back to Recovery Girl a few more times for healing when he did manage to push himself too far before Aizawa could erase his quirk. She'd shake her head and TSK before healing him. Then she'd remind him that his body was still healing and pushing too much would set him back. Those were the moments that 𝐤𝐸 just wanted to scream and ask how he could possibly be set further back than he was now. But he didn't. Instead, he'd purse his lips and nod stiffly, and Recovery Girl would see right through him and give him 2 pieces of candy along with her normal energy refresher gummies. She'd walk him to the door and send him on his way. "I'll tell 𝐴nWi he should expect to see you tomorrow. Or is now better?" she would ask. Usually, 𝐤𝐸 was okay to talk to Hound Dog the next day. Hound Dog was helpful. After talking to Izuku, 𝐤𝐸 decided to tell Hound Dog everything. Hound Dog had let him know that he'd have to tell Nizu, and 𝐤𝐸 said it was fine. So now the school had official documentation about what Endeavor did. Since he hadn't heard anything else about it from Aizawa or Nizu, 𝐤𝐸 assumed the school still wasn't able to do more than keep him there and Endeavor off. However, being able to talk freely with Hound Dog was nice. Slowly, he was working through processing his injury and childhood. Therapy was doing him a bit of good. 𝐤𝐸 was self-aware enough to know that. Slowly he was starting to open up more to his other classmates outside of the Izukuru, as Uraraka dubbed them. He figured out that he studied better with Tokoyami, Shoji, and Koda than he did with Izuku and Ida. Siro and Kaminari were both down to listen to his conspiracy theories and sometimes came up with their own. Jiro and Hagakure were helping him expand his taste in music as well, and Ojiro was more than happy to help him work on his sparring technique. In short, 𝐤𝐸 felt like he was getting closer to his classmates and was feeling more comfortable around them. Which was why he was sitting at the end of one of the couches with his back against Siro's chest, scrolling through his Tumblr feed while the other looked over his left shoulder, chuckling occasionally whenever there was a particularly funny post. He wasn't quite sure how they ended up in the position they were in, but it felt nice to just relax and not care about proper behavior for once. Everyone was downstairs that evening. Bakugo was working on dinner with Kirishima and Izuku in the kitchen. Everyone else was scattered on the couches and floor. Kaminari and Shinso were on the floor next to him, and Siro watching some kind of video on Kaminari's phone. They were sharing a pair of earbuds, and Shinso's arm was wrapped around the blonde's shoulders. 𝐤𝐸 could see that he was also lightly playing with Kaminari's hair. The electricity user sighed contently and laid his head on Shinso's shoulder. "Cute," 𝐤𝐸 thought, focusing back on his phone. "Hey, Roki," Siro whispered from his left shoulder. "Think they'll stop dancing around each other soon?" 𝐤𝐸 stole another glance to his right and minutely shook his head and whispered back, "Hard to say. They seem happy though. Best to leave them be." It was then that Present Mike entered their dorm. His hair was down, but he looked a little ruffled. Their English teacher's eyes flitted around the room as he made his way into their common area. Good, they're all here, Hisashi thought after he quickly counted his husband's students. "Mike-sensei, did you need Mr. Aizawa?" "He's out on patrol right now," Yaoyorozu said, looking up from her magazine she and some of the other girls were looking through. "No, everything is fine," their English teacher said. "Shoyuta was injured on patrol, so he's resting back at the teacher apartments. He'll be fine after some rest, don't worry." Apparently telling Shuta's students that he was injured was the wrong thing to do. Immediately, 20 pairs of eyes were on him. Dark Shadow had popped his head out at the news. He saw Bakugo turn the stove down and put a lid on whatever he was cooking and knew that he'd soon have 21 pairs of eyes watching him. The common room was silent now except for the sound of Bakugo's pot simmering. "What?" Mina asked worriedly, breaking the silence. "Is he okay? Does he need anything?" "He just said Aizawa was resting Pinky," Bakugo called from the kitchen. The blonde was wiping his hands on a kitchen towel and following Kirishima and Midoriya over to where the rest of their class was. "He's okay. Shoyuta is just resting after the night he's had," Hisashi said, twisting his ring. "He just took a hard hit is all." That is, a hard hit resulted in Shoyuta falling off a roof and barely being able to break his fall with his capture weapon. Hisashi had run out of the radio studio when he got Shuta's text that he needed to be picked up. After a quick visit with Recovery Girl, Shoyuta was resting in their room at their on-campus apartment. Since Shoyuta has orders from Recovery Girl to rest, Hisashi said gently, "I'm doing his check-ins tonight so he can rest. He's already been healed, he just needs to rest. Don't worry, he'll be back tomorrow." His husband's class seemed to calm down a little once he reassured them that their teacher would be back the next day. He was about to leave when his phone rang. Pausing, he pulled it out to see who it was. Sure enough, it was 𝐲. That's him now, Hisashi said to the curious students. Hey 𝐲, he said answering the phone. Zashi, Shuta's tired voice said, are the kids okay? They're fine, 𝐲-yuta, Hisashi replied with a smile. All of them are right here in front of me. Good, thank you, 𝐲-yuta replied. Hisashi heard his husband shifting around through the phone. Finally, he stopped and asked, have you seen my sleeping bag? Your sleeping bag? Hisashi asked. I thought you left it on the couch. It's not there, 𝐲-yuta sighed. Well, he trailed off looking around the room, I don't see it down here with your kiddos. Students, 𝐲-yuta corrected. Hisashi chuckled. Right, your students? Hold on, I'll ask them. He tucked his phone against his chest and turned to the still quiet first years. Have any of you seen Shuta's sleeping bag? There were several head shakes and a few no's in response. They haven't seen it either, Hisashi said, putting his phone back to his ear. He heard 𝐲-yuta sigh and start moving again. I'll have to go find it then. Oh no, Hisashi gently reprimanded. You stay in bed. I'll go look around and find it for you. There was a long pause as Hisashi heard his husband stop and consider his options. Finally, he heard 𝐲-yuta settle back down where he was. Fine, 𝐲-yuta grumbled. Thanks, Zashi. Love you. It's no problem, kitten, Hisashi softly replied with a soft smile. Love you too. He was about to hang up when he heard 𝐲-yuta bark through the phone. Wait, Hisashi. He asked. What's up? Are you still with my students? Yeah, Hisashi said, realizing what he just revealed in front of them. Sorry, 𝐲. It's fine, 𝐲-yuta said with a sigh. Put me on speaker and I'll talk to them. Nope, Hisashi chirped. I'll handle it. You rest and don't worry about it. Okay, 𝐲-yuta relented. I'll see you when you get back with my sleeping bag. Hisashi heard 𝐲-yuta hang up and he put his phone away. Taking a breath, he turned to his husband's class. Once again, 21 pairs of eyes were on him. I guess you all have questions then? He asked sheepishly. Mina's hand shot up as she loudly asked her question. Sensei? Are you and Sensei dating? I don't think they're dating, Midoriya said. Hisashi noticed the tall teen glancing at his ring. While he did wear his wedding ring on his left hand, he didn't wear it on his ring finger. Instead, he wore it on his middle finger. 𝐲-yuta kept his on a chain around his neck under his capture weapon. We're actually married, Hisashi said, holding up his left hand, but it's not public knowledge since 𝐲-yuta is underground. Several nods went around the room. 𝐲 is a very private person as it is, and it's a habit to keep it a secret, Hisashi continued explaining. He meant to tell you when you all moved in since we're in such close quarters now. But he forgot. With another glance around the room, he asked, any questions? Shinso tilted his head from his spot on the ground next to Kaminari. Kitten. Hisashi couldn't help but smile at the mention of the name. Just a pet name, he replied. Don't repeat it, and please don't tease him about it. Again, affirming nods went around the gaggle of first years. Great, thank you, Hisashi said with a smile. Now that the cat's out of the bag, you'll probably see more of me. He preened when he saw several of them perk up and smile. If that's all, I've got to go track down 𝐲's sleeping bag. Hisashi started towards the door again. Be good little listeners. I'll be back later to check on you all again. He heard a chorus of, bye present Mike, behind him as he left the building. 𝐲-yuta was tired and his back still ached from his fall the night before. Hisashi had finally found his sleeping bag in the teacher's lounge, so he was sitting behind his desk in it that morning. He yawned and took a sip of his coffee before glancing at the clock. He had a feeling Tenya would be the third person in the classroom that morning, so he had arrived at his room early again. Sure enough, the door slid open, and in walked Midoriya and Shoto. The shorter of the two looked a little sleepy while Midoriya was wide awake. See Shoto, Midoriya said, I told you Sensei would be here. It's way too early, Aizu, Shoto said with a yawn. Ida got back from his run as we were leaving. Why are you two here so early? 𝐲-yuta asked. Well, since we found out that you and Mike are married, Midoriya said, lowering his voice, We had a thought and wanted to confirm it. Does Present Mike know that we're brothers? Shoto asked plainly. He obviously had thought the question could wait till later, and Shoyuta felt for the boy, it was much too early. Sighing, Shoyuta took another sip of coffee before replying, "No, he doesn't know. However, I did have to tell Nizu everything you two told me. But we haven't said anything to any of the other teachers. That's up to you two." Midoriya tilted his head in thought. "What do you think, Shoto?" "I don't think it would hurt for them to know," Shoto shrugged. "Just another reason for them to make sure Endeavor doesn't make it onto campus." Midoriya nodded. "You can tell them, Sensei." "Do you want me to include All Might in that discussion, or do you want to tell him yourself?" Shoyuta asked, sitting up. Midoriya looked around the room while he thought about it. After a moment, he responded, "If you don't mind, could you tell him for me, Sensei?" "Sure," Shoyuta said. He had a feeling that Midoriya would rather field questions rather than tell Yagi everything he went through. "I guess that's it then," Midoriya said, glancing at Shoto. "Everyone knows now." "Everyone except our class," Shoto pointed out. "We'll figure it out," Midoriya said, sighing again. "I'll bring it up at the next meeting. I think Nizu is planning on spilling the beans about One for All next meeting as well," Shoyuta said, thinking, "That'll be a fun meeting." He would have to make sure to bring a big thermos of his good coffee to that meeting. It was bound to be headache-inducing. "Thanks, Sensei," Midoriya chirped before dragging his brother to their seats. The rest of the day went rather smoothly for Shoyuta. His students offered small smiles and a few congratulations to him. Sue asked after homeroom if she could see his ring, which he did, pulling the necklace out from under his scarf and showing her the ring on its chain. She said it was pretty and went back to her seat as Hizashi came in to start their English lesson. After he gave his class their hero ethics lecture for the day, Tenya quietly asked him if it was okay for him to reveal that he knew him and Hizashi outside of class. It was then that Shoyuta realized that Tenya had been keeping a good chunk of his life and stories to himself because they involved him and Hizashi. He had told Tenya it was fine, but to be discreet about it. He hadn't seen Tenya brighten up that much since before Tensei's injury. Now it was the end of the day. Shoto had just left for the day. The dual user had been working on his fast switches between hot and cold. It had gone well, and Shoyuta thought his student was making great progress. Now, Shoyuta just wanted to go back to his and Hizashi's apartment, take a shower, and then take a nap with Hizashi before his husband had to leave for the radio station. Dabi was tired of waiting, but he had to stay and wait for Hawks to show up. He had been hesitant to make contact with the hero at first when he initially reached out, but Shigaraki had said he could be a valuable asset, so he gave Hawks a chance. Nothing big yet, if at all, just some information gathering and relaying. That's why Dabi was in another empty lot hidden among the smaller, damper alleyways in the city. He was about ready to bail when a small, rounded yet broad tertiary feather stopped in front of him. He reached out and held it by the bear at the end, knowing that the main part of the feather was sensitive. He had learned that little tidbit during his second meeting with Hawks, and he had been absent-mindedly stroking the soft red feather Hawks had used to signal him. The hero had sheepishly asked him to stop and explained that he could feel everything. That had set them off down a path of discussing the quirks of their quirks. Dabi learned that Hawks could feel when the barbless of his feathers came unhooked and needed preening, which was why stroking it by someone who wasn't him was distracting. Dabi had wondered if it was distracting during hero work, and Hawks had shrugged and said when he was in the heat of the moment, it was easier to ignore if something was out of place. In return, Dabi told him that his own quirk was a little too much for his body to handle. Hawks had simply tilted his head and said he had wondered how Dabi got his scars. The bird brain only knew half of it. "Heya," Hawk's casual voice rang out in front of him, snapping Dabi out of his thoughts. Dabi opened his hand and watched as the feather flew back to its place on Hawk's right wing. "What do you have for me today?" Dabi asked, getting to the point. "What? No, how are you? How was your day?" The winged hero looked playfully offended. He was always so casual and ready to shoot the breeze. Dabi supposed it went along with his carefree, too fast shtick he had going. Dabi shot him a pointed look. Right, Hawks said, relenting. "I get the point." A serious look slid onto his face as Hawks got ready to actually do business. The look in his eyes sharpened. His wings picked up and stiffened, held in poised perfection. He looked so different from his usual persona. If Dabi cared more, he'd wonder which one was the true Hawks or if there was a third hidden Hawks that no one ever saw. Dabi gestured for him to continue with a flourish. There's not much going on honestly. Jeans is officially back. He didn't get that injured, but he did get put on rest by his sidekicks and assistant. He probably would have been back sooner, but man, you do not want to go against Melinda, the winged hero said seriously. Anything else? What about our new number 3? Dabi couldn't help his curiosity. Oh, that's right, you probably wouldn't know, Hawks said, his mask slipped for a moment and his wings flaring a little bit in his excitement. Endeavor has been banned from UA's campus. Now that was interesting. Elaborate. Well, because I'm in the top 3, I got a notice from the commission saying that Endeavor isn't allowed on UA's campus, Hawks replied smoothly, his serious mask sliding back in place. The commission says that Nizu says it's because he's been getting more violent and destructive during his fights, which isn't something he wants his students to emulate. So he's not welcome on campus now, not even for public events. Interesting, Dabi said carefully. Anything else? Hawks blinked before he replied with short, nope. Dabi didn't quite believe him but decided to let it go this time. Fine, he sighed. Keep an ear out and let me know if 1A is going to be out and about. Shigaraki wants Izuku Midoriya and Shoto Todoroki. Hawks narrowed his eyes. Not the explosive kid. No, Dabi said with a wave. He's moved on from him. Shigaraki had actually moved on from trying to kidnap them in general, but Hawks didn't need to know that. Warn you if you must, Dabi said with a sigh, but just keep me in the loop. Got it, Hawks said backing up. I'll be around. You know how to reach me. And then he was gone. Dabi sighed and ran his fingers through his hair before putting his hands in his pockets and leaving the lot. So, he thought to himself as he turned a corner, Endeavor is banned from UA. Didn't see that one coming. It's obvious there's more to it than him being more violent. But what? The 4th Thursday of September at the LOV's hideout. Dabi. Shigaraki's raspy voice rang out from across the room. Is Hawks ready to meet us yet? Sighing and glancing over at their impatient leader, Dabi called back, It's only been a month, give me some time. Dabi watched as Shigaraki narrowed his eyes. Fine, he finally said, keep working on him. Nodding, Dabi turned back towards what he was doing. He wasn't ready to give Shigaraki access to Hawks quite yet. Back at UA, Shoyuta was pleased with his class progress. They only had 1 month until the provisional exam, but Shoyuta honestly thought most of them were ready for it now. Still, he was grateful they'd have another month to continue improving and practicing. Shoto had started using his quirk minimally in training after spending the last month regulating just his temperature. Shoyuta was walking around the gym checking in on each of his students. He was also keeping a careful eye on Kaminari, who was working on a new technique. The blonde had figured out if he adjusted his amps and voltage just right, he could change the form his electricity took. While Shoyuta didn't know the full details of what exactly was going on, Maijima knew though. Basically, when Kaminari adjusted the ratio of amps to volt, the spread of his electricity changed too. A higher voltage and lower amperage turned his electricity into a spray, which was good in a pinch. However, should a student found out that as he adjusted his amps and volts, his electricity would widen and narrow. In its most condensed form, it looked like a rough bolt that the electricity user could sort of direct. He couldn't make it turn corners, but he could aim it in a relatively straight line to hit a target. Shoyuta remembered Kaminari bounding up to him after lunch a week ago and telling him that he had a great-grandparent who had a kinesis-type quirk and that's why he could direct his bolt without a conductor. Today, though, Kaminari was separated away from the group and practicing his target shooting with snipe. He seemed to be having a little bit of trouble today with his aiming. Shoyuta noticed him wince when his bolt strayed from its course and hit a few feet to the left. Bakugo was also there practicing his AP shot against some rocks that Cementos had created before their training started. Shoyuta noticed Snipe was standing off to the side with a fire extinguisher if anything ended up being set on fire. After giving Snipe a nod, Shoyuta decided to move on. Shinso was practicing using his own capture weapon with Zero. The two boys were taking turns taking shots at each other and dodging and trying to catch one another. 𝐻𝐬𝐫 hid a chuckle in his scarf when he noticed a scoreboard off to the side, created by 𝐻𝐬𝐫. 𝐤𝐸 had more captures than 𝛻∊, but 𝐻𝐬𝐫 was impressed that the brainwasher was able to get a few hits off of 𝐤𝐸. 𝐤𝐸 had his quirk for years, while 𝛻∊ had only been working with the capture scarf for a few months. 𝐻𝐬𝐫 was proud of his protégé. 𝐻𝐬𝐫 was snapped out of his warm, proud feeling when he heard a scream coming from the other side of the gym. Whipping around, 𝐻𝐬𝐫 saw Midoriya and Tokoyami sparring. The one for all user had Dark Shadow in a hold using some kind of black tendrils. That was new. With a flash of his eyes, 𝐻𝐬𝐫 cancelled both of his students' quirks and made his way over. It seems that Midoriya has unlocked another quirk of the past users. Izuku wasn't freaking out anymore. After Aizawa had cancelled his and Tokoyami's quirks, Aizawa had decided to end training early. Izuku hadn't been expecting Black WHP to manifest at all. He remembered wishing he had a way to bind Dark Shadow to keep the quirk at bay, then the black tendrils had shot out from him and did exactly that. Mina, who had been watching him and Tokoyami fight, screamed, which is what alerted Mr. Aizawa to the situation. Aizawa had kept Izuku back while the rest of the class headed back to the locker rooms to change and head back to the dorms for the day. Shoto and Katsuki sparing a moment to glance at him in concern. Another quirk, huh? Aizawa asked once they were alone. Yeah, Izuku said, letting out a breath. It's called Black WHP. Banjo, the fifth user, wanted me to have it before Danger Sense, but I was at my internship with Flux. How are you going to explain this one? Aizawa asked. Well, since I learned most of the names and faces of the past users, Izuku started explaining, I searched for them online and learned most of their quirks. I think it'll be safe to say that I have an energy manipulation quirk and that anything new that happens is just a new way of manifesting that energy. Aizawa nodded in agreement. Sounds good, problem child. Go get changed and head back. I'm sure your classmates have questions. Everyone was downstairs in the common room when Izuku got back to the Heights Alliance. He knew everyone had questions, but he wanted to talk to Tokoyami first. He saw the raven feeding Dark Shadow grapes while talking to Shoto. Ah, Tokoyami, Dark Shadow, Izuku said once he got closer, sorry about that. My quirk just manifested itself in a new way. I didn't know it could actually do that. Sorry, for binding you, Dark Shadow, without warning. The Shadow quirk nodded and ruffled his hair with its beak before returning to Tokoyami and the bowl of grapes. It's not a problem, Midoriya, Tokoyami said. No one was hurt. It was mostly just a shock. We didn't think anything could restrain Dark Shadow like that. What did happen, Izuku? Shoto asked. Right, I should probably explain, Izuku said, looking around. Everyone was mostly in the main seating area, but there were a few people in the kitchen grabbing snacks and drinks. So, I know what happened today was a surprise, Izuku said loud enough to be heard in the kitchen. It definitely was a surprise to me. I manifested my quirk really late, like at the entrance exam late. I'm still learning about my quirk and it's still changing and I have to adapt. At first, I thought it was just a strength enhancement quirk, but after working with Flux and developing the danger sensing aspect of it as well as how it manifested today, I think it's safe to say that it's some kind of energy manipulation quirk. I don't know how much it'll grow and change, but I hope you all will just bear with me and help me as I learn and grow with my quirk. We can't fault you for getting your quirk late, man, Kirishima said. That would be really unmanly. Midoriya, if there's anything any of us can do to help you with any new aspect of your quirk, let us know, Ida replied. I can help you learn how to aim your tendrils, 𝐤𝐸 said, jumping in. Me too, Ribbit, Sue said. It's probably more like my tongue than 𝐤𝐸's tape. Thanks, everyone, Izuku said, smiling at his classmates. I really appreciate it. Kaminari came over to him with a banana he had just started eating. Hey, energy gang, the blonde said, holding out his fist. Izuku and he shared a fist bump before Kaminari sat down on the couch next to 𝛻∊. Izuku took a seat near Shoto. Everything would be fine. Hey, did you guys know that banana candy doesn't taste like bananas because the banana plague wiped the bananas their flavor is based on out? Kami bro, Kirishima said, what on earth are you talking about? Oh, so you don't know? Kaminari asked, getting excited. Well, the Cavendish banana is what we eat and find in grocery stores. But the flavor of banana candy is based on the 𝐒𝐿 banana. Those bananas got wiped out by the banana plague. I think it was a fungus in the soil that got them. Farmers had to burn entire fields with the hope of stopping it. Apparently, there's a chance of it happening again to the Cavendish. The class was silent as 𝐭𝐻𝐲 went back to eating his banana. Dude, 𝐒𝐿 said after a moment, you can't just drop that on us out of nowhere. That's wild, man. 𝐶HOTO shifted and 𝐒𝐿𝐾 saw a familiar look in his eye. His brother was about to be a little. 𝐶HOTO, no, 𝐒𝐿𝐾 warned. 𝐶HOTO, yes, his brother replied, turning to 𝐭𝐻𝐲. 𝐭𝐻𝐲, 𝐶HOTO said seriously, you're yellow and the banana is also yellow. Are you part banana? Everyone went silent and 𝐭𝐻𝐲 paused just as he was about to take another bite. He turned to 𝐶HOTO and said seriously, yes I am. And so are you. 𝐶HOTO's eyes widened and he turned back to 𝐒𝐿𝐾. 𝐒𝐿𝐾, 𝐶HOTO said, we're bananas. Do you think we get it from our father? 𝐒𝐿𝐾 groaned, yes, 𝐶HOTO. We definitely get it from 𝐿𝐺. And then they both froze. There was more silence before there was mild chaos. Wait, what? Quick, someone pull up a picture of Endeavor. There were several of their classmates scrambling for their phones. Oh man, how did I not see it? Their eyes are the same, Kirishima exclaimed, holding up his phone for some of the others to see. Forget the eyes, check out the jawline on Midoriya. It's the same as Endeavor's, Mina gasped. What a mad banquet of darkness. Everyone, we should settle down so our classmates can speak, Ida's voice rang out. It took a moment, but everyone eventually settled down and were focused on 𝐿𝐾 and 𝐒𝐿𝐾. Katsuki barked out a laugh. Nice going, you two, you spilled the beans. Tell them what? They've won. Sighing, 𝐒𝐿𝐾 addressed their class while 𝐿𝐾 looked sheepish. 𝐿𝐾 and I are half-brothers, he said. If you couldn't tell by now, my eye color and build comes from 𝐿𝐺, not my mom. I'm also slightly fire-resistant, not fireproof, that's different. This doesn't leave our class, 𝐿𝐾 said, jumping in. Aizawa and the teachers know, but we'd rather this not get spread around school or leaked to the media. So no talking about it in the halls, or in the main buildings for that matter. Dorms only, got it. Their class all nodded and 𝐒𝐿𝐾 let out a sigh of relief. Thanks you guys, 𝐒𝐿𝐾 said, we really appreciate it. Sorry, it's been such an exciting day. Again, don't sweat it, man, Kirishima said. We're happy you trust us with such personal and sensitive information. Everyone nodded in agreement and soon everyone went back to their conversations and snacks. I'd rather be related to a banana than Endeavor though, 𝐿𝐾 said suddenly. 𝐒𝐿𝐾 leaned his head back and groaned. 𝐿𝐾, oh. The first day of October, it was finally October now, and 𝐿𝐾 was ready to share a certain theory with his classmates. He was downstairs eating a bowl of soba noodles when 𝐭𝐻𝐲 and 𝑛SO came in, hand in hand, followed by 𝐒𝐿𝐾. Hey guys, 𝐭𝐻𝐲 called out. Soba is eating soba? 𝑛SO smirked from beside him. Didn't know you were a cannibal, Todoroki. 𝐿𝐾, 𝐒𝐿𝐾 chuckled. Don't eat yourself. Why not? 𝐿𝐾 said plainly. I'm delicious. You know, 𝐒𝐿 said, looking up from where he, Mina, and Tsu were studying. I'm surprised this hasn't happened sooner. Todoroki practically lives off of soba. The author just hasn't had time to add it in until now. Aoyama piped up from his spot on the couch. This is a fun chapter, so she thought, why not? Dude, what? 𝐒𝐿 asked. Oh, nothing, Aoyama replied with a wink. Aoyama, please refrain from messing with our classmates, Ida said, coming in. It's unsettling. Author wants a fourth wall break, Aoyama said, and she will have it. The class rep shook his head as he entered the kitchen. Oh, Ida, 𝐿𝐾 said as Ida opened the fridge. I was wondering if you could get everyone down here. Oh, but not Mr. Aizawa. I can, Ida said. But why? 𝐿𝐾, no, 𝐒𝐿𝐾 said, sounding put out. 𝐿𝐾, yes, he replied. I have a theory that I think everyone would like to get in on. A bonding exercise, if you will. Ida looked like he didn't quite believe him, but agreed to it anyway. 20 minutes later, the whole class was assembled on the other half of the common room where all the whiteboards were. 𝐿𝐾 had brought down his theory board and had multiple images pinned up. Mr. Aizawa is the Mothman, Shoto said, addressing his classmates. He heard Izuku groan and looked over to see his brother lightly banging his head against the table. While attempting to, Ida had his hand between him and the table and Uraraka was patting his back in sympathy. He smirked and continued on. Shoyuta was suspicious. He was suspicious because his class of hellions were oddly quiet on Monday. Trudging in with his coffee in one hand and his sleeping bag and assignments he had yet to grade tucked under his arm, Shoyuta noted a distinct lack of chaos. His kid students were up to something. He noticed as he sat down the vaguely subtle, but noticeable to him, glances some of his students gave him as they talked quietly in small groups. They were all definitely up to something. He went to set down his folder of assignments and saw it, a small plastic black moth with red eyes sitting on his desk. Shoyuta blinked at it, confusion not even masked. He heard a couple of snickers from the back of the room where ♀and Kaminari were talking to Shoji and Sato. He saw ♀ look up and make eye contact with him, which Shoyuta knew was accidental. ♀ boldly threw a smirk at him. In response, Shoyuta raised an eyebrow and flicked his eyes down to where ♀'s arm was around Kaminari's waist and back to meet his student's eyes. ♀ blushed and went back to his conversation. Pleased with himself, Shoyuta pocketed the moth and sat down to wait for it to be time to start class. The moth was strange, but his class was strange, so it all made sense. Not really, but Shoyuta wasn't about to make more of it. Unfortunately, that wasn't the end of the moths. Throughout the week, Shoyuta found moths on his desk in the classroom, randomly around the common area of Heights Alliance. At one point he found a handful of them in his sleeping bag. The tip of the iceberg was when he opened his filing cabinet in his office and found 3 more moths. Sighing, he grabbed one of the moths and went to the teacher's lounge to find Hizashi. Looking around, he saw Hizashi sitting on the couch with Nemuri. Zashi, Shoyuta let himself whine a little. Do you know why my students are plaguing me with moths? He plopped himself down on the couch between Hizashi and Nemuri and turned so he could bury his face in his husband's neck. Beside him, he could hear Nemuri snicker. Moths, Sho? Hizashi asked, shifting him around. Shoyuta felt him press a kiss to his head and he sighed contently. He's like a cat, Nemuri snickered. Huffing, Shoyuta sat back up and pulled out the moth he found in his filing cabinet. Moth, Zashi, Shoyuta sighed. It started on Monday with one on my desk. I've been finding them everywhere all week. He saw Nemuri try to stifle her laughter. Sho, Hizashi said, I think you should check the coffee stash in here. Suddenly, everything makes sense. Confused, Shoyuta got up and walked over to where they kept the coffee in the staff room. He spotted another moth sitting nicely near the coffee pot. Narrowing his eyes, he opened the cabinet and was met with 2 more moths staring back at him. Zashi, Shoyuta finally said after a moment. Keep going, Hizashi said plainly. Without looking back, Shoyuta could hear Nemuri trying to muffle her laughter. Sighing, Shoyuta pulled down his bag of special coffee and opened it up. Inside, sitting on 2 of his grounds, was yet another moth, its red eyes taunting him. Shoyuta pulled out the moth and turned around to hold it up. Nemuri stopped trying to hide her laughter and filled the room with her howling. Zashi, Shoyuta couldn't help but whine, why? Well, Hizashi said, getting up and walking over to him, I think I heard something about the Mothman today during your class English lesson. Mothman? Shoyuta asked as Hizashi approached. Nemuri's laughs were quieter now due to her having run out of air and currently trying to catch her breath. Ah, Hizashi confirmed as he stopped in front of him, an American folktale about a humanoid creature that resembles a moth, large wings, red eyes, flies through the air. No one has actually seen it, but it comes out at night and lurks in the shadows. Sound familiar? Shoyuta leveled a half-hearted glare at his husband. Hizashi chuckled as he plucked the plastic moth from Shuta's hand. I think it's cute, Hizashi said, looking at the moth. Let the kiddos have their fun. Hizashi turned the moth so that it faced Shoyuta again and made a kissing noise as he tapped the moth on Shuta's nose. Shoyuta wrinkled his nose. He'd rather Hizashi kiss him instead of the moth. Smirking, Hizashi pressed a quick kiss to Shuta's forehead. They deserve a bit of fun, Sho, Hizashi said, going back to the couch. 𝐂𝐬𝐫 put away his coffee and collected the other moths before sitting back down between his husband and 𝐼muri. "You're right," 𝐂𝐬𝐫 said, laying his head on Hizashi's shoulder again. He felt his husband shift and curl his arm around him. "They do deserve some fun," 𝐂𝐬𝐫 said, "and I know exactly how to do it." 𝐂𝐬𝐫 felt ridiculous. He sighed from inside his sleeping bag. The things he does for his kids. He was having his class meet him in Gym Lambda that day. It was a larger gym space that housed a city-like landscape. It was a lot like Ground Beta, but smaller. His students entered the gym looking slightly confused by the change in training area, but also eager to get started. "You all have your capture tapes?" 𝐂𝐬𝐫 asked his class without leaving his sleeping bag. 20 heads nodded in response. "Good." "In the spirit of your fascination with Mothman and my apparent similarity to the cryptid," 𝐂𝐬𝐫 addressed his class. He laughed internally at the wide eyes that were looking at him. "Yes," he said plainly, "I knew about your little joke." Present Mike and Midnight found it particularly amusing. There were several sheepish smiles, but the joy never left any of his kids' eyes. "So today, we're going to SWsh things up a bit," 𝐂𝐬𝐫 said, getting ready to unzip his sleeping bag. "Today, you're all going to try to capture me at the same time." He unzipped his sleeping bag and stepped out. He had soft moth fronds attached to his head that in theory wouldn't fall off during the exercise. Hisashi and 𝐼muri had worked hard securing them. His yellow goggles had been temporarily replaced with red ones, and 𝐂𝐬𝐫 was wearing a flowy cloak over his normal jumpsuit. He was also wearing a darker-colored version of his capture weapon. He and Hisashi were never getting their tub to be white again, but it was all in good fun. It was his own interpretation of the Mothman, but he could tell his students got what he was doing. "Mothman," Shoto breathed out. "Toshi, is he really doing this?" Kaminari not so quietly whispered to Shinso. "I guess so, thanks," Shinso replied. "You have until the end of training to capture me," 𝐂𝐬𝐫 said, shifting his weight. "First one to get their capture tape around me gets 5 extra credit points added to their next test." And then he was gone. Behind him, he heard stunned silence and then a rallying cry of "plus ultra," before the sound of his students activating their quirks. A bit of fun was exactly what his kids needed. Still, the first week of October it was late and getting a bit cold, not that Dabi could actually feel the cold. He was once again waiting for hawks in an empty lot. It was starting to become their thing. "Hey-ya!" Dabi looked up and saw hawks land silently in front of him. The winged hero was relaxed at the moment, smiling and carefree. It looked good on him. "No one saw you, right?" Dabi couldn't help but ask. "Of course not," Hawks replied quickly. "I'm the man who's a bit too fast. They don't see me unless I want them to." "What do you have for me today?" Dabi asked, moving on to business. Chills ran down his spine as he watched Hawks slide on his serious mask. In preparation for the provisional exam at the end of the month, UA is holding another training camp to make up for the one the league interrupted, Hawks began. But this one is being held on UA grounds. "Bummer," Dabi said. "Not that you would have told us where the brats would be if they were off campus, would you, Hawks?" Hawks sighed and dropped his mask. For a second, the hero looked tired. However, the tiredness was gone in half a second and replaced with Hawks' relaxed persona. "𝐒𝐽," the hero said suddenly. "What?" "𝐒𝐽 is my name," Hawks said. "It's been a month and I get the feeling you still don't trust me. So, there you go, my actual name is 𝐒𝐽𝐫 Takami." That was not what Dabi was expecting. "Right," he said carefully. "I'll be in touch, 𝐒𝐽𝐫." 2 weeks later at UA. Shoto was feeling good about his progress. The last few weeks he had been exercising his ice and finding out what he could make and how much he could push himself. Of course, Aizawa had kept a close and careful eye on him so he wouldn't hurt himself, but Shoto was feeling better about himself. He was able to make ice with his foot again, which was a relief. He figured out quickly just how much he relied on his ice for mobility. However, while making a sheet of ice to skate on was one thing, making one of his massive glaciers was another. Shoto's heaven-piercing ice wall was officially retired. Making the glacier the move required was out of the question for Shoto. It was draining for him to make one wall of ice that was his height. He was capable of making 5, but that didn't mean that he should. his body protested the entire time after making just one when he tested the move. That was also the day he found out his thermoregulation around his scars was shot. Recovery girl had scared and saved the lecture about pacing himself until after she had treated his frostbite. However, his close combat fighting was coming along nicely and he had been able to develop a few long-range fire attacks. This was all in addition to 𝐭𝐸𝐻 figuring out, with the help of 𝐒𝐿𝐴, that he could make small, knife-like shards of ice that could be thrown like a throwing knife. He was debating about adding some actual throwing knives to his kit for moments when his ice wasn't the right fit. All in all, 𝐭𝐸𝐻 felt like he was going to be able to live up to his chosen name as the all-around hero, �Ｓoba. The provisional licensing exam is in 2 weeks. This week is devoted to training and developing your skills and teamwork, Aizawa said, snapping 𝐭𝐸𝐻 out of his thoughts. It was fall break now and UA was holding another training camp on school grounds for the first-year heroics course. 1A was gathered in Gym Gamma while 1B was at ground beta that day. Work hard, work with people you don't normally train with, Aizawa continued addressing the class. By the end of the week, you all need to be able to work with any of your classmates. Training camp round 2 begins now. Go beyond. Ida called out. Plus ultra. 𝐭𝐸𝐻 and his classmates called back. Izuku was in the middle of a 3-way fight involving 𝐭 and 𝐤𝐸𝐻. They had tried to get 𝐒 and Tokoyami to join in, but 𝐒 was working on something with Uraraka and Tokoyami was tag-teaming with 𝐵𝐻𝑒𝐻 against Aoyama and Shoji. It was a battle of capture methods. 𝐤𝐸𝐻 was bouncing out of the way from 𝐭𝐸𝐻's capture weapon, while Izuku tried to capture both of them using black WHP. You nearly had me there Midoriya, 𝐤𝐸𝐻 called out as he retaliated with his attack. Izuku managed to use black WHP to dodge the tape and narrowly leaped out of the way from 𝐭𝐸𝐻's attack after being alerted to it by danger sense. You're getting better at using black WHP Midoriya, 𝐭𝐸𝐻 said dodging 𝐤𝐸𝐻's attack. I've seen you working with it in the dorms. Thanks, Izuku breathed as he rolled away from where 𝐭𝐸𝐻 was aiming his scarf. Tokoyami had some great tips too. Did you know he had to teach Dark Shadow everything it knows how to do? Including interacting with the physical world. Didn't know that, 𝐤𝐸𝐻 said pausing to watch 𝐭𝐸𝐻 bombard Izuku with attack after attack. I always thought it just knew. Nope, Izuku said sending black WHP towards the tape user while still fending off 𝐭𝐸𝐻. They have a psychic link of sorts, so Tokoyami can feel everything Dark Shadow does. Apparently, tangibility feels different from intangibility. Anyway, he was able to help me pinpoint some of those feelings with black WHI. Izuku felt his ankle get grabbed while he was leaping out of the way of 𝐤𝐸𝐻's latest attack. He hit the ground and felt a weight on top of him. 𝐭𝐸𝐻 laughed from on top of him. Finally got you. 𝐤𝐸𝐻 sighed. I almost had him too. Reset and go again. Izuku asked as 𝐭𝐸𝐻 climbed off of him. I'm game if you two are, 𝐭𝐸𝐻 replied. Alright bet, 𝐤𝐸𝐻 said. And then they were off again. Ow. Denki said rubbing his head. Stop watching 𝐭𝐸𝐻 and focus, Yaoyorozu said holding her staff that she just smacked Denki with. But I wanna watch my boyfriend kick butt, Denki whined to himself, stealing one last glance at 𝐭𝐸𝐻 starting another round with 𝐤𝐸𝐻 and Midoriya. You're getting better at using the staff, Aizawa said from where he was watching. You might be able to start adding in your quirk soon. Denki beamed. Yaoyorozu had been teaching Denki how to fight with a staff for the past few weeks. Denki had wanted something that would hit harder than his fists alone. After being beaten by the other class rep in a quirkless, weapons-allowed spar during training one day, Denki had begged her to teach him. It had been Powerloader's idea that Denki eventually figure out how to incorporate his quirk into the staff. The talk of Eskrima sticks also got tossed around. Keep up the good work, Kaminari, Aizawa spoke again. If things are still going well, I'll have Powerloader put your support staff in your case on Wednesday. Denki dodged Yaoyorozu's attack and beamed. Really, Mr. Aizawa? Yes, really, their teacher nodded. Denki tightened his grip on the wooden practice staff he was using. Then I gotta keep going. Wednesday, true to his word, Denki opened up his costume case and saw the silver handle of his staff. It had some weight to it in its compact form but would feel more balanced once Denki opened it up and let it extend to its full size. Firefly, the velvety voice of his boyfriend was next to his ear. You're going to be unbeatable soon. Denki blushed. Maybe, but there are plenty of others who are more skilled and more powerful. Hitoshi smirked and pressed a quick kiss to the tip of his nose where he had just flicked it. Don't talk about my boyfriend like that, he said seriously. He's going to be an amazing hero and has been working so hard to adjust how he uses his quirk. He's so amazing and so powerful. Thanks, Hito. Denki mumbled as he was pulled into a hug. The woody scent of Hitoshi filled his nose and he relaxed when he caught the soft notes of lavender. Come on, let's get suited up for the day, Hitoshi said. Denki sighed into the rumbles of Hitoshi's chest before pulling away. Let's rock this training camp, Hitoshi, Denki said with a bright smile. You can do that on your own, Firefly, Hitoshi said with a smirk. I on the other hand will be trying to land a hit on Mido. I think Tsu and Tokoyami are joining us today too. Should be fun. Denki pressed a quick kiss to Hitoshi's lips. For luck, Denki said before grabbing his case and leaving to change. Kaminari, come over here before you begin, Aizawa said as 1A entered the gym. Denki brightened when he saw Power Loader standing next to Aizawa. Power Loader. Denki called out excitedly. Hello Kaminari, Power Loader said. I see you found your staff. The support instructor gestured to the metal rod holstered to Denki's hip. Yeah. Excited, Denki said grinning. 2 things you need to know. Power Loader held out his hand. Denki handed him his staff and watched as Power Loader showed him how to expand it. 1. Power Loader said after the staff fully expanded. This is made of tungsten but it has a silver core and these rivets along the staff are also silver and led to the core. So when you activate your quirk, the staff will be electrified. Power Loader turned the staff horizontal and twisted in the middle. It released into 2 parts. These are longer than typical Eskrima sticks, but we figured it'd be good to have this separate into 2. It clicks back together like this. Power Loader recombined the 2 poles back into the staff. And then you collapse it after 3 rapid clicks here, he said showing Denki the button and collapsing the staff. Wow, Denki breathed out. You sure I'm ready for it? You wouldn't have it if you weren't Kaminari, Aizawa said gently. Yaoyorozu is waiting for you. Ease into using your quirk, start small. Denki grinned and saluted his teacher. Yes sir. And then he ran off to join Yaoyorozu. 1 week later, Friday, the day before the provisional exam, Shoyuta was proud of his class. The training camp finished without any hiccups and the last week of school was spent ironing out any last wrinkles and putting the finishing touches on his students' new techniques. Yaoyorozu and Hagakure both had new costumes that were infused with their DNA. Yaoyorozu seemed much happier and more confident in her new catsuit, compared to the leotard she wore before. Some of his other students also made tweaks. With the help and supervision of Majima, Bakugo was able to add feeble grenades to his costume for his quirk. The whole class was now trained on how to handle and use Bakugo's grenades, which if Shoyuta was being honest with himself was mildly terrifying. Kaminari had taken like a duck to water integrating his quirk into his support staff. Shoyuta didn't envy anyone who would have to tangle with him at the exam. Midoriya had finer control over Black WHP and was able to talk the other past holders into holding back any new manifestations until after the provisional exam. The tall green kid had opened his eyes from his spot on the floor in Shuta's office with a smile and informed him that Float would most likely be next but that Nana, the 7th holder, and Yagi's Emsu, was happy to hold off until after the exam. As a teacher, he wasn't supposed to play favorites, but at the moment he'd have to say he was most proud of Shoto. Yesterday after training, Shoyuta had pulled Shoto aside and asked him, "Do you think you're ready for the provisional exam?" The heterochromic boy had blinked at him and nodded. "Yes, I think I'll be able to handle it." Aizawa let himself smile a little and nodded back. "Good, I think so too." Just as Shoto was about to head back to change, Shoyuta placed a hand on his shoulder and met his eyes. "Hey, I'm proud of you. You've come so far in almost 2 months and from an injury that most heroes would retire from. Most people would have accepted defeat if their quirk was damaged the way yours was." His student looked up at him with that look in his eye that reminded Shoyuta how much he's been through already. "If I stopped," Shoto said after a moment, "Endeavor would win." Shoyuta nodded. "Regardless of your reasons, know that I'm proud of you." "Thank you, sensei," Shoto said, "for everything." And then he was gone. Yes, Shoyuta was proud of his class. Tomorrow the other schools wouldn't know what hit them. The licensing exam was finally upon them. Shoto and his class were woken up and put on buses at 5:30 a.m. that morning to make it to the testing site. It was still dark out. Ida was the only one truly awake and was helping Aizawa put their costume cases on the bus. They had all double-checked the cases before they went back to their dorms after training so that they didn't have to be awake to check them in the morning. Shoto settled into a seat next to Izuku on the bus and slumped against his brother who was also half asleep. Their class boarded and got seated silently, and Aizawa counted them and quietly nodded to the driver once they were ready to go. Shoto barely registered that they were passing through the gates of UA before falling asleep on Izuku's shoulder. It was hot and Shoto was sweating. Endeavor was standing across from him glaring, his fire beard and mustache burning hotter than ever, hotter than Shoto remembered that moment being. The air was distorted like it had been that afternoon. His father growled and Shoto could feel the heat of his breath. "Shoto, you're weak. You're insolent. You were created for a reason." Endeavor threw a fireball at him as he yelled, "You should act like it." Shoto barely dodged and felt the heat liking at his ankles. He looked up, breathing, and saw his mother just behind Endeavor. "The children look like him more and more every day," he heard her say with a faraway gaze in her eyes. "I don't know how much more I can take." "Mother?" Shoto asked, wondering why she was there. She turned her head and looked at him, but didn't see him. Shoto blinked and she was in front of him. "Endeavor," his mother said with a kettle in her hand. "Mother, no," Shoto yelled, flinching out of the way as she poured out the kettle. He glanced to the side and saw Natsuo. "Natsuo," Shoto called out, "help me." "Help mother." His older brother rolled his eyes and turned away from him, ignoring him like he did after Tuya died. "Did you hear anything, Fuyumi?" Natsuo asked beside him. Shoto noticed his sister appeared beside Natsuo. "Oh, Shoto," Fuyumi said, shaking her head, sadness in her eyes and a note of pity in her voice. She glanced to the other side of the room and gasped. Shoto could see the tears in her eyes. "Oh, Tuya." Fuyumi wept as she turned away as Natsuo had done before. On the other side of the room, where Fuyumi had just looked, was Tuya burning. Shoto turned to face forward once again, and Endeavor had replaced his mother. His father grew and Shoto was dwarfed by him, the heat rising as Endeavor grew. "Shoto," his father's voice boomed down to him, "you're a disappointment, Shoto. Just like Tuya." And then his father's flames consumed him. The heat was unbearable. Shoto thought he was yelling, but couldn't hear anything above the roar of the flames and his father's laughter. Tuya lay in front of him now, dead and burnt beyond recognition. "Shoto," a voice called out through Endeavor's hellfire, "Shoto, come back to me." Shoto felt a hand on his shoulder and he turned to see who it was. It was Izuku. "Shoto, come with me," his half-brother told him. "It'll be okay. I've got you now." Shoto looked back at his brother's burnt body one last time before taking Izuku's hand and following behind him. "It's okay, Shoto," Izuku said with a light squeeze of his hand. "I've got you now." "Shoto," Izuku said, squeezing Shoto's hand, "wake up." Shoto opened his eyes and saw his brother looking at him worriedly. The sun was starting to peak above the horizon. Taking a glance around, Shoto noticed his classmates were all still sound asleep, but Aizawa was watching him and Izuku with concern. He turned back to Izuku. "Thanks," he said quietly. "No problem," Izuku said, releasing his hand and wrapping an arm around him. "Do you want to talk about it?" Shoto was quiet for a moment before nodding. "Yeah, I think that'll help." In quiet tones, he told Izuku about his nightmare and everything that was said and everything that happened. "Endeavor is always going to have power over me, isn't he?" Shoto asked after he finished talking. "Oh, Shoto, no," Izuku said, pulling him into a hug. "UA is doing everything they can to keep him away from you. And you're using your fire in your own way. It's so different from Enji's. It'll be okay, Shoto. One day we can both leave him behind completely." Shoto let himself relax into Izuku's hug and accepted the comfort his brother was offering. Izuku spoke again after another moment of comfortable silence. Sometimes I still have nightmares about NG's training, he said quietly. Shoto looked up. Why haven't you mentioned it before? Izuku shrugged. Before I couldn't really talk to anyone about them. I didn't want to worry Mom. Then it just seemed you had it worse. Then after your injury I just decided to not mention them at all. You were going through a lot and didn't want to add to it. Shoto leveled his brother a look. Izuku, I wish you told me. I don't want you to think you can't talk to me about them. If anything, it's a comfort to know that it's not all in my head, that he actually is this awful. I thought you were talking to Hound Dog about this. Izuku asked. I am, don't worry, Shoto reassured. It's bittersweet really. I'm glad to have you to talk to about everything, but I hate you had to experience it too. I get that, Izuku murmured. I feel that way too. Shoto sat up and shifted back to his seat. We're the products of a genetics experiment. Fuyumi and Natsuo too, but it was different for us. He took one look at me and knew he had what he wanted. I was the wild card, Izuku added on in agreement. They sat in silence again, mulling over their similar experiences. Finally, Izuku asked, what about Tuya? Shoto sighed. As you know, he was the firstborn and was unfortunate to have a quirk that didn't fit his body. His fire burned hotter than Endeavor's, but he had our mother's skin and couldn't handle his flames for long. He paused for a moment before continuing. I remember him coming back from training covered in burns. Fuyumi would help Mother tend to him after Endeavor left for patrol. Before my quirk manifested, Tuya would tell me how to handle our father's training. Things like don't make him mad. Don't show weakness. If he asks a question that feels like a trap, don't answer. Don't make eye contact when he's riled up. It was helpful, even though I didn't know what it all meant at the time. Izuku put his arm around Shoto again and pulled him closer to him. Shoto took a deep breath and let it out before continuing. When my quirk manifested, Endeavor tried to start my training that day. But it was Tuya who changed his mind. Tuya told him to let my body settle into my quirk before training me. And then he offered himself up instead. Shoto fell quiet for a moment and sat in the comfort of his brother. Glancing out the window, Shoto could see that the sun was going to start rising above the tree line soon and wake their classmates, who were all still asleep. How did he die? Izuku asked after a moment. He died when I was 6, Shoto sighed. He had already been through his training that day, but I was starting to get sick. I had a minor fever and Mother tried to reason with Endeavor, but he wouldn't hear of it. Tuya stepped in and tried to get him to leave me alone. He and Endeavor left to hash it out, but Tuya never came back. Oh, Shoto, Izuku whispered with a squeeze. Shoto sighed and ran a hand through his hair. I think Natsuo blamed me for his death for a while. He ignored my existence for the next 2 years. Fuyumi, however, started looking at me with sadness and pity. I think that was worse. And then Mother went away and nothing was ever right again. Shoto took a deep breath and then looked up to meet Izuku's eyes. I suppose all of this is the long way of saying, I'm glad you see me and not the trauma. The nod and hug Izuku gave him in response let Shoto know that Izuku understood him and felt the same way. The rest of the bus ride was spent in easy silence as their classmates woke up around them. Izuku joined a few conversations when they came up, but Shoto was content to tuck himself into his brother's side and listen to everything around him as he watched the world pass by out the window. The bus arrived at the testing site at 8 a.m. Shuda's class was wide awake and ready to get off by the time they parked. With the help of the class representatives, Shuda's class filed off the bus smoothly and picked up their costume cases outside. He gathered his class around him to give them as quick of a pep talk as he could. You've all been training hard and have developed new techniques. Work hard today and do your best. He sighed and decided to not hide in his scarf for the next part. I have faith that you all will pass. Go beyond. Plus ultra. Ultra. There was a pause before Shuda's class separated and revealed a Shiketsu student who was all smiles. Ha, the tall boy laughed. Sorry about that. Just wanted to always say that famous cheer. Shoyuta finally recognized the boy. Inasa Yorashi. You passed first in UA's recommendation exam, but went to Shiketsu instead. Inasa said, finally noticing Shoyuta. Yeah, there were a few things I ended up not liking about UA. Shoyuta nodded. I look forward to competing with you all, 𝐼𝐴 said bowing. 𝐼𝐴 was about to go back to his own school's huddle when he saw Shoto. Todoroki, 𝐼𝐴 said, his expression darkening, you look the same as ever. Like father, like son, huh? That was the wrong thing to say. Shoyuta watched as his class stiffened and glared at the Shiketsu student. The students near Shoto shifted around to help defend him if needed. They were all ready for a fight if one broke out. Instead, Shoyuta watched as Midoriya gave his brother's shoulder a light squeeze and a nod. Shoto looked up at 𝐼𝐴 and spoke. Sensei said you were at the recommendation exam. Honestly, I don't remember much of that day as it is. But please don't compare me to my father, I'm nothing like him. 𝐼𝐴 looked like he was going to respond, but was cut short by one of his upperclassmen coming to retrieve him. 𝐼𝐴, a tall, hairy Shiketsu student called out approaching, don't pick fights with other people. It's rude. Now come on, Sensei wants you with the rest of the group. Stop wandering off. Sparing one last glower towards Shoto, 𝐼𝐴 went back to his school's huddle with the other student. Shoyuta watched as his class let out a collective sigh of relief and relaxed. A few of them offered Shoto a few pats on the back while Midoriya opted to ruffle his brother's hair, much to Shoto's dismay. Shoyuta let himself chuckle a little at the slightly younger boy's frustration as he tried to fix his hair. Hee, that kid is going to have a time fixing his hair without a mirror. A familiar laugh rang out beside Shoyuta. Sighing, Shoyuta gave the newcomer a put-upon look. Joke, hello to you too, he said dryly. Don't be like that, Eraser, the woman laughed loudly as she slung her arm around him. You know you love me. I love Hisashi joke. Shoyuta responded plainly, already done with the interaction. Hi, Yamada is cool too. But marry me, come on, Emi laughed, getting into her flow. I'm already married joke. You love me. Come on, go out with me. This has long since gotten old joke. Old? Never. My youthfulness will last forever, isn't that nice, Eraser? Emi, please. What are you doing to Sensei? Shoyuta froze as he heard the note of protectiveness in one of his students' voices. That was new. He looked over at his class and finally noticed that while Emi had distracted him, his class had moved into formation and had him and Emi surrounded. What could have caused that? Shoyuta thought. Emi is harmless. Annoying but harmless. And then he realized it. Shoyuta knew Emi was harmless, but his students didn't. Clearing his throat and giving his class a reassuring glance, Shoyuta told them to stand down. Stop posturing, he said evenly, she's harmless. His students cautiously stood down, but several of them kept an eye on Emi. This is Ms. Joke, Shoyuta introduced. She teaches at Ketsubutsu Academy and is insufferable as you all just witnessed. Oh, don't be like that, Eraser, Emi laughed. You love me. How do you know Sensei? Mina asked with a cautious gaze. We fell in love as young heroes when our workplaces were close by each other and we helped one another out, Emi said, nuzzling into Shuta's side. Shoyuta rolled his eye and noticed his class stiffening again. Then it hit him. His class knew he was married to Hisashi and saw Emi as a threat to his marriage. Shoyuta grinned internally. He couldn't wait to tell Hisashi about this later. She knows I'm married, he said reassuringly. She's just annoying. Hisashi knows how she is. Stop posturing. At the mention of Hisashi, his class relaxed. It was cute that they thought they needed to protect his marriage. Shoyuta hid a smile in his scarf. Is there anything you actually wanted, joke? Shoyuta asked now that the tension was diffused. Not really, my kiddos wanted to meet some of your kiddos though, she said, waving over a cluster of students hanging back behind her. Come on. Don't be shy, she called out. Joke's students seemed nice, but Shoyuta knew most of it was fake. He wondered if any of his students would notice. One boy, Shindo-yo, seemed particularly friendly. He was happily chatting with several of his students, trying to pull information from a few of them without them noticing. He's like a smaller, happier Midoriya, Kaminari chuckled next to Shinso. Hey, the taller boy protested. He's got you there, Shinso shrugged. You are pretty broody most of the time. I what? Midoriya sputtered. It's okay, Midoriya, Mina laughed. We still love you. Besides, Bakugo said, finally speaking up, At least when you do actually smile it's not fake. The explosive blonde was glaring at Shindo. Shoyuta watched as Shindo and several of his other classmates' happy-go-lucky masks slipped off. So, Shindo drawled, "You finally noticed? Guess you first years aren't completely hopeless." Bakugo growled and backed down with a look from Midoriya. "Looking forward to competing with you," Shindo said as his class turned to leave. "Guess that's my cue too," Joke laughed. "I'll see you in the stands, Eraser." After Joke and her students left, Shoyuta sighed and turned to his students. "Come on, Hellions. Let's go in." Dabi slipped into a seat in the back of the stadium that was covered by shadows. He was wearing what he thought was a stupid disguise, but Kigo said looked fine. Dabi thought he looked like a washed-out businessman, but whatever, he was at the provisional exam. Kigo had gotten him into the building undetected and would be back after the exam. To pick him up, Dabi reached into his suit's BRST pocket and pulled out 2 photos. Green and heterochromic eyes looked back at him. "Shigaraki wants intel on the UA kids," Dabi told Kigo. "I need you to get me into the provisional exam." Kigo nodded. "Yeah, I can do that." The temperature shifted a little and Dabi looked up from the pictures. Endeavor was in the stands with him. He was several sections over and wouldn't notice Dabi as long as he stayed in the shadows. Dabi would be keeping an eye on him all the same. It wouldn't do to get caught just yet. Shoyuta took his seat in the stands next to Emi. As annoying as she was a good friend, hero, and teacher. She offered him a normal smile, which he returned with a nod. "So," she said calmly, "did you warn your students about what happens every year?" Shoyuta noticed the other teachers around them leaning in a little to hear his response. Shoyuta smirked and shook his head. "I never tell them anything. You know that joke?" Emi shrugged. "I guess I just thought since their first years you might have given them a heads up." "That's a nice sentiment, but no," Shoyuta replied. "If I thought they needed the warning, they wouldn't be here. My students are ready." "If you say so," Emi sighed, turning back around. "Hey, isn't that Endeavor?" Shoyuta looked to where Emi was looking. Endeavor was sitting almost directly across from Shoyuta. He was out of uniform but still had his fire mustache and beard going. "He better not try anything," Shoyuta growled internally, unable to do anything. "His son is in your class, right?" Emi asked quietly. "Sons?" Shuta's mind corrected. He nodded in response. "He's probably here to observe Todoroki," Shoyuta answered. "And Midoriya," he thought. He would be keeping an eye on Endeavor and make sure he didn't try to talk to Midoriya or Shoto. It was the last thing either boy needed. Shoto, especially based on what he saw on the bus that morning. Both boys would be getting sent straight to Hound Dog when they got back. "Oh, Eraser, it's starting," Joke said excitedly, pulling Shoyuta from his thoughts. Shoyuta pulled his gaze away from the number 3 hero and looked down at the field where the test takers were entering. He saw his students clustering together as they waited to be told to start. Mara tiredly told them to begin, and then it was chaos. Mara sounded tired every year, but this year in particular the man sounded extra exhausted. 3 things happened one after another once the test started. First, Shoyuta saw Midoriya shout something. Second, his students grabbed onto one another in response. And third, they were separated into smaller groups from an earthquake quirk. "That's Shindo's doing," Emi said from beside him. "He has a vibration quirk. Still think your students are ready?" Shoyuta hid his smirk in his scarf. His students were more than ready. Hitoshi groaned as he got up from where he was thrown. Thanks to Midoriya's warning, he was able to grab onto 2 of his classmates before the rest of the class was separated by the attack. Now to figure out who he was with. "Oh hey, I'm with Shinso." "That's cool," a cheery voice said beside him. Hitoshi looked up and down and realized he was with Hagakure after he saw her floating gloves. "I think we're supposed to use our hero names, Invisible Girl," Hitoshi said looking around. "Oh shoot," she giggled. "You're right, Echo. I could have sworn there was another person I grabbed," Hitoshi muttered. A voice said from the ground. "That would be me. It was Oyama. I must have landed on him," Hitoshi thought as he helped the blonde up. "So Echo," Aoyama said after orienting himself, "any ideas?" Hitoshi sighed. "It's safe to say that we'll be attacked as soon as we leave this spot." We're not exactly heavy hitters here, 𝐔𝐻𝐿 chirped. Hitoshi looked around, thinking. They were in an area that had plenty of rubble and was shaped like a crater. It was likely that no one had noticed them standing there yet, since all around him Hitoshi could hear the other test takers fighting and activating their quirks. Doesn't seem like anyone knows we're here, Hitoshi said finally. We could probably use that. I could draw them in with my laser, Aoyama offered. And then I could sneak attack them, 𝐔𝐻𝐿 chimed in. I can brainwash any stragglers, Hitoshi finished. We only need 6, 2 for each of us, so we'll have to work quickly. Aoyama nodded while 𝐔𝐻𝐿 gave him a thumbs up. Let's get into positions then, Hitoshi said calmly. On my mark. 10 minutes later, the three of them were entering the waiting room and watching the screens to see if any of their other classmates had made it through yet. Katsuki was said. He had wanted to go off on his own, but Izuku had warned him not to before shouting to the class to grab onto someone. Now he was stuck with 4 Eyes, Sharknado, and Sugarman. They were surrounded too. I think we can just fight our way out, Sato said, eating a pack of sugar. Yeah, Kirishima sighed as he hardened. I think that might just be our best bet. Ingenium, just make sure none of them escape. I think there's enough for all of us to pass. Tisk, Katsuki huffed, just don't get in my way. And then he let off an explosion to knock the closest guy out. The three of them went to work knocking out the ones that stuck around to fight them. 8 knocked out test takers were lined up on the ground for them to hit their targets. Looking up, Katsuki saw Ida running around them like a madman. Ingenium! He yelled out, you can stop now. We got 'em all. It was almost funny watching Ida slam his brakes and faceplant in the dirt. The 4 of them hit the targets they needed to with their ball and went on their way to the waiting room. They were greeted by Shinso, Aoyama, and 𝐔𝐻𝐿 when they got there. Momo was glad she wasn't alone. She, Tsu, Uraraka, and Shoji were in an alleyway. It didn't seem like anyone knew they were there though. Creati, Shoji said, the others are spread too far apart. It's just us 4 in this area. Momo nodded and took a breath. She was the other class representative. It was her duty to ensure her classmates passed. You could probably make a trap, Ribbit, Tsu said with her tongue out in thought. Oh, that's a great idea, Froppy, Uraraka cheered. Creati makes a trap to lure people in and I can pin them or float them so we can hit their targets. Froppy, Momo said gently, can you make sure that the ones Uravity floats don't float away? Yeah, I can do that, Tsu nodded. Great. Tentacle, Momo said turning to Shoji, you don't mind being on lookout, do you? That is my specialty, Shoji said nodding. Then let's win this, Momo said. They were the 3rd group of their class to pass and enter the waiting room. 𝐼𝐻𝐿 was alone. He wasn't doing too bad though. He was using his tail to bat away any ball that got close to him. In fights, he was able to hold his own due to the amount of martial arts training he had. Overall, he'd say he wasn't doing too shabby. There, he breathed as he tapped his ball to a target. That's the last one. He watched as his targets flashed to green, signaling that he passed. When he entered the waiting room, he was knocked into by an invisible force. Tailman, you made it. 𝐔𝐻𝐿 cheered while hugging him. Ah, yeah, invisible girl, Mashiaro said. It wasn't too bad. I think most of the other test takers were in a different area. Don't sell yourself short, Tail, Bakugo growled. You fought off at least 20 different guys on your own before you were finally able to tap the targets. Take some ball. Thanks, I guess, Mashiaro replied, surprised by the compliment. Tisk, Bakugo rolled his eyes as he turned back towards a TV that showed the rest of the exam. Managed to beat Zuku and Icy Hot here too. Izuku ducked as he felt danger sense alert him to the ball that was thrown. Just stop dodging and let me hit you, the test taker yelled as he threw another ball. Sorry, Izuku said, rolling out of the way. No can do. Leave Fortitude alone, Kaminari called out as he stunned the test taker. His desperation made him careless, Tokoyami said, walking up to Izuku, but a level head will carry us to victory. More like Fortitude's danger sense, Kaminari said, dragging the stunned test taker with him. Do we have enough yet? Izuku asked, looking at their pile of stunned examinees. I think we need one more, Tokoyami said. He tilted his head and nodded. Dark Shadow has caught another, we have all 6 now. The shadow quirk returned to their group holding a squirming test taker in its mouth. After dropping it at Izuku's feet, Denki made quick work of stunning them with his quirk. The 3 of them tapped their ball to the targets and made their way to the waiting room. Finally! Katsuki's loud voice carried through the crowded room when they arrived. The rest of their class was approaching them. He's been worried, Kirishima supplied once they all met up, even though we can see everything from the screens around here. I was not, Katsuki grumbled. Izuku smiled, we made a pretty great team. I alerted everyone to any attacks or ball being thrown. Charge Bolt stunned them and Tsukuyomi used Dark Shadow to keep people from escaping. It was an honor to work with you, Tokoyami said nodding to him and Kaminari. Told you could do it, Lightning Bug, Shinso said wrapping his arm around Kaminari. That's for believing in me, Kaminari replied grinning. Where's Shoto? Izuku asked. I thought he'd be here by now. He's still out there, Yaoyorozu said, but he's on his own. I'm a little worried. Izuku glanced at the screen and searched until he saw his brother. I think he'll be just fine, he said watching Shoto running towards a small group of test takers. Shoto was alone. The first thing he did once he realized he was alone was skate off to an area of the field that had better cover. The pass requirement was to get 2 other examinees out by hitting their targets with ball. Shoto could do this. He was training with throwing knives in addition to his icicles. Shoto ducked into an empty building and looked around until he found an empty room. Closing the door behind him, he sighed and pulled out one of the ball. It wasn't too heavy, just heavy enough to get some distance when thrown. It was different from his ice and knives though. He moved some of the boxes in the room around until he had a decent practice area for him to test some throws. With a small flame, he drew a few small X's on the wall for him to practice hitting. A few test throws later and Shoto was sure he could aim and hit the targets he needed. He decided to find higher ground when he left the building. Carefully, he made his way back to the main field where the earth was uneven. From his new vantage point, he saw a small group of examinees wandering around looking for a new target. Silently, he moved and started running towards them from behind. When he was in range, he threw a ball at the closest target to him. The test taker turned immediately as Shoto saw the target light up red, a direct hit. Only one, they laughed. What's one little UA student going to do to us? Without responding, Shoto threw 2 more balls at the guy and hit his targets. Get one more of you out, Shoto replied glancing around the remaining 3. Shoto jumped out of the way of one of their attacks and glared at the one who attacked him. Yo, that's Shoto Todoroki, Shoto's attacker realized. I'm out. They ran off with one of the others, leaving the last one alone with Shoto. So you're Endeavor's brat, the remaining one laughed. Doesn't mean you're any good. After a few minutes of dodging and throwing his ball one by one, Shoto hit his final target and let himself smile a little as his targets turned to green. On the contrary, Shoto said as he walked away from the out test taker, it means I'm very good. Just watch, Soba is going to be better here than Endeavor ever was. After all, I didn't even use my quirk just then. He was greeted by the rest of his class when he finally arrived at the waiting room. Shoto, Izuku said pulling him into a hug, you did great. His brother ruffled his hair for the 2nd time that day. Could you please stop doing that? Shoto huffed as he reached up to fix it again, knowing it was a lost cause. Nope, Izuku laughed. So you passed. A looming presence came up behind Shoto. He watched as Izuku and his classmates stiffened. Turning around, Shoto saw that it was Inasa, the boy from earlier. Can't say that I'm surprised, son of Endeavor, Inasa said growling, and you passed all on your own. Think you're too good for a team-up, huh? Your other classmates all work together. You're just as selfish as your father. Now hold on there, Izuku said stepping forward. Inasa was slightly taller, so his brother had to tilt his head up a little. You don't get to talk to him like that. Izuku, Shoto said stopping his brother, it's fine. I've got this. Inasa turned his gaze back to Shoto. I don't know what I've done to make you so mad, but whatever it was I'm sorry, Shoto said carefully. I would appreciate it if you would leave me and my classmates alone so we can focus on the exam. Inasa glared down at him, but nodded and walked away. This isn't over Shoto Todoroki, Inasa growled as his left. Dude, Kaminari said after a moment of silence, what did you do? Honestly, Shoto said glancing over at the group of Shiketsu students Inasa joined, I don't know. Cellophane, is it ready? Yeah, Hanta replied. Vapor, can you slick it up over here? Sure thing, Mina replied happily, spreading her slime around. It was the closest to neutral as she could make. Earphone jack, Anima, Hanta said to the other two in their group, anyone coming? According to the birds, there's a few approaching, Kuda said after talking to a pigeon. Can confirm, Jiro said with her jacks plugged into the ground, there's 4 of them. That's 1 each, Hanta said, and our last one's 2. It was their second spot for a web trap. The group of 4 decided to move to find better pickings after glancing at the passing count and realizing there weren't a lot of spots left. They took their positions and waited for the group of 4 to come around the corner. Mina and Jiro jumped out at them and caused them to slip and slide right into his tape web. Quickly, the 4 of them hit the targets and smiled as the ones on their bodies turned green. We might be the last ones in our class to pass, Mina said with a smile. But we passed, Hanta finished. They met up with the rest of their class in the waiting room and waited for the next portion of the test to start. Dabi was stunned. Shoto didn't use his ice at all. He had seen clips of the kid at the sports festival, and Compress had told him he made a giant glacier when he was chasing him in the forest. So why was he not using his ice now? It was odd. Dabi looked down at the other photo in his hand, Izuku Midoriya. Midoriya really hadn't done anything beyond alert his classmates and organize the small group he had with him. Still, there was something about him that made Dabi uneasy. He let his gaze move over to Endeavor. The man was glaring at the now empty field, his mustache and beard burning brighter. It was clear that he was sad. Dabi couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Shoto had passed without using his ice or fire. He stilled as he heard the announcement that the second part of the exam would be starting shortly. The walls of the waiting room fell away to chaos. There was rubble and destroyed buildings everywhere. Izuku looked around as his classmates and the rest of the examinees ceased their chattering and fell into a stunned silence. They're mimicking Kamino Ward, Shoto said quietly next to him. Izuku looked around again. His brother was right. Shaking his head, he turned to Yaoyorozu. Creati, he said, can you make comms for everyone? Already on it, she said with her quirk already activated. Channel 3 everyone, Izuku said putting his on. Once everyone had one and was tuned to the right channel, they all split up to see where they could be of use. Some of the other examinees have started a triage area in the middle where there isn't a lot of damage, Yaoyorozu said into the comm. Creati and I are heading over to help, Shoto said. Roger that, Izuku said approaching a spot where some other test takers were. We can't just move them, a girl with a ponytail said. This whole structure is unstable, it'll come right down on them. None of our quirks are suited to stabilize it though, a guy whined. We can't just leave them here. Points off for conveying a sense of helplessness, the HUC actor said from inside. I think I can help, Izuku said releasing Black W. Just tell me what to hold and what to move. The ponytail girl nodded and pressed her hand to the concrete. My quirk tells me the structural integrity of things. You need to stabilize here, here, and here. Once those areas are secured, you can move this piece and we should be able to take it from there. Understood, Izuku said nodding and turning towards the trapped HUC actor. Don't worry. Help is on the way. Points off for language and abrasiveness. The F, Katsuki muttered under his breath. Language, the HUC actor reprimanded. Gypsum, dude, Kirishima said, maybe I should talk to the victims from now on. Tisk, Katsuki huffed, whatever, just tell me what to blow up then. The HUC actor looked like they were going to say something else, but opted to write something down in thought instead. I think this piece of rubble is safe to blow up, Kirishima said moving to shield the actor. I'll harden myself so nothing hits them. Nodding, Katsuki turned to the rubble and let out a controlled explosion. At least he didn't yell die, he heard Kirishima mumble to himself. The comment stung a little, but he knew that Kirishima knew he was working on it. Katsuki held up his head and gestured for them to get moving. They had people to save. Dabi watched as the remaining examinees worked to find and rescue the HUC actors. He couldn't help but be impressed at how diligently the 1A kids were working. They were so young, but seemed to be the most aware about what it was they were simulating out of all the other test takers. Again, they had been attacked twice and probably were the only ones out there with real first-hand experience. He watched as 𝐤𝐻𝐻 used his ice and fire to make ice packs and heat the water bottles the creation girl made for the injured at the triage station. It was the opposite of what Endeavor wanted him to do. Dabi noticed that the man's flames would jump a bit higher whenever he glanced at 𝐤𝐻𝐻, however rare that was at the moment. Dabi watched Endeavor with a little interest. He wasn't paying as much attention to 𝐤𝐻𝐻 as Dabi thought he would. He was paying a lot of attention to Midoriya, who was using some kind of black energy to help stabilize structures while other test takers got the HUC actors out. Endeavor didn't seem happy about Midoriya either, but he wasn't nearly as put off as he was by 𝐤𝐻𝐻. Dabi wasn't sure how to interpret Endeavor's reactions, nor his interest in Midoriya. As he watched the rest of the exam unfold, he wondered if there was something more to Midoriya that he just wasn't seeing. 𝐤𝐻𝐻 was proud of his students. He knew they would all pass. Emi had gasped once she realized that his students could adapt so well. In his own way, he had made sure they were prepared for the traditional UA crush. He was sure his students realized that all the training he made them do with each other in small groups wasn't for kicks and giggles. It was for that moment when they would get separated and shuffled around. His kids had risen to the challenge and passed. Now, they were all working with the other examinees to rescue the HUC actors. He was pleased when he saw Yayarose's quirk activate immediately after they started the next section. He assumed that she had made the class communication units before they would split up. After watching something get passed out and his class nod in agreement, he figured that was exactly what she did. It was interesting to 𝐤𝐻𝐻 to see who went where and with who. Midoriya went off on his own, while 𝐤𝐻𝐻 went with Yayarose to help with triage. It didn't escape 𝐤𝐻𝐻's attention that 𝐤𝐻𝐻 didn't use his quirk at all in the first part of the exam, but was now using it only to help others. It was a little worrisome. He had pulled 𝐤𝐻𝐻 aside before he went to take his seat. The teen had assured him he'd be fine and still wanted to take the exam despite his nightmare. Midoriya had caught his eye and gave him a silent nod. 𝐤𝐻𝐻 decided to trust his students and agreed to let 𝐤𝐻𝐻 continue with his exam. However, 𝐤𝐻𝐻 wondered if 𝐤𝐻𝐻's nightmare affected him more than he realized. Better let Hound Dog know now that I'm sending both boys to him when we get back, 𝐤𝐻𝐻 thought, pulling out his phone. Maybe he can meet us at the door when we get back. 𝐤𝐻𝐻 sent a quick text to Inui and pocketed his phone. Taking one last glance at his students who were working triage, 𝐤𝐻𝐻 returned to scanning for the rest of his class. Bakugo and Kirishima were together, and it seemed like Kirishima had taken over making contact with the HUC actors. Bakugo would wait for Kirishima to harden and protect the HUC actors before exploding a piece of debris that was in their path. Shinso and Kaminari were with the rest of the Baku squad. It was easier to call the whole group that. The Baku squad were working as a team to rescue people and seemed to be interacting well with the other examinees. The rest of the Izukuru were working together as well. And the floaters of the class seemed to be grouping up with each other and with other groups from other schools. Jiro, Shoji, Koda, and another student from one of the other schools seemed to be working as a search team to locate victims under the rubble and flagging down a rescue team to help extract them. 𝐤𝐻𝐻 was pleased to see them successfully applying their training and skills to the task at hand. It seemed like everything was going smoothly, until Kugo and his gang burst through the wall. "Ding," Emi said from beside him, "they really went all out this year." 𝐤𝐻𝐻 sighed as he looked around to see which of his students would shift tasks. "They can't hold back with All Might being gone now," he said, watching Tokoyami, Ida, Kaminari, and Shinso split off from their groups. "This is what relying on one man gets us." He saw a few more of his students finish up their current tasks before jumping in to fight some of Gang Orca's henchmen. Midoriya set down the piece of rubble he was moving for someone and after a moment, lit up green as his quirk activated and ran off to join the main fight. This is what 𝐤𝐻𝐻's class did best: assessing, adjusting, and reacting to the situation at hand. He was so proud of his students. 𝐤𝐻𝐻 was annoyed. He was still helping with triage and hadn't stopped when Gang Orca appeared. Normally, He would have made an ice wall to separate the area from the villain attack, but he couldn't now. If anyone can make a wall or put up a barrier to protect the civilians, now would be a good time to do that, he yelled out. Within seconds someone used their quirk to make a wall from the ground, while another put up a force field. That'll work, he said looking around for the force field user. She was tall and from one of the other schools at the exam. She walked the perimeter with a hand on the field. You have a comm link with your class, right? She asked once she was near him. Yeah, he confirmed. Tell your classmates to tell this to anyone who is fighting, she said. I can maintain this for about 20 minutes and if I really need to, an extra 10 before I collapse from quirk exhaustion. 𝐤𝐲 relayed the message. Got it. Hopefully, they'll get it resolved by then. She nodded and continued her walk around the perimeter. 𝐤𝐲 heard Yoruzu confirm that she was staying help with triage. Soba, are you hanging back as well? Ida asked through the comm. I'm going to stay here and help with triage, 𝐤𝐲 said into the comm. But let me know if you need me. He felt bad for not immediately jumping in since his fire would be useful. But if he was being honest with himself, he couldn't bring himself to use his fire to attack 𝐻𝐸𝐽, or anyone for that matter, after his nightmare this morning. Not for something that wasn't real. He was being useful though by helping out with triage. His experience with injuries and first aid made him especially useful. It quickly got around the triage area that he was especially knowledgeable on burns as well as wrapping bandages, so he was kept rather busy by the HUC actors who came in needing bandages and the odd burn victim from the areas that were set on fire. Soba, we got another burn for you to look at. 𝐤𝐲 shook his head and looked over to where some of the other examinees were calling him from. They had a HUC actor on a stretcher and 𝐤𝐲 could see his makeup burns from where he was standing. The worst cases had their injuries done in makeup while others could verbally tell them what was wrong. 𝐤𝐲 grabbed the kit that Yoruzu made for him and skated over to them. What have we got? He asked upon his arrival. He had a job to do. Denki was struggling. He was fine using his quirk to stun people during the exam, but no one that he stunned was very big or had a heteromorphic quirk. He wanted to stun 𝐻𝐸𝐽, but he was afraid he'd overdo it. On the one hand, he was being misted periodically by his henchmen to keep him from drying out too much during the battle. This made him more conductive. But on the other hand, 𝐻𝐸𝐽 was much bigger than what Denki was used to and would need more to bring him down. Don't think too hard, Bug, his boyfriend's velvety voice said in his ear. You've got this. What if I kill the number 12 hero, Toshi? Denki whined. Then don't take him on, Hitoshi said. There are plenty of henchmen you can safely take out for now. Right? Denki nodded, pulling out his collapsible staff. Let's go, Echo. Right behind you, Charge Bolt. They fought side by side for a while, taking out henchmen and tying them up with the capture tape that had been given to them by the HUC actors. It seemed to be helping a little bit. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 was slowing down now that his henchmen weren't able to help him when he started to get a little dry. They need help, Hitoshi said from Denki's left. Go, Denki said. I'll be fine. With a nod, Hitoshi left Denki's side to help out with 𝐻𝐸𝐽. That's the brainwashing kid, right? The henchman in his grasp said. He's in for a rude awakening when he tries to hit the boss with that quirk of his. What are you, 𝐷? Denki released the villain in his grasp and put his hands on his ears. He turned around and saw Hitoshi on the ground being hit directly by 𝐻𝐸𝐽's hypersonic wave. Echo is down. Denki heard Tokoyami's voice come through the comms once 𝐻𝐸𝐽 stopped his attack. I'm taking him to triage, Tokoyami said. Soba, Creati, he needs ice, an eye mask, and noise-canceling headphones. I think 𝐻𝐸𝐽's hypersonic wave gave him a migraine. Don't worry, Lightning Bug, Denki heard his boyfriend say over the comms. You focus on the fight, I'll be fine. Hitoshi sounded like he was in so much pain and Denki hated it. Focusing back on the fight, Denki glared at 𝐻𝐸𝐽 and felt his hands sparking. It was on. Izuku was cornered. How that happened he wasn't sure, but he was cornered by one of 𝐻𝐸𝐽's henchmen. The villain was bouncing around and dancing just out of reach of Black WHP. You think the boss would be impressed if I took you down on my own? The villain asked. Maybe, but you're not going to get the chance to, Izuku said, sending out Black WHP again. Boo, the villain said, you're really no fun. The villain stopped dodging and started coming at Izuku with a knife. They actually armed you all for this? Izuku said, dodging. Yes and no, the villain said, laughing. You're getting really into this, Izuku said with a bit of concern. Are you okay? I think I should let 𝐂𝐴 know after. I'm fine, the villain said with a giggle. The real question is, are you okay, Izuku Midoriya? How did you know my name? Izuku said, pausing. Made you pause, the villain said, rushing him with the knife. Izuku barely jumped out of the way and sent black WHP out as the villain got close. Oop, you blinked, the villain said, dodging. Izuku rolled his eyes. I might just report you. But maybe you actually have orders to act like this. You really don't recognize me, do you? The villains stopped their attacks and stomped their foot and pouted. Izuku took the opening and wrapped them up in black WHP. Whoops, the villain said, didn't mean to actually get caught. Oh well, I don't plan on getting arrested today though. And then their face melted off into goop and in their place was Toga. Kurogiri, the girl sing-songed, I would appreciate an extraction now. Behind her, a portal opened up and consumed her. Thanks for playing with me, Toga laughed as the portal closed around her. Izuku stood stunned at the pile of goop and ID badge that was the only evidence of Toga left. He picked up the badge and said into the comm, Guys, Toga was here. She was impersonating one of 𝐂𝐴's henchmen. I have the real henchman's ID badge here. She's gone now. Kurogiri collected her. Roger that, Ida's voice replied. There's no way they'll believe us right now. It'll have to wait till after the exam. Right? Izuku sighed as he started running back towards the main fight. Where do you need me? Fighting 𝐂𝐴? Fortitude, Kaminari responded. I think my zaps are weakening him. Don't call them zaps, charge bolt, Siro said, laughing. That makes them sound smaller than they actually are. Fortitude, you need to get over here before we have sushi. I think charge bolt is taking Echo's defeat a bit too personally. I'm on my way, Izuku said, powering up one for all. What is Toga doing here? Dabi was screaming internally. No one seemed to be paying attention to Midoriya's fight in the corner. Even Endeavor wasn't paying attention to the kid that he seemed to be more invested in than his own son, which was strange in and of itself. The hero was currently watching the bird kid carry his classmate to triage after being taken out by something 𝐂𝐴 did. He watched as the henchperson played with Midoriya the way Toga does in her fights and shrunk back into the shadows when he thought he saw Toga notice him. She's going to get herself caught, Dabi thought as she finally stopped bouncing around. Dabi's fingers inched towards his burner phone to alert Hawks to come get him early when he saw Toga reveal herself. Glancing back at Endeavor, Dabi couldn't help but feel enraged that he wasn't noticing the real villain in his presence. Endeavor was looking between Shoto, who was going back to helping with triage now that his classmate was taken care of, and the fight against 𝐂𝐴. The fight was interesting, Dabi could admit that. The 1A kid with the electricity quirk was going all out against the number 12 hero, probably to avenge his fallen classmate. But no one except him and Midoriya saw that Toga had been there. He saw Kurogiri's portal open up and take Toga back to the bar. Shaking his head, he watched as Midoriya picked something up and ran off with his quirk activated towards the main fight. He'd have to be careful leaving the exam location, security was bound to be on alert going forward. Katsuki huffed as he and Kirishima crossed the barrier into triage. The bell sounded and the exam ended. Huh, Kirishima said, guess we were the last ones back. Katsuki growled in response. They had been in the middle of a rescue when 𝐂𝐴 had appeared, so Katsuki had been unable to leave and help with the fight. Whatever Sharknado, Katsuki grumbled, I mean, Red Riot. Kirishima beamed at the use of his hero name. Time to see our scores, Gypsum. They walked over to where some of their class was grouping up. Shinso was looking better after being treated. One of the actual medics the testing site had was giving him something to drink. Echo, you feeling better, man? Kirishima asked quietly. Yeah, Shinso said after downing the drink. He blinked and then looked at the medic with wide eyes. Oh man, much better after that. What was that? He asked. My quirk lets me mix up a quick remedy for pretty much anything involving pain, the medic said, standing up. In your case, it seems like it's cleared up your migraine. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 appeared next to them suddenly. You're okay? ♯NSO stood up and shook the medic's hand in thanks before turning to the fidgeting blonde. Yeah, I'm okay, Charge Bolt. I told you not to worry. Katsuki turned his head to hide a smile as 𝐭𝐚𝐲 pulled ♯NSO in for a hug. He knew how worried the electric user had been. They all knew because they all heard 𝐂𝐿's comment about 𝐔𝐬𝐽 becoming sushi. You should have seen Charge Bolt, 𝐂𝐿 said, speaking up. He was all for 𝐒𝐿, and had his lighting bolt out and his staff electrified and everything. I thought 𝐔𝐬𝐽 was actually going to get fried. Lightning bolt? ♯NSO asked. Thanks, let me see your arms. 𝐭𝐚𝐲 pulled back and tucked his hands in his pockets. Later, okay. It's fine. I didn't hold it for long. ♯NSO pursed his lips. Fine, but I'm telling Aizawa. I'm pretty sure he saw it from the stands anyway. That's fair, 𝐭𝐚𝐲 said, letting himself be pulled back into an embrace. Katsuki tilted his head in question and caught 𝐭𝐚𝐲's eye. The blonde bit his lip and ducked his head, a strange reaction considering he had just admitted to unleashing a powerful attack against 𝐔𝐬𝐽 without overloading. Katsuki looked around as the rest of his classmates joined their little huddle. Where's Aizu? He asked when he didn't see Izuku join them. He picked up a badge from his fight with Toga. Ida replied, I think he's talking to 𝐔𝐬𝐽 and the exam officials about it. Endeavor is here and he didn't even notice him fighting Toga. Katsuki growled. Endeavor is here? Shoto asked suddenly, tilting his head in question. Yeah, Katsuki said like it was obvious. The confused look on Shoto's face deepened. You didn't notice? Not really, Shoto said, shrugging and looking up to find his father. I try not to think about him these days. That's fair, Katsuki said, glaring up at the pro hero. Dunno why he's even here though. Probably to see me fail, Shoto said plainly as he turned back to Katsuki. Dude, Kirishima said, that's messed up. So is the rest of my life, Shoto shrugged. Shoto, stop being an edgelord, we have Tokoyami for that, Izuku said, walking up. I am more than happy to share my life in the darkness with another, Tokoyami replied. I really don't think we want to see Shoto go full edgelord, Izuku said with a sigh. He's bad enough being a little SHT all the time. Language, Ida said. I'll start listening to that when you actually start trying to get Kachan to stop cussing, Izuku said, giving Ida a look. Everything okay? Uraraka asked. Yes and no, Izuku sighed, running his hand through his hair. They want to talk to me after they reveal the scores and they've had a chance to regroup. Their class nodded and started speculating amongst themselves about how Toga got in. Not that this isn't fascinating, Jiro said suddenly, but they're about to reveal the scores. Katsuki and his classmates watched as the names of those who passed were revealed on the big screen. He saw Izuku's name immediately as well as Shoto's and Kirishima's. One by one as he went down the list, Katsuki saw the names of his classmates, but not his. He was starting to get worried when finally, at the end of the list of who passed, he saw his name. I passed, he breathed out with a smile. Izuku, I passed. We all did, Kachan, Izuku grinned at him. We're all going to be heroes. Go beyond, one of their classmates yelled. Plus ultra. Shoyuta watched as his kids cheered for each other on the field of the exam. He was proud of them. Daemin, why does Endeavor look so mad? Emi asked from beside him. His kid passed, what more does he want? Shoyuta looked up and saw Endeavor fuming. His mustache and beard were getting dangerously large for him to be out of costume. After a little bit of thought, Shoyuta decided to flash his quirk at the man. Emi tried to muffle her laugh as she and Shoyuta watched stunned. Endeavor tried to activate his quirk again. The man met Shuta's eyes and glared. Shoyuta gave him a pointed, unblinking look. He released his quirk after Endeavor rolled his eyes and crossed his arms. The man didn't try to reactivate his beard and mustache. That took care of that, Shoyuta said, getting up to go retrieve his kids. I've never seen him look so confused, Emi chortled, following along behind him. Dabi froze when he saw Eraserhead cancel Endeavor's quirk. He had been looking at the picture of Midoriya, trying to figure out why Endeavor would be so interested in him when he felt the temperature cool suddenly. It was strange to see Endeavor without his flames, and Dabi couldn't help but stare at the powered-down hero. There was something familiar about his face though, and it wasn't because he was Endeavor. Dabi glanced down at Midoriya's photo and looked back up at Endeavor. Dabi's eyes widened, the jawline the eyes. He shifted his gaze down to the field where the greenette was cheering with his classmates. Dabi froze. The kid was tall and very broad, just like Endeavor. The resemblance was uncanny. Dabi wasn't sure what it meant yet. He had an idea, but it just seemed too far-fetched even with Endeavor involved. He needed access to Midoriya and Shoto, and he knew just how to get it. But first, he had to get out of the testing location without being caught. Shoyuta was tired. He went downstairs to collect his students and was immediately pulled into a meeting with Mara and the other exam admins, Gang Orca, and several of 𝐭𝐽𝐲's sidekicks. At the center of the whole thing was Midoriya. He had just enough time to tell Joke to watch the rest of his class. Problem child, Shoyuta sighed. What's going on? Toga was at the exam, Mara said tiredly. I don't know how she managed to get in. Shoyuta tensed and worked to keep his quirk from activating. She was masquerading as my sidekick Domino, 𝐭𝐽𝐲 said tensely. When she dissolved her quirk, she dropped this ID, Midoriya said, handing an official badge to 𝐭𝐽𝐲. 𝐭𝐽𝐲 sighed and looked over to one of his other sidekicks. Has anyone heard anything from the real Domino? Yes, sir, we found Domino asleep in his car in the back lot, the sidekick responded. He was parked in the very back away from everyone else, so no one noticed that he was there when we all arrived. So Toga got the jump on him and knocked him out then, 𝐭𝐽𝐲 said. How did no one notice anything was wrong though? Shoyuta asked. Toga wouldn't have known any of his mannerisms. Did anyone talk to Domino this morning? No, the sidekick said sheepishly. Domino keeps to himself anyway, and we all got here, got our orders, and did our jobs. So it was pure luck, Shoyuta said, shaking his head. Eraserhead, Mara finally spoke up. I am terribly sorry that this happened on our watch. I would say it's fine, Shoyuta huffed, but it really isn't. We all knew the league has a vendetta against my class. There should have been better security measures in place. A code word or something to verify identities. He was getting more and more irritated that his students couldn't catch a break. This should have been the one outing that something like this didn't happen. That's not fair, another testing administrator piped up. How were we supposed to know that the league was plotting something? I don't know. By thinking ahead and thinking, hey, maybe we should recognize that UA's first years are here, you know, the ones that keep getting attacked, and maybe we should bump up security for this exam, Shoyuta said tensely. We are sorry that you feel that way, Eraser, and as I have apologized already, we are sorry your student was in this situation in the first place, Mara said plainly. To make it up to you, we're not even charging UA for the licenses and exam administration fees. Shoyuta knew that Mara knew that comping the fees wouldn't make up for anything. The tired man was too smart to actually think that, but he wanted Shoyuta to leave, and it was clear that was the only thing he could think of. With a final glare, Shoyuta sighed. Fine. Midoriya, come with me, you still have to get your license. Midoriya nodded and moved closer to him. Shoyuta turned to leave when 𝐭𝐽𝐲 spoke up. Eraser, I feel like this is my responsibility as well, the hero said remorsefully. I put full faith in my people and didn't think to check that they were who they said they were. If there is anything I can do for your class, please don't hesitate to ask. Thank you, Gang Orca, Shoyuta replied. I'll bear that in mind. He and Midoriya left the room, and Shoyuta walked his student down the hall to where the rest of his class would be waiting. When he got there, most of his class was already done and had their provisional licenses in hand. Sensei, look, Mina exclaimed when she saw him. We did it. We passed. Good job, Shoyuta said, looking around at his class. I'm proud of all of you. He hid a smile in his scarf as his students preened from the praise. How many of you still have to get your license? A few hands went up, including Shoto's. Shoyuta nodded. I'm going to take the rest of the class back to the bus. When you're done here, walk down the hall and make a right, then walk straight out the double doors. Got it? Yes, Sensei, his few students chorused back. Okay, there shouldn't be any trouble going forward, Shoyuta sighed. I'm probably tempting fate, but I want to get on the road as quickly as possible. Todoroki, come here for a second. The dual user walked over to him and tilted his head in question. Endeavor is here, Shoyuta said quietly. Are you okay, or do you want me to wait a moment while you get your license before heading back to the bus with me and the rest of the class? He watched Shoto glance behind him at Midoriya before turning back to him. I'll be okay, Shoto said finally. I'll stick with Midoriya. Shoyuta nodded. Okay, come straight to the bus when you're both done. Shoto and Izuku were walking back to the bus together with their provisional licenses in hand. They were the last ones in their class to get their physical cards and were finally heading back. Can't believe we did it, Soba, Izuku said with a grin as they turned onto the main hallway. Yeah, we did it, Shoto replied. Does it feel warmer? There you two are. Shoto shivered despite the temperature rising. Stalking towards them, glowering, was Endeavor. What do you want, Enji? Izuku asked with a glare. Shoto felt Izuku take his hand, grounding him. I just wanted to see if my damaged masterpiece would fail without my guidance. Endeavor glared at Izuku. I'm surprised to see that you both passed. Shoto took a deep breath and puffed himself up. There was no one else in the hallway and Aizawa was with the rest of the class at the bus. They were alone. We both did fine, Shoto said, steeling himself. He felt small but didn't want Endeavor to notice. You would have done better if you hadn't angered me and gotten yourself injured. Endeavor smirked and crossed his arms. Can't you see, Shoto, you could have been great. If only you had just listened to me and not have been so stubborn. Shoto couldn't help but shrink back at his words. I still passed, Shoto said quietly. I can still help people. Huh, Endeavor barked out a laugh. All you did was throw some ball and offer first aid. You might as well ask Recovery Girl for an internship if all you're going to do is put band-aids on people. That's still helping though, Shoto said, attempting to glare at him. It's weak, Endeavor growled. You were so much stronger before. You should have been out there fighting. Not like you gave me much of an option, Shoto couldn't help but mutter. He froze and shifted his eyes to the floor. Endeavor stiffened. No, Shoto, Endeavor said in a stony calm voice. You brought this on yourself. You should have just listened to me. You shouldn't have angered me, Shoto. If you had just done what I told you, you wouldn't have made me angry. You wouldn't have gotten yourself hurt. What happened was the consequence of your choices and actions. Shoto wished the floor would open up and swallow him whole. On some level, what Endeavor said made sense to him. It was his fault. He wouldn't do the move his father was telling him to do. Or was it that he couldn't? No, he could have, he just didn't try hard enough. It was his fault. Shoto is doing just fine without you. Shoto vaguely registered Izuku's voice. He felt himself get shifted around. Oh, Izuku was in front of him now. He felt a squeeze around his hand. Izuku was trying to comfort him. Fine, Endeavor barked out a laugh. He's weak. He's useless. He's a disappointment. Just like you were. But it's clear to me now that I picked the wrong son to train. Good job dealing the final blow to Gang Orca. You make me proud to be your father, Izuku. I don't want your pride, Izuku growled, so you can keep it. It's not like you would have claimed me anyway. It's not like you'll claim me now. You have no right to talk to me like that, son, Endeavor glared, crossing his arms. I don't know what I did to deserve two sons who are so insolent and disrespectful. And to think I was going to offer to train you since Shoto insists on remaining weak and mediocre. I don't want your brand of training, Enji, Izuku glared at his father. I experienced enough of it as a child and I've seen the after effects of it whenever Shoto showed up to class after. I thought we agreed that Shoto is weak, Endeavor growled, shifting his gaze back to Shoto for a moment. Shoto couldn't help but shrink back behind Izuku. Anything you saw is because of his obvious weakness. Endeavor glared down at Izuku. Izuku tensed and straightened up more, crossing his arms across his chest to appear broader. Shoto tucked himself behind his brother further and finally felt relief from the heat their father was giving off. He felt smaller than he's ever felt before. He tried to focus on the cover and safety that Izuku offered him to no avail. He steeled his nerves and peeked over Izuku's shoulder. Endeavor's glare shifted from Izuku to him and deepened. Shoto, Endeavor huffed out a laugh. Stop hiding behind Izuku and face me. Are you truly nothing but a coward? Shoto ducked back behind Endeavor and gripped the back of Izuku's hero costume. Maybe he really wasn't cut out to be a hero if he couldn't even face his father. Give up, Enji, Izuku glared. You can't touch us. You don't have any control over us. Don't think I didn't notice Mr. Aizawa canceling your quirk earlier. He knows you're here. If you don't let us go soon, he'll come looking for us and deal with you himself. That underground nobody can't do a thing to me, Endeavor growled, not backing down. Shoto felt himself starting to shut down as the temperature in the hall rose. The panic that he was trying to ignore rose. He wanted out, but Endeavor was in their way. Izuku was doing what he could to get their father to leave them alone. But Endeavor wanted this fight. He wanted to make Shoto feel small. It didn't help that he towered over him as it was. Shoto felt himself curl in and shrink further behind Izuku as their sire's ire rose. For a brief moment, he wondered if he could run off and get help, but shook away the thought. He couldn't leave Izuku alone. Who knew what Endeavor would do? Not that him being there would stop him from doing anything to Izuku if Endeavor wanted to. Shoto truly felt useless. He thought for a moment that he might as well be back at home laying in the middle of the training room with second-degree burns that he'd have to tend to by himself. It was the weekend after the first week back after a break. Fuyumi was out with her coworkers and wouldn't be back till the next afternoon. Shoto was on his own. He'd have to tend to his own wounds, just as soon as his father left him alone for the night. Shoto closed his eyes and braced himself for Endeavor's next hit. Todoroki. Shoto's eyes flew open. He never thought he'd be so relieved to hear his last name as he did now. Todoroki. We need to talk. Inasa's voice cut through the tension like a knife through butter and pulled Shoto out of his spiral. Blinking, Shoto remembered that he wasn't at home. He was in a hallway, hiding behind his brother from Endeavor like a coward. Shoto took a deep breath and straightened himself. You should go, Endeavor, Izuku said with his voice low. Wouldn't want anyone to find out that you hurt your son, would you? Best that you don't get caught intimating your son and his classmate, right? With another glare and a growl, Endeavor turned and left them alone. In front of him, Izuku let out a breath and squeezed his hand that was still holding Shoto's before letting go. Inasa, Izuku said, turning around to face the approaching teen, now isn't a good time. Izuku stepped forward and stood next to Shoto. His presence grounded Shoto once more. I just want to talk to Todoroki, Inasa said with a scowl. Someone like him shouldn't be a hero. Someone like, what on earth gives you the right to decide that? Izuku exclaimed, you don't even know Shoto. If you think I'm going to let you talk to him now, you should tell your teacher you need your head examined. Shoto sighed and wondered what he did to deserve everything that has happened to him in life. He took a long and hard look at Inasa and tried to remember him. Sensei said he was a recommendation student and took the recommendation exam. Sensei also said that he placed first. Shoto placed second. So who was it in front of him? Some kid with a wind quirk. Shoto didn't see Inasa's quirk in action during the exam. Their paths didn't cross. But the few times he did happen to see him, he did have wind swirling around him. So he was at the exam and Shoto saw him at least once during it. But what did Shoto do that made him seem to hate him so much? He watched as Izuku tried to get Inasa to leave and the other boys stubbornly refused. Then it hit him. I remember you now, Shoto said suddenly. Izuku and Inasa were nose to nose now and looking like they were about to come to blows. They both turned to look down at him. Shoto felt some of the tension dissipate and he took a deep breath. You tried to say hello, he said, remembering, and I brushed you off as my father does to fans. Inasa crossed his arms and huffed. Like I said, like father like son. Shoto bowed to Inasa in apology. I'm sorry for how I acted then. I was a different person. Please do not hold my past actions over me. I wasn't all that sociable then, but I'm working on it. Please, don't lump me in with Endeavor. He stood back up and saw that Inasa was too stunned to speak. After a moment of speechlessness, Inasa finally shook his head. It's fine, the wind user said. Clearly I was wrong about you. You showed me that several times today that I ignored in favor of holding on to a grudge. It's me who should be apologizing. I would say it's fine, but honestly it's really not, Shoto said, but I'm willing to move on from it if you are. Yeah, Inasa nodded. Sounds good. I'm gonna go back to my group now. Congratulations on passing. Thanks, Shoto said. You too. Inasa nodded his head at them again and then disappeared down the hall. Shoto and Izuku just came down. "Come on, Shoto," Izuku said, squeezing his hand again. "Let's head back now." "Yeah," Shoto agreed, letting himself be led out of the building. They saw Mr. Aizawa standing near the bus that was parked across the parking lot from where they were. There were a few of their other classmates mulling around him and showing him their new provisional licenses. Izuku paused in front of a few bushes that lined the sidewalk leading to the parking lot. "We have to tell Sensei that NG cornered us," Izuku said. Shoto looked over at their teacher and sighed. "You're right. You know he'll probably make us go see Hound Dog when we get back, right? We need it and you know it," Izuku chuckled. "I'd be surprised if he hasn't already scheduled an appointment for us." "I hate that you're right," Shoto sighed. "He's going to feel bad that he left us alone," Izuku said sadly, watching their teacher talk to their classmates. "We'll have to make sure he knows we don't blame him," Shoto replied. "It's not his fault that our father isn't but Nissan. I think there's a stronger word for what our father is, Shoto," Izuku said bluntly. They snickered at that after a brief moment of silence and eye contact. "He's still going to feel bad," Izuku sighed and shook his head. "No use delaying the inevitable. Come on, Shoto. Let's go earn ourselves a visit to Hound Dog." Dabi was stunned. He had successfully snuck out of the testing facility and was waiting for everyone to clear out so Hawks could come to pick him up. He had been hiding in some bushes for some reason when Shoto and Midoriya finally left the building a few minutes after Endeavor had stormed out. He stilled himself when the two boys stopped right in front of his bush and started talking about what had kept them. He had put his hand over his mouth when he heard Midoriya refer to Endeavor as NG so casually. It was surprising. Then Shoto had mentioned having to go see Hound Dog. Dabi knew of the hero and that he had a heteromorphic dog quirk, but he wasn't sure what the hero had to do with anything. Then Shoto said two things. He said, "Our father," and "Jin." For a second, Dabi thought his cover had been blown, but then had to put another hand over his mouth when he heard Midoriya respond with, "Our father," as well. The two teens moved off after that, and Dabi tried to keep still and not move until they were done talking to their teacher and boarded onto the bus. As the parking lot emptied, Dabi tried to get control of himself. It all made sense now. Endeavor's interest in Midoriya. The uncanny resemblance Midoriya and Endeavor shared. Somehow, Midoriya and Shoto were brothers, which meant that Midoriya and Dabi were brothers. Dabi wasn't sure how he felt about everything, but he was certain about one thing. He needed answers, and if he played his cards right, he'd get them. Dabi waited a while longer until he saw the last administrator lock up the testing facility and leave. Pulling out his phone, Dabi stood up from his spot behind the bush. He sent a text to Kigo and waited for the winged hero to come to pick him up. He had a lot to think about, but first, he needed to find out why Toga was at the exam. As far as Dabi knew, there hadn't been any plans to infiltrate the exam, which meant that Toga was a loose cannon or something else was afoot. Either way, Dabi needed to know so he could decide what his next move was. "Hey, Kigo's voice called out as the hero landed beside him. Dabi turned around to face him. "Whoa," Kigo said, tilting his head. "You look like you've seen a ghost. Are you feeling okay?" "I'm fine," Dabi waved him off. "Just get me out of here." "Can do," Kigo said with a grin. "Where to?" "The empty lot," Dabi said automatically. "Actually no, screw it, take me here." He shoved an address on his phone in Kigo's face. "It's the League's current base," Dabi said. "Just drop me off there." "No, you can't talk to Shigaraki. I just need some answers." "Okay," Kigo said, handing him his phone back. "One trip to the secret base I'm not supposed to know exists coming right up.